Preface of The Golden Bough, Volume 4, Part 3, The Dying God, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Preface. With this third part of The Golden Bough, we take up the question, why had the King of the Wood and Nemite regularly to perish by the hand of his successor? In the first part of the work, I gave some reasons for thinking that the priest of Diana, who bore the title of King of the Wood beside the still lake among the Alpine hills, personated the great god Jupiter, or his duplicate Dianus, the deity of the oak, the thunder in the sky. On this theory, accordingly, we are at once confronted with a wider and deeper question. Why put a man-god or human representative of deity to a violent death? Why extinguish the divine light in its earthly vessel instead of husbanding it to its natural close? My general answer to that question is contained in the present volume. If I am right, the motive for slaying a man-god is of fear lest with the enfeeblement of his body in sickness or old age, his sacred spirit should suffer a corresponding decay, which might imperil the general course of nature, and with it the existence of these worshippers, who believe the cosmic energies to be mysteriously knit up with those of their human divinity. Hence, if there is any measure of truth in this theory, the practice of putting divine men, and particularly divine kings, to death, which seems to have been common at a peculiar stage in the evolution of society and religion, was a crude but pathetic attempt to disengage an immortal spirit from its mortal envelope, to arrest the forces of decomposition in nature by retrenching with ruthless hand the first ominous symptoms of decay. We may smile if we please at the vanity of these, and the like efforts to stay the inevitable decline, to bring the relentless revolution of the great wheel to a stand, to keep youth's fleeting roses forever fresh and fair. But perhaps in spite of every disillusionment, when we contemplate the seemingly endless vistas of knowledge which have been opened up even within our own generation, many of us may cherish in our heart of hearts a fancy, if not a hope, that some loophole of escape may after all be discovered from the iron walls of the prison house which threaten to close on and crush us, that groping about in the darkness, mankind may yet chance to lay hands on that golden key that opens the place of eternity, and so to pass from this world of shadows and sorrow to a world of untroubled light and joy. If this is a dream, it is surely a happy and innocent one, and to those who would wake us up from it, we may murmur with Michelangelo, Pero non mi destar de parlabasso. James George Frazer, Cambridge, 11th of June 1911. End of preface. Section 1 of The Golden Bough, Part 3, The Dying God, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 1. The Mortality of the Gods. Mortality of Savage Gods. At an early stage of his intellectual development, man deems himself naturally immortal, then imagines that were it not for the baleful arts of sorcerers who cut the vital thread prematurely short, he would live forever. The illusion, so flattering to human wishes and hopes, is still current among many savage tribes to the present day, and it may be supposed to have prevailed universally in that age of magic, which appears to have everywhere preceded the age of religion. But in time, the sad truth of human mortality was borne in upon our primitive philosopher with a force of demonstration which no prejudice could resist and no sophistry dissemble. Among the manifold influences which combined to wring from him a reluctant assent to the necessity of death must be numbered the growing influence of religion, which by exposing the vanity of magic and of all the extravagant pretensions built on a gradually lowered man's proud and defiant attitude towards nature, and taught him to believe there are mysteries in the universe which his feeble intellect can never fathom, and forces which his puny hands can never control. Thus more and more he learned to bow to the inevitable and to console himself for the brevity and the sorrows of life on earth by the hope of a blissful eternity hereafter. But if he reluctantly acknowledged the existence of beings at once superhuman and supernatural. He was as yet far from suspecting the width and the depth of the gulf which divided him from them. The gods with whom his imagination now peopled the darkness of the unknown were indeed admitted by him to be his superiors in knowledge and in power, in the joyous splendour of their life and length of its duration. But though he knew it not, these glorious and awful beings were merely, like the spectre of the broken, the reflections of his own diminutive personality exaggerated into gigantic proportions by distance and by the mists and clouds upon which they were cast. Man in fact created gods in his own likeness, and being himself mortal, he naturally supposed his creatures to be in the same sad predicament. Thus the Greenlanders believed that a wind could kill the most powerful god, and that he would certainly die if he touched a dog. When they heard of the Christian god, they kept asking if he never died, and being informed that he did not, they were much surprised, and said that he must be a very great god indeed. In answer to the inquiries of Colonel Dodge, a North American Indian stated that the world was made by the Great Spirit. Being asked which Great Spirit he meant, the good one or the bad one. "Oh, neither of them," replied he. "The Great Spirit that made the world is dead long ago. He could not possibly have lived as long as this." A tribe in the Philippine Islands told the Spanish conquerors that the grave of the Creator was upon the top of Mount Cabonian. Hietziabib, a god or divine hero of the Hottentots, died several times and came to life again. His graves are generally to be met with in narrow defiles between mountains. When the Hottentots pass one of them, they throw a stone at it for good luck, sometimes muttering, "Give us plenty of cattle." Mortality of Greek gods. The grave of Zeus, the great god of Greece, was shown to visitors in Crete as late as about the beginning of our era. The body of Dionysus was buried at Delphi beside the golden statue of Apollo, and his tomb bore the inscription, "Here lies Dionysus dead, the son of Semele." According to one account, Apollo himself was buried at Delphi, for Pythagoras is said to have carved an inscription on his tomb, setting forth how the god had been killed by the python and buried under the tripod. The ancient god Cronus was buried in Sicily, and the graves of Hermes, Aphrodite, and Ares were shown in Hermopolis, Cyprus, and Thrace. Mortality of Egyptian gods. The great gods of Egypt themselves were not exempt from the common lot. They too grew old and died, for like men they were composed of body and soul, and like men were subject to all the passions and infirmities of the flesh. Their bodies, it is true, were fashioned of more ethereal mould, and lasted longer than ours, but they could not hold out forever against the siege of time. Age converted their bones into silver, their flesh into gold, and their azure locks into lapis lazuli. When their time came, they passed away from the cheerful world of the living to reign as dead gods over dead men in the melancholy world beyond the grave. Even their souls, like those of mankind, could only endure after death so long as their bodies held together. Hence it was as needful to preserve the corpses of the gods as the corpses of common folk, lest the divine body and divine spirit should also come to an untimely end. At first their remains were laid to rest under the desert sands of the mountains, that the dryness of the soil and the purity of the air might protect them from putrefaction and decay. Hence one of the oldest titles of the Egyptian gods is "They who are under the sands." But when, at a later time, the discovery of the art of embalming gave a new lease of life to the souls of the dead by preserving their bodies for an indefinite time from corruption, the deities were permitted to share the benefit of an invention which held out to gods as well as to men a reasonable hope of immortality. Every province then had the tomb and mummy of its dead god. The mummy of Osiris was to be seen at Men's. Thinis boasted of the mummy of Anthuri, and Heliopolis rejoiced in the possession of that of Tamau. But while their bodies lay swathed and bandaged here on earth in the tomb, their souls, if we may trust Egyptian priests, shone as bright stars in the firmament. The soul of Iris sparkled in Sirius, the soul of Horus in Orion, and the soul of Typhon in the Great Bear. But the death of the god did not involve the extinction of his sacred stock, for he commonly had by his wife a son and heir, who, on the demise of his divine parent, succeeded to the full rank, power, and honours of the godhead. The high gods of Babylon also, though they appeared to their worshippers only in dreams and visions, were conceived to be human in their bodily shape, human in their passions, and human in their fate. For like men they were born into the world, like men they loved and fought and died. The death of the great Pan. One of the most famous stories of the death of a god is told by Plutarch. It runs thus. In the reign of the Emperor Tiberius, a certain schoolmaster named Epitherses was sailing from Greece to Italy. The ship in which he had taken his passage was a merchantman, and there were many other passengers on board. At evening, when they were off the Echinadian Islands, the wind died away, and the vessel drifted close in to the island of Paxos. Most of the passengers were awake, and many were still drinking wine after dinner, when suddenly a voice hailed the ship from the island, calling upon Themis. The crew and passengers were taken by surprise, for though there was an Egyptian pilot named Themis on board, few knew him even by name. Twice the cry was repeated, but Themis kept silence. However, at the third call he answered, and the voice from the shore, now louder than ever, said, "When you are come to Palodes, announce that the great Pan is dead." Astonishment fell upon all, and they consulted whether it would be better to do the bidding of the voice or not. At last Themis resolved that, if the wind held, he would pass the place in silence, but if it dropped when they were off Palodes, he would give the message. Well, when they were come to Palodes, there was a great calm. So Themis, standing in the stern and looking towards the land, cried out, as he had been bidden, "The great Pan is dead." The words had hardly passed his lips when a loud sound of lamentation broke on their ears, as if a multitude were mourning. This strange story, vouched for by many on board, soon got word at Rome, and Themis was sent for and questioned by the Emperor Tiberius himself, who caused inquiries to be made about the dead god. In modern times also, the enunciation of the death of the great Pan has been much discussed, and various explanations of it have been suggested. On the whole, the simplest, most natural would seem to be that the deity whose sad end was thus mysteriously proclaimed and lamented was the Syrian god Tammuz, or Adonis, whose death is known to have been annually bewailed by his followers both in Greece and in his native Syria. At Athens, the solemnity fell at midsummer, and there is no improbability in the view that in a Greek island a band of worshippers of Tammuz should have been celebrating the death of their god with a customary passionate demonstration of sorrow at the very time when a ship lay becalmed off the shore. That in the stillness of the summer night the voices of lamentation should have been wafted with startling distinctness across the water, and should have made on the minds of the listening passengers a deep and lasting impression. However that may be, stories of the same kind found currency in Western Asia down to the Middle Ages. Death of the King of the Jinn. An Arab writer relates that in the year 1063 or 1064 AD, in the reign of the Caliph Qaim, a rumour went abroad through Baghdad, which soon spread all over the province of Iraq, that some Turks out hunting in the desert had seen a black tent, where many men and women were beating their faces and uttering loud cries, as it is the custom to do in the East when someone is dead. And among the cries they distinguished these words, "The great king of the Jinn is dead. Woe to this country." In consequence of this, a mysterious threat was circulated from Armenia to Khuzestan, that every town which did not lament the dead king of the Jinn should utterly perish. Death of the grape cluster. Again in the year 1203 or 1204 AD, a fatal disease which attacked the throat raged in parts of Mosul and Iraq, and it was divulged that a woman of the Jinn called Unkad, or Mother of the Grape Cluster, had lost her son, and that all who did not lament for him would fall victims to the epidemic. So men and women sought to save themselves from death by assembling and beating their faces while they cried out in a lamentable voice, "O Mother of the Grape Cluster, excuse us, the grape cluster is dead. We knew it not." End of section 1. Section 2 of The Golden Bough, Part 3, The Dying God, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information of the volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 2. The Killing of the Divine King. Part 1. Part 1. Preference for a Violent Death. Human gods are killed to prevent them from growing old and feeble. If the high gods who dwell remote from the fret and fever of this earthly life are yet believed to die at last, it is not to be expected that a god who lodges in a frail tabernacle of flesh should escape the same fate, though we hear of African kings who have imagined themselves immortal by virtue of their sorceries. Now primitive peoples, as we have seen, sometimes believe that their safety and even that of the world is bound up with the life of one of these god-men, or human incarnations of the divinity. Naturally, therefore, they take the utmost care of his life, out of a regard for their own, but no amount of care and precaution will prevent the man-god from growing old and feeble and at last dying. His worshippers have to lay their account with this sad necessity, and to meet it as best they can. The danger is a formidable one, for if the course of nature is dependent on the man-god's life, or catastrophes may not be expected from the gradual enfeeblement of his powers and the final extinction in death. There is only one way of averting these dangers. The man-god must be killed as soon as he shows symptoms that his powers are beginning to fail, and his soul must be transferred to a vigorous successor before it has been seriously impaired by the threatened decay. The advantages of thus putting the man-god to death instead of allowing him to die of old age and disease are, to the savage, obvious enough. For if the man-god dies, what we call a natural death, it means, according to the savage, that his soul has either voluntarily departed from his body and refuses to return, or more commonly, that it has been extracted or at least detained in its wanderings by a demon or sorcerer. In any of these cases, the soul of the man-god is lost to his worshippers, and with it their prosperity is gone and their very existence endangered. Even if they could arrange to catch the soul of the dying god as it left his lips or his nostrils, and so transfer it to a successor, this would not effect their purpose. For dying of disease, his soul would necessarily leave his body in the last stage of weakness and exhaustion, and so enfeebled, it would continue to drag out a languid, inert existence in any body to which it might be transferred. Whereas by slaying him, his worshippers could, in the first place, make sure of catching his soul that had escaped and transferring it to a suitable successor, and in the second place, by putting him to death before his natural force was abated, they would secure that the world should not fall into decay with the decay of the man-god. Every purpose, therefore, was answered, and all dangers averted by thus killing the man-god and transferring his soul, while yet, at its prime, to a vigorous successor. Preference for a violent death, the sick and old killed. Some of the reasons for preferring a violent death to the slow death of old age or disease are obviously as applicable to common men as to the man-god. Thus the Mangaeans think that the spirits of those who die a natural death are excessively feeble and weak, as their bodies were at dissolution, whereas the spirits of those who were slain in battle are strong and vigorous, their bodies not having been reduced by disease. The Barongo believe that in the world beyond the grave, the spirits of their dead ancestors appear with the exact form and lineaments which their bodies exhibited at the moment of death. The spirits are young or old according as their bodies were young or old when they died. There are baby spirits who crawl about on all fours. The Langua Indians of the Grand Chaco are persuaded that the souls of the departed correspond exactly in form and characteristics to the bodies which they quitted at death. Thus a tall man is tall, a short man is short, and a deformed man is deformed in the spirit land, and the disembodied soul of a child remains a child, and never develops into an adult. Hence they burn the body of a murderer and scatter the ashes to the winds, thinking that this treatment will prevent his spirit from assuming human shape in the other world. So too the Naga tribes of Manipur hold that the ghost of a dead man is an exact image of the deceased as he was at the moment of death, with his scars, tattoo marks, mutilations, and all the rest. The Baganda think that the ghosts of men who were mutilated in life are mutilated in like manner after death, so to avoid that shame they would rather die with all their limbs than lose one by amputation and live. Hence, men sometimes prefer to kill themselves or to be killed before they grow feeble, in order that in the future life their souls may start fresh and vigorous as they left their bodies, instead of decrepit and worn out with age and disease. Thus in Fiji, self-immolation is by no means rare, and they believe that as they leave this life, so they will remain ever after. This forms a powerful motive to escape from decrepitude or from a crippling condition by a voluntary death. Or, as another observer of the Fijians puts it more fully, the custom of voluntary suicide on the part of the old men, which is among the most extraordinary usages, is also connected with their superstitions respecting a future life. They believe that persons enter upon the delights of their Elysium with the same faculties, mental and physical, that they possess at the hour of death. In short, that the spiritual life commences where the corporeal existence terminates. With these views, it is natural that they should desire to pass through this change before their mental and bodily powers are so enfeebled by age as to deprive them of their capacity for enjoyment. To this motive must be added the contempt which attaches to physical weakness among a nation of warriors, and the wrongs and insults which await those who are no longer able to protect themselves. When therefore a man finds his strength declining with the advance of age, and feels that he will soon be unable to discharge the duties of this life, and to partake in the pleasures of that which is to come, he calls together his relations, and tells them that he is now worn out and useless, and that he sees they are all ashamed of him, and that he is determined to be buried. So on a day appointed, they used to meet and bury him alive. In Vate, one of the new Hebrides, the aged were buried alive at their own request. It was considered disgrace to the family of an old chief if he were not buried alive. Of the Kamans, a Jewish tribe in Abyssinia, it is reported that they never let a person die a natural death, but if any of their relatives is nearly expiring, the priest of the village is called to cut his throat. If this be omitted, they believe that the departed soul is not entering the mansions of the blessed. The old Greek philosopher Heraclitus thought that the souls of those who die in battle are purer than the souls of those who die of disease. Preference for a violent death. The sick and aged killed. Among the Chiriguanos, a tribe of South American Indians on the river Pilcomayo, when a man was at the point of death, his nearest relative used to break his spine by a blow of an axe, for they thought that to die a natural death was the greatest misfortune that could befall a man. Whenever a Payagua Indian of Paraguay or a Guyana of southeastern Brazil grew weary of life, a feast was made, and amid the revelry and dancing, the man was gunged and feathered with the plumage of many-coloured birds. A huge jar had been previously fixed in the ground to be ready for him. In this he was placed. The mouth of the jar was covered with a heavy lid of baked clay, the earth was heaped over it, and thus he went to his doom more joyful and gladsome than to his first nuptials. Among the Koryaks of northeastern Asia, when a man felt that his last hour was come, superstition formally required that he should either kill himself or be killed by a friend, in order that he might escape the evil one and deliver himself up to the good God. Similarly, among the Chukchis of the same region, when a man's strength fails and he is tired for life, he requests his son or other near relation to dispatch him, indicating the manner of death he prefers to die. So on a day appointed, his friends and neighbours assemble, and in their presence he is stabbed, strangled, or otherwise disposed of according to his directions. The turbulent Angamis are the most warlike and bloodthirsty of the wild head-hunting tribes in the valley of the Brahmaputra. Among them, when a warrior dies a natural death, his nearest male relative takes a spear and wounds the corpse by the blow on the head, in order that the man may be received with honour in the other world as one who has died in battle. The heathen Norsemen believed that only those who fell fighting were received by Odin in Valhalla. Hence it appears to have been customary to wound the dying with a spear in order to secure their admission to the happy land. The custom may have been a mitigation of a still older practice of slaughtering the sick. We know from Procopius that among the Heruli, a Teutonic tribe, the sick and old were regularly slain at their own request and then burned on a pyre. The Wends used to kill their aged parents and other kinsfolk, Having killed them, they boiled and ate their bodies, and the old folks preferred to die thus rather than to drag out a weary life of weakness and decrepitude. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Golden Bough, Part 3. The Dying God by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 2, Part 2. Kings killed when their strength fails. Divine kings put to death, the Chitomi of Congo. But it is with the death of the god-man, the divine king or priest, that we are here especially concerned. The mystic kings of fire and water in Cambodia are not allowed to die a natural death. Hence, when one of them is seriously ill, and the elders think that he cannot recover, they stab him to death. The people of Congo believed, as we have seen, that if their pontiff, the Chitomi, were to die a natural death, the world would perish, and the earth, which he alone sustained by his power and merit, would immediately be annihilated. Accordingly, when he fell ill and seemed likely to die, the man who was destined to be his successor entered the pontiff's house with a rope or a club and strangled or clubbed him to death. A fuller account of this custom is given by an old Italian writer as follows. Let us pass to the death of the magicians, who often die a violent death, and that for the most part voluntarily. I shall speak only of the head of this crew, from whom his followers take example. He is called Ganga Chitome, being reputed god of the earth. The first fruits of all the crops are offered to him, as his due, because they are thought to be produced by his power, and not by nature at the bidding of the Most High God. This power he boasts he can impart to others, when and to whom he pleases. He asserts that his body cannot die a natural death, and therefore, when he knows he is near the end of his days, whether it is brought about by sickness or age, or whether he is deluded by the demon, he calls one of his disciples to whom he wishes to communicate his power, in order that he may succeed him. And having made him tie a noose to his neck, he commands him to strangle him, or to knock him on the head with a great cudgel and kill him. His disciple obeys and sends him a martyr to the devil, to suffer torments with Lucifer in the flames forever. This tragedy is enacted in public, in order that his successor may be manifested, who have the power of fertilizing the earth, the power having been imparted to him by the deceased. Otherwise, so they say, the earth would remain barren, and the world would perish. O too great foolishness and palpable blindness of the Gentiles, to enlighten the eyes of whose mind there would need to be the very hand of Christ, whereby he opened the bodily eyes of him that had been born blind. I know that in my time one of these magicians was cast into the sea, another into a river, a mother put to death with her son, and many more seized by our orders and banished. Ethiopian Kings of Meroe. The Ethiopian kings of Meroe were worshipped as gods, but whenever the priests chose, they sent a messenger to the king, ordered him to die, and alleging an oracle of the gods as their authority for the command. This command the king always obeyed down to the reign of Ergomenes, a contemporary of Ptolemy II, king of Egypt. Having received a Greek education which emancipated him from the superstitions of his countrymen, Ergomenes ventured to disregard the command of the priests and enter the golden temple with a body of soldiers, put the priests to the sword. Kings of Vasokul on the Blue Nile. Customs of the same sort appear to have prevailed in this region down to modern times. Thus we are told that in Vasokul, a district in the valley of the Blue Nile, to the west of Abyssinia, it was customary as late as the middle of the 19th century to hang a king who was no longer beloved. His relatives and ministers assembled round him and announced that, as he no longer pleased the men, the women, the asses, the oxen, and the fowls of the country, it was better he should die. Once on a time when a king was unwilling to take the hint, his own wife and mother urged him so strongly not to disgrace himself by disregarding the custom that he submitted to his fate and was strung up in the usual way. In some tribes of Vasokul, the king had to administer justice daily under a certain tree. If from sickness or any other cause he was unable to discharge this duty for 3 whole days, he was hanged on the tree in a noose, which contained 2 razors so arranged that when the noose was drawn tight by the weight of the king's body, they cut his throat. At Frazer, an annual festival which partook of the nature of a Saturnalia, was preceded by a formal trial of the king in front of his house. The judges were the chief men of the country. The king sat on his royal stool during the trial, surrounded by armed men who were ready to carry out a sentence of death. A little way off, a jackal and a dog were tied to a post. The conduct of the king during his year of office was discussed, complaints were heard, and if the verdict was unfavourable, the king was executed and his successor chosen from among the members of his family. But if the monarch was acquitted, the people at once paid their homage to him afresh, and the dog or the jackal was killed in his stead. This custom lasted down to the year 1837 or 1838, when King Yasin was thus condemned and executed. His nephew Asusa was compelled under threats of death to succeed him in the office. Afterwards, it would seem that the death of the dog was regularly accepted as a substitute for the death of the king. At least this may be inferred from a later account of the Fazogul practice, which runs thus. The meaning of another of their customs is quite obscure. At a certain time of the year, they have a kind of carnival, where everyone does what he likes best. 4 ministers of the king then bear him on an ankareb out of his house to an open space of ground. The dog is fastened by a long cord to one of the feet of the ankareb. The whole population collects round the place, streaming in on every side. They then throw darts and stones at the dog till he is killed, at which the king is again borne into his house. Shiluk custom of putting divine kings to death. A custom of putting their divine kings to death at the first symptoms of infirmity or old age prevailed until lately. If indeed, it is even now extinct and not merely dormant among the Shiluk of the White Nile, and in recent years it has been carefully investigated by Dr. C.G. Seligman, to whose researches I am indebted for the following detailed information on the subject. The Shiluk are a tribe or nation who inhabit the long narrow fringe of territory on the western bank of the White Nile from Kaka to the north to Lake No in the south, as well as a strip on the eastern bank of the river which stretches from Fashoda to Tawfikia and for some 35 miles to the Solbat River. The country of the Shiluk is almost entirely in grass. Hence, the principal wealth of the people consists in their flocks and herds. But they also grow a considerable quantity of the species of millet which is known as dura. But though the Shiluk are mainly a pastoral people, they are not nomadic, but live in many settled villages. The tribe at present numbers about 40,000 souls and is governed by a single king, Ret, whose residence is at Fashoda. His subjects take great care of him and hold him in much honour. In the old days his word was law, and he was not suffered to go forth to battle. At the present day he still keeps up considerable state and exercises much authority. His decisions on all matters brought before him are readily obeyed, and he never moves without a bodyguard of from 12 to 20 men. The Shiluk kings supposed to be reincarnations of Nayakang, the semi-divine founder of the dynasty. The reverence which the Shiluk pay to their king appears to arise chiefly from the conviction that he is a reincarnation of the spirit of Nayakang, the semi-divine hero who founded the dynasty and settled the tribe in their present territory, to which he is variously said to have conducted them either from the west or from the south. Tradition has preserved the pedigree of the kings from Nayakang to the present day. The number of kings recorded between Nayakang and the father of the reigning monarch is 20, distributed over 12 generations, but Dr. Seligman is of opinion that many more must have reigned, and that the genealogy of the first 6 or 7 kings as given to him has been much abbreviated. There seems to be no reason to doubt the historical character of all of them. Their myths have gathered like clouds round the persons of Nayakang and his immediate successors. The Shiluk about Kodok, Fashoda, think of Nayakang as having been a man in appearance and physical qualities, though unlike his royal descendants of more recent times, he did not die but simply disappeared. His holiness is manifested especially by his relation to the great god of the Shiluk, who created man and is responsible for the order of nature. Juruk is formless and visible, and like the air he is everywhere at once. He is far above Nayakang and men alike. but he is not worshipped directly, and it is only through the intercession of Naya Kang, whose favour the Shilluk secure by means of sacrifices, that Jill can be induced to send the needed rain for the cattle and the crops. In his character of rain giver, Naya Kang is a great benefactor of the Shilluk. Their country, baked by the burning heat of the tropical sun, depends entirely for its fertility on the waters of heaven, for the people do not resort to artificial irrigation. When the rain falls, then the grass sprouts, the millet grows, the cattle thrive, and the people have food to eat. Drought brings famine and death in its train. Naya Kang is said not only to have brought the Shilluk into their present land, but to have made them into a nation of warriors, divided the country among them, regulated marriage, and made the laws. The religion of the Shilluk at the present time consists mainly of the worship paid to this semi-divine hero, the traditionary ancestor of their kings. There seems to be no reason to doubt that the traditions concerning him are substantially correct. In all probability he was simply a man whom the superstition of his fellows, in his own and subsequent ages, has raised to the rank of deity. The Shrines of Naya Kang. No less than 10 shrines are dedicated to his worship. The 3 most famous are at Fashoda, Hakurwa, and Fenakang. They consist of 1 or more huts enclosed by a fence. Generally, there are several huts within the enclosure, 1 or more of them being occupied by the guardians of the shrine. These guardians are old men who not only keep the hallowed spot scrupulously clean, but also act as priests, killing the sacrificial victims which are brought to the shrine, shaving their flesh, and taking the skins for themselves. All the shrines of Naya Kang are called graves of Naya Kang, Kengo Naya Kang, though it is well known that nobody is buried there. Sacred spears are kept in all of them and are used to slaughter the victims offered in sacrifice at the shrines. The originals of these spears are said to have belonged to Naya Kang, his companions, but they have disappeared and been replaced by others. Annual rain-making ceremony performed at the shrines of Naya Kang. 2 great ceremonies are annually performed at the shrines of Naya Kang. One of them is intended to ensure the fall of rain, the other is celebrated at harvest. At the rain-making ceremony, which is held before the rains at the beginning of the month Elabor, a bullock is slain with a sacred spear before the door of the shrine, while the king stands by praying in a loud voice to Naya Kang to send down the refreshing showers on the thirsty land. As much of the blood of the victim as possible is collected in a gourd and thrown into the river, perhaps as a rain charm. This intention of the sacrifice comes out more plainly in a form of the ritual which is said to be observed at Ashop. There the sacrificial bullock is speared high up in the flank, so that the wound is not immediately fatal. Then the wounded animal is allowed, and indeed encouraged, to walk to and from the river before it sinks down and dies. In the blood that streams from its sides, on the ground, the people may see a symbol of the looked-for rain. Care is taken not to break the bones of the animal, and they, like the blood, are thrown into the river. At the annual rain-making ceremony, a cow is also dedicated to Naya Kang. It is not killed, but added to the sacred herd of the shrine. Harvest ceremony at the shrines of Naya Kang. The other great animal ceremony observed at the shrines of Naya Kang falls at harvest. When the millet has been reaped, everyone brings a portion of the grain to a shrine of Naya Kang, where it is ground into flour, which is made into porridge with water fetched from the river. Then some of the porridge is poured out onto the threshold of the hut, which the spirit of Naya Kang is supposed to inhabit. Some of it is smeared on the outer walls of the building, and some of it is emptied out onto the ground outside. Even before harvest, it is customary to bring some of the ripening grain from the fields and to thrust it into the thatch of the huts in the shrines, no doubt in order to secure the blessing of Naya Kang on the crops. Sacrifices are also offered at these shrines for the benefit of sick people. A sufferer will bring or send a sheep to the nearest sanctuary, where the guardians will slaughter the animal with a sacred spear and pray for the patient's recovery. Shilluk kings put to death when they show signs of ill health or failing strength. It is a fundamental article of the Shilluk Creed that the spirit of the divine or semi-divine, Naya Kang, is incarnate in the reigning king, who is accordingly himself invested to some extent with the character of a divinity. But while the Shilluk hold their kings in high, indeed religious reverence, and take every precaution against their accidental death, nevertheless they cherish the conviction that the king must not be allowed to become ill or senile, lest with his diminishing vigour the cattle should sicken and fail to bear their increase. The crops should rot in the fields, and man, stricken with the disease, should die in ever-increasing numbers. To prevent these calamities, it used to be the regular custom with the Shilluk to put the king to death whenever he showed signs of ill health or failing strength. One of the fatal symptoms of decay was taken to be an incapacity to satisfy the sexual passions of his wives, of whom he has very many, distributed in a large number of houses at Fashoda. When this ominous weakness manifested itself, the wives reported to the chiefs, who are probably said to have intimated to the king his doom by spreading a white cloth over his face and eyes as he lay slumbering in the heat of the sultry afternoon. Execution soon followed the sentence of death. A hut was specially built for the occasion. The king was led into it, and laid down with his head resting on the lap of a nubile virgin. The door of the hut was then walled up, and the couple were left without food, water, or fire, to die of hunger and suffocation. This was the old custom, but it was abolished some 5 generations ago on account of the excessive sufferings of one of the kings who perished in this way. He survived his companion for some days, and in the interval was so distressed by the stench of her putrefying body that he shouted to the people, whom he could hear moving outside, never again to let a king die in this prolonged and exquisite agony. After a time his cries died away into silence. Death had released him from his sufferings, but since then the Shilluk have adopted a quicker and more merciful mode of executing their kings. What the exact form of execution has been in later times, Dr. Seligman found it very difficult to ascertain. Though it was regarded to the fact of the execution, he tells us that there is not the least doubt. It is said that the chiefs announced his fate to the king, and that afterwards he is strangled on a hut which had been specially built for the occasion. Shilluk kings formerly liable to be attacked and killed at any time by rival claimants to the throne. From Dr. Seligman's inquiries, it appears that not only was the Shilluk king liable to be killed with due ceremony at the first symptoms of incipient decay, but even while he was yet in the prime of health and strength, he might be attacked at any time by a rival and have to defend his crown in a combat to the death. According to the common Shilluk tradition, any son of a king had the right thus to fight the king in possession and, if he succeeded in killing him, to reign in his stead. As every king had a large harem and many sons, the number of possible candidates for the throne at any time may well have been not inconsiderable, and the reigning monarch must have carried his life in his hand. But the attack on him could only take place with any prospect of success at night, for during the day the king surrounded himself with his friends and bodyguards, and an aspirant to the throne could hardly hope to cut his way through them and strike home. It was otherwise at night, for then the guards were dismissed and the king was alone in his enclosure with his favourite wives, and there was no man near to defend him except a few herdsmen whose huts stood a little way off. The hours of darkness were therefore the season of peril for the king. It is said that he used to pass them in constant watchfulness, prowling round his huts fully armed, peering into the blackest shadows, or himself standing silent and alert, like a sentinel on duty, in some dark corner. When at last his rival appeared, the fight would take place in grim silence, broken only by the clash of spears and shields, for it was a point of honour with the king not to call the herdsmen to his assistance. When the king did not perish in single combat, but was put to death on the approach of sickness or old age, it became necessary to find a successor for him. Apparently the successor was chosen by the most powerful chiefs from among the princes, Niret, the sons either of the late king or of one of his predecessors. Details as to the mode of election are lacking. So far as Dr. Seligman could ascertain, the king's elect showed no reluctance to accept the fatal sovereignty. Indeed, he was told a story of a man who clamoured to be made king for only one day, saying that he was perfectly ready to be killed after that. The age at which the king was killed would seem to have commonly been between 40 and 50. To the improvident, the unimaginative savage, the prospect of being put to death at the end of a set time, whether long or short, has probably few terrors, and if it has any, we may suspect that they are altogether outweighed in his mind by the opportunities for immediate enjoyment of all kinds which a kingdom affords to his unbridled appetites and passions. Ceremonies at the Ascension of a Shilluk King. An important part of the solemnities attending the ascension of a Shilluk King appears to be intended to convey to the new monarch the divine spirit of Nayakang, which has been transmitted from the founder of the dynasty to all his successors on the throne. For this purpose, a sacred four-legged stool and a mysterious object which bears the name of Nayakang himself are brought with much solemnity from the shrine of Nayakang at Akurwa to the small village of Quam, near Fashoda, where the king-elect and the chiefs await their arrival. The king called Nayakang is said to be of cylindrical shape, some 2 or 3 feet long by 6 inches broad. The chief of Akurwa informed Dr. Seligman that the object in question is a rude wooden figure of a man, which was fashioned long ago at the command of Nayakang in person. We may suppose that it represents the divine king himself, and that it is, or was formerly supposed to house his spirit, though the chief of Akurwa denied to Dr. Seligman that it does so now. Be that as it may, the object plays a prominent part at the installation of a new king. When the men of Akurwa arrive at Quam with their sacred stool and the image of Nayakang, as we may call it, they engage in a sham fight with the men who are waiting for them with the king-elect. The weapons used on both sides are simple stalks of millet. Being victorious in the mock combat, the men of Akurwa escort the king to Fashoda, and some of them enter the shrine of Nayakang with the stool. After a short time they bring the stool forth again and set it on the ground outside of the sacred enclosure. Then the image of Nayakang is placed on the stool. The king-elect holds one leg of the stool, and an important chief holds another. The king is surrounded by a crowd of princes and nobles, and near him stand 2 of his paternal aunts and 2 of his sisters. After that a bullock is killed and its flesh eaten by the men of certain families called Ororo, who are said to be descended from the 3rd of the Shilluk kings. Then the Akurwa men carry the image of Nayakang into the shrine, and the Ororo men place the king-elect on the sacred stool, where he remains seated for some time, apparently till sunset. When he rises, the Akurwa men carry the stool back into the shrine, and the king is escorted to 3 new huts, where he stays in seclusion for 3 days. On the 4th night he is conducted quietly, almost stealthily, to his royal residence at Fashoda, and next day he shows himself publicly to his subjects. The 3 new huts in which he spent his days of his seclusion are then brought up and their fragments cast into the river. The installation of a new king generally takes place about the middle of the dry season, and it is said that the men of Akurwa tarry at Fashoda with the image of Nayakang till about the beginning of the rains. Before they leave Fashoda, they sacrifice a bullock, and every wadi or bed of a stream that they cross they kill a sheep. Worship of the dead Shilluk kings. Like Nayakang himself, their founder, each of the Shilluk kings after death is worshipped at a shrine, which is erected over his grave, and the grave of a king is always in the village where he was born. The tomb shrine of a king resembles the shrine of Nayakang, consisting of a few huts enclosed by a fence. One of the huts is built over the king's grave. The others are occupied by the guardians of the shrine. Indeed, the shrines of Nayakang and the shrines of the kings are scarcely to be distinguished from each other, and the religious rituals observed at all of them are identical in form and vary only in matters of detail, the variations being due apparently to the far greater sanctity attributed to the shrines of Nayakang. The grave shrines of the kings are tended by certain old men or women, who correspond to the guardians of the shrines of Nayakang. They are usually widows or old men servants of the deceased king, and when they die, they are succeeded in their office by their descendants. Moreover, cattle are dedicated to the grave shrines of the kings, and sacrifices are offered at them just as at the shrines of Nayakang. Thus, when the millet crop threatens to fail or a murrain to break out across the cattle, either Nayakang himself or one of his successors on the throne will appear to somebody in a dream and demand a sacrifice. The dream is reported to the king, who therefore at once sends a cow and a bullock to one or more of the shrines of Nayakang, if it was he who appeared in the vision, or to the grave shrine of the particular king whom the dreamer saw in his dream. The bullock is then sacrificed and the cow added to the sacred herd belonging to the shrine. Further, the harvest ceremony, which is performed at the shrines of Nayakang is usually, though not necessarily, performed also at the grave shrines of the kings, and lastly, sick folk send animals to be sacrificed as offerings on their behalf at the shrines of the kings, just as they send them to the shrines of Nayakang. Sick people and others supposed to be possessed by the spirits of the dead, Shilluk kings. Sick people have, indeed, a special reason for sacrificing to the spirits of the dead kings in the hope of recovery, inasmuch as one of the commonest causes of sickness, according to the Shilluk, is the entrance of one of these royal spirits into the body of the sufferer, whose first care, therefore, is to rid himself as quickly as possible of his august but unwelcome guest. Apparently, however, it is only the souls of the early kings who manifest themselves in this disagreeable fashion. Dr. Seligman met with a woman, for example, who had been ill and who attributed her illness to the spirit of Dag, the second of the Shilluk kings, which had taken possession of her body. But a sacrifice of 2 sheep had induced the spirit to quit her, and she wore anklets of beads with pieces of the ears of the sheep strung on them, which she thought would effectually guard her against the danger of being again possessed by the soul of the dead king. Nor is it only in sickness that the souls of dead kings are thought to take possession of the bodies of the living. Certain men and women who bear the name of Adjuago are believed to be permanently possessed by the spirit of one or other of the early kings, and in virtue of this inspiration they profess to heal the sick and do a brisk trade in amulets. The first symptom of possession may take the form of illness or of a dream from which the sleeper awakes trembling and agitated. A long and complicated ceremony follows to abate the extreme force of the spiritual manifestation of the new medium, for were these to continue in their first intensity, he would not dare to approach his women. But whichever of the dead kings may manifest himself to the living, whether in dreams or in the form of bodily possession, his spirit is deemed, at least by many of the Shilluk, to be identical with that of Nayakang. They do not clearly distinguish, if indeed they distinguish at all, between the divine spirit of the founder of the dynasty and the latter manifestations in all his royal successors. The principal element in the religion of the Shilluk is the worship of their kings. In general, the principal element in the religion of the Shilluk would seem to be the worship which they pay to their sacred or divine kings, whether dead or alive. These are believed to be animated by a single divine spirit which has been transmitted from the semi-mythical, but probably into substance, historical, founder of the dynasty through all his successors to the present day. Yet the divine spirit, as Dr. Seligman justly observes, is clearly not just of as congenital in the members of the royal house. It is only conveyed to each king on his ascension by means of the mysterious object called Nayakang, in which, as Dr. Seligman with great probability conjectures, the Holy Spirit of Nayakang may be supposed to reside. The kings put to death in order to preserve the divine spirit from natural decay, which would sympathetically affect the crops, the cattle, and mankind. Hence, regarding their kings as incarnate divinities on whom the welfare of men, of cattle, and of the corn implicitly depends, the Shilluk naturally pay them the greatest respect and take every care of them. And however strange it may seem to us, their custom of putting the divine king to death as soon as he shows sign of ill health or failing strength springs directly from their profound veneration for him and from their anxiety to preserve him, or rather the divine spirit by which he is animated, in the most perfect state of efficiency. Nay, we may go further and say that their practice of regicide is the best proof they can give of the high regard in which they hold their kings. For they believe, as we have seen, that the king's life or spirit is so sympathetically bound up with the prosperity of the whole country, that if he fell ill or grew senile, the cattle would sicken and cease to multiply, the crops would rot in the fields, and men would perish of widespread disease. Hence, in their opinion, the only way of averting these calamities is to put the king to death while he is still hale and hearty, in order that the divine spirit which he has inherited from his predecessors may be transmitted in turn by him to his successor, while it is still in full vigour and has not yet been impaired by the weakness of disease and old age. In this connection, a particular symptom which is commonly said to seal the king's death warrant is highly significant, when he can no longer satisfy the passions of his numerous wives. In other words, when he has ceased, whether partially or wholly, to be able to reproduce his kind, it is time for him to die and to make room for a more vigorous successor. Taken along with the other reasons which are alleged for putting the king to death, this only suggests that the fertility of men, of cattle, and of the crops is believed to depend sympathetically on the generative power of the king, so that the complete failure of that power in him would involve a corresponding failure in men, animals, and plants, and would therefore entail, at no distant date, the entire extinction of all life, whether human, animal, or vegetable. No wonder that with such a danger before their eyes, the Shilluk should be most careful not to let the king die what we should call a natural death of sickness or old age. It is characteristic of their attitude towards the death of the king that they refrain from speaking of it as death. They do not say that a king has died, but simply that he has gone away, like his divine ancestors Neukang and Dag, the two first kings of the dynasty, both of whom are reported not to have died, but to have disappeared. The similar legends of the mysterious disappearance of early kings in other lands, for example at Rome and in Uganda, may well point to a similar custom of putting them to death for the purpose of preserving their life. Parallel between the Shilluk kings and the king of the Wood and Nemai. On the whole, the theory and practice of the divine kings of the Shilluk correspond very nearly to the theory and practice of the priests of Nemai, the kings of the Wood, if in my view the latter is correct. In both we see a series of divine kings, on whose life the fertility of men, of cattle, and of vegetation is believed to depend, and who are put to death, whether in single combat or otherwise, in order that the divine spirit may be transmitted to their successors in full vigour, uncontaminated by the weakness and decay of sickness or old age, because any such degeneration on the part of the king would, in the opinion of his worshippers, entail a corresponding degeneration on mankind, on cattle, and on crops. Some points in this explanation of the custom of putting divine kings to death, particularly the method of transmitting their divine souls to their successors, will be dealt with more fully in the sequel. Meantime we pass to other examples of the general practice. The Dinka of the Upper Nile. The Dinka are a congeries of independent tribes in the valley of the White Nile, whose territory, lying mostly on the eastern bank of the river and stretching from the 6th to the 12th degree of north latitude, has been estimated to comprise between 60 and 70,000 square miles. They are tall, long-legged people, rather slender than fat, with curly hair and a complexion of the deepest black. Though ill-fed, they are strong and healthy, and in general reach a great age. The nation embraces a number of independent tribes, and each tribe is mainly composed of the owners of cattle, for the Dinka are essentially a pastoral people, passionately devoted to the care of their numerous herds of oxen, though they also keep sheep and goats, and the women cultivate small quantities of millet, durra, and sesame. The tribes have no political union. Each village forms a separate community, pasturing its herds together in the same grassland. With the change of the seasons, the people migrate with their flocks and herds to and from the banks of the Nile. In summer, when the plains near the great river are converted into swamps and covered with clouds and mosquitoes, the herdsmen and their families drive their beasts to the higher land of the interior, where the animals find firm ground, abundant fodder, and pools of water which to slake their thirst in the fever of the noonday heat. Here in the clearings of the forest, the community takes up its abode, each family dwelling by itself in one or more conical huts enclosed by a strong fence of stakes and thorn bushes. It is in the patches of open ground about these dwellings that the women grow their scanty crops of millet and sesame. The mode of tillage is rude. The stumps of the trees which have been felled are left standing to a height of several feet. The ground is hacked by the help of a tool between a hoe and a spade, and the weeds are uprooted with the hand. Such as it is, the crop is exposed to the ravages of apes and elephants by night and of birds by day. The hungry blacks do not always wait till the corn is ripe, but eat much of it while the ears are still green. The cattle are kept in separate parks, murras, away from the villages. It is in the season of the summer rains that the Dinka are most happy and prosperous. Then the cattle find sweet grass, plentiful water, coolness and shade in the forest, and the people subsist in comfort on the milk of their flocks and herds, supplementing it with the millet which they reap and the wild fruits which they gather in the forest. Then they brew a native beer. Then they marry and dance by night under the bright moon of the serene tropical sky. But in autumn, a great change passes over the life of the community. When October has come, the rains are over, The grass of the pasture is eaten down or withered. The pools are dry. Thirst compels the whole village, with its lowing herds and bleating flocks, to migrate to the neighborhood of the river. Now begins a time of privation and suffering. There is no grass for the cattle, save in some marshy spots, where the herdsman must fight his rivals in order to win a meagre supply of fodder for his starving beasts. There is no milk for the people, no fruits on the trees, except a bitter sort of acorns, from which a miserable flour is ground to stay the pangs of hunger. The lean and famished natives are driven to fish in the river for the tubers of water lilies, to grub them in the earth for roots, to boil the leaves of trees, and last resource to drink the blood drawn from the necks of the wretched cattle. The gaunt appearance of the people at this season fills the beholder with horror. The herds are decimated by famine, but even more beasts perish by dysentery and other diseases when the first rain causes the fresh grass to sprout. Denegdit, the supreme being of the Dinka. It is no wonder that the rain, on which the Dinka are so manifestly dependent for their subsistence, should play a great part in their religion and superstition. They worship a supreme being whose name of Denegdit means literally great rain. It was he who created the world and established the present order of things, and it is he who sends down the rain from the rain place, its home in the upper regions of the air. Totemism of the Dinka. But according to the Nile Dinka, this great being was once incarnate in human form. Born of a woman who descended from the sky, he became the ancestor of a clan which has the rain for its totem. For the recent researches of Dr. C.G. Seligman have proved that every Dinka tribe is divided into a number of clans, each of which reveres as its totem a species of animals or plants or other natural objects such as rain or fire. Animal totems seem to be the commonest. Among them are the lion, the elephant, the crocodile, the hippopotamus, the fox, the hyena, and a species of small birds called a milwer, clouds of which infest the cornfields and do great damage to the crops. Each clan speaks of its totemic animal or plant as its ancestor and refrains from injuring and eating it. Men of the crocodile clan, for example, call themselves brothers of the crocodile, and will neither kill nor eat the animal. Indeed, they would not even eat out of any vessel which has held crocodile flesh. And as they do not injure crocodiles, so they imagine that their crocodile kinsfolk will not injure them. Hence men of this clan swim freely in the river, even by night, without fear of being attacked by the dangerous reptiles. And when the totem is a carnivorous animal, members of the clan may propagate it by killing sheep and throwing out the flesh to be devoured by their animal brethren, either on the outskirts of the village or in the river. Members of the small bird, Amur clan perform ceremonies to prevent the birds from injuring the crops. The relationship between a clan and its animal ancestor or totem is commonly explained by a legend that in the beginning an ancestress gave birth to twins, one of whom was a totemic animal and the other the human ancestor. Like most totemic clans, the clan of the Dinka are exogamous, that is, no man may marry a woman of his own clan. The descent of the clans is in the paternal line. In other words, every man and woman belongs to his or her father's clan, not to that of his or her mother. But the reigning clan of the Nile Dinka has for its ancestor, as we have seen, the supreme god himself, who deigned to be born of a woman, and who lived for a long time among men, ruling over them till at last he grew very old and disappeared appropriately, like Romulus, in a great storm of rain. Shrines erected in his honour appear to be scattered all over the Dinka country, and offerings are made at them. Rainmakers among the Dinka. Perhaps without being unduly rash, we may conjecture that the great god of the Dinka, who gives them the rain, was indeed what tradition represents him as having been, a man among men, in fact a human rainmaker, whom at his death the supposition of his fellows promoted to the rank of a deity above the clouds. Be that as it may, the human rainmaker, Bane, is a very important personage among the Dinka to this day. Indeed, the men in authority whom travellers dub chiefs or Sikhs are in fact the actual potential rainmakers of the tribal community. Each of them is believed to be animated by the spirit of a great rainmaker, which has come down to him through a succession of rainmakers, and in virtue of this inspiration, a successful rainmaker enjoys very great power, has consulted on all important matters. For example, in the Bough tribe of Dinka, at the present time, there is an old but active rainmaker named Bough, who is reputed to have immanent in him a great and powerful spirit called Lerpio, and by reason of this reputation he exercises immense influence over all the Dinka of the Boer and Tain tribes. While the mighty spirit Lerpio is supposed to be embodied in the Rainmaker, it is also thought to inhabit a certain hut which serves as a shrine. In front of the hut stands a post to which are fastened the horns of many bullocks that have been sacrificed to Lerpio. In the hut is kept a very sacred spear, which bears the name of Lerpio and said to have fallen from heaven 6 generations ago. As fallen stars are also called Lerpio, we may suspect that an intimate connection is supposed to exist between meteorites and the spirit which animates the Rainmaker. Nor would such a connection seem unnatural on the savage who observes that meteorites and rain alike descend from the sky. In spring, about the month of April, when the new moon is a few days old, a sacrifice of bullocks is offered to Lerpio for the purpose of inducing him to move Dengadit, the great heavenly Rainmaker, to send down rain on the parched and thirsty earth. 2 bullocks are led twice round the shrine and afterwards tied by the Rainmaker to the post in front of it. Then the drums beat and the people, old and young, men and women, dance around the shrine and sing, while the beasts are being sacrificed. Lerpio, our ancestor, we have brought you a sacrifice. Be pleased to cause rain to fall. The blood of the bullocks is collected in a gourd, boiled in a pot on the fire, and eaten by the old and important people of the clan. The horns of the animals are attached to the post in front of the shrine. Dinka Rainmaker is not allowed to die a natural death. In spite, or rather in virtue, of the high honour in which he is held, no Dinka Rainmaker is allowed to die a natural death of sickness or old age, for the Dinka believe that if such an untoward event were to happen, the tribe would suffer from disease and famine, and the herds would not yield their increase. So when a Rainmaker feels that he is growing old and infirm, he tells his children that he wishes to die. Among the Yagar Dinka, a large grave is dug, and the Rainmaker lies down in it on his side, with his head resting on a skin. He is surrounded by his friends and relatives, including his younger children, but his older children are not allowed to approach the grave, lest in their grief and despair they should do themselves a bodily injury. For many hours, generally for more than a day, the Rainmaker lies without eating or drinking. From time to time he speaks to the people, recalling the past history of the tribe, reminding them how he has ruled and advised them and instructed them how they are to act in the future. Then, when he has concluded his admonition, he tells them that it is finished and bids them cover him up. So the earth is thrown down on him as he lies in the grave, and he soon dies of suffocation. Such, with minor variations, appears to be the regular end of the honourable career of a Rainmaker in all the Dinka tribes. The Koradar Dinka told Dr. Seligman that when they have dug the grave for their Rainmaker, they strangle him in his house. The father and maternal uncle of one of Dr. Seligman's informants had both been Rainmakers, and both had been killed in the most regular and orthodox fashion. Even if a Rainmaker is quite young, he will be put to death should he seem likely to perish of disease. Further, every precaution is taken to prevent a Rainmaker from dying an accidental death, for such an end, though not nearly as serious as a matter of death from illness or old age, would be sure to entail sickness on the tribe. As soon as a Rainmaker is killed, his valuable spirit is supposed to pass to a suitable successor, whether a son or other near blood relation. Kings put to death in Anyoro and other parts of Africa. In the Central African kingdom of Anyoro, down to recent years, custom required that as soon as the king fell seriously ill or began to break up from age, he should die by his own hand. For, according to an old prophecy, the throne would pass away from the dynasty if ever the king were to die a natural death. He killed himself by draining a poisoned cup. If he faltered or were too ill to ask for the cup, it was his wife's duty to administer the poison. When the king of Kibanga, on the Upper Congo, seems near his end, the sorcerers put a rope round his neck, which they draw gradually tighter till he dies. If the king of Jingero happens to be wounded in war, he is put to death by his comrades, or if they fail to kill him, by his kinsfolk, however hard he may beg for mercy. They say they do it, that he may not die by the hands of his enemies. The Jukos are a heathen tribe of the Benue River, a great tributary of the Niger. In their country, the town of Gatsri is ruled by a king who is elected by the big men of the town as follows. When, in the opinion of the big men, the king has reigned long enough, they give out that the king is sick, a formula understood by all to mean that they are going to kill him, though the intention is never put more plainly. They then decide who is to be the next king. How long he is to reign is settled by the influential men at a meeting. The question is put and answered by each man throwing on the ground a little piece of stick for each year he thinks the new king should rule. The king is then told, and a great feast prepared, at which the king gets drunk on guinea corn beer. After that he is speared, and the man who is chosen becomes king. Thus each Jugo king knows that he cannot have many more years to live, and that he is certain of his predecessor's fate. This, however, does not seem to frighten candidates. The same custom of king killing is said to prevail at Kwande and Ukari, as well as at Gatri. In the three Hosa kingdoms of Gobir, Katsina, and Daura, in northern Nigeria, as soon as a king showed signs of failing health or growing infirmity, an official bore the title of Killer of the Elephant, Kare Gewa, appeared and throttled him by holding his windpipe. The king-elect was afterwards conducted to the centre of the town, called Head of the Elephant, Kangiwa, where he was made to lie down on a bed. Then a black ox was slaughtered and its blood allowed to pour all over his body. Next the ox was flayed, and the remains of the dead king, which had been disemboweled and smoked for 7 days over a slow fire, were wrapped up in the hide and dragged along the ground to the place of burial, where they were interred in a circular pit. After his bath of ox blood, the new king had to remain for 7 days in his mother's house, undergoing ablutions daily. On the 8th day he was conducted in state to his palace. In the kingdom of Dura, the new monarch had moreover to step over the corpse of his predecessor. The Matiamvo of Angola. The Matiamvo is a great king or emperor in the interior of Angola. One of the inferior kings of the country, by name Chala, gave to a Portuguese exhibition the following account of the manner in which the Matiamvo comes by his end. "It has been customary," he said, "for our Matiamvos to die either in war or by a violent death. And the present Matiamvo must meet this last fate, as in consequence of his great exactions he has lived long enough. When we come to this understanding and decide that he should be killed, we invite him to make war with our enemies, on which occasion we all accompany him and his family into the war, where we lose some of our people. If he escapes unhurt, we return to the war again and fight for 3 or 4 days. We then suddenly abandon him and his family to their fate, leaving him in the enemy's hands. Seeing himself thus deserted, he causes his throne to be erected, and sitting down, calls his family round him. He then orders his mother to approach. She kneels at his feet. He first cuts off her head, then decapitates his sons in succession. Next his wives and relatives, and last of all his most beloved wife, called Anakalo. This slaughter being accomplished, the Matiamvo, dressed in all his pomp, awaits his own death, which immediately follows by an officer sent by the powerful neighbouring chiefs, Kanekwina and Kanika. This officer first cuts off his legs and arms at the joints, and lastly he cuts off his head, after which the head of the officer is struck off. All the potentates retire from the encampment in order not to witness his death. It is my duty to remain and witness his death, and to mark the place where his head and arms have been deposited by the 2 great chiefs, the enemies of their Matiamvo. They also take possession of all the property belonging to the deceased monarch and his family, which they convey to their own residence. I then provide for the funeral of the mutilated remains of the late Matiamvo, after which I retire to his capital and proclaim the new government. I then return to where the head, legs, and arms have been deposited, and for 40 slaves I ransom them, together with merchandise and other property belonging to the deceased, which I give up to the new Matiamvo, who has been proclaimed. This is what has happened to many Matiamvos, and what must happen to the present one. Zulu kings put to death on the approach of old age. It appears to have been a Zulu custom to put the king to death as soon as he began to have wrinkles or grey hairs. At least this seems implied in the following passage, written by one who resided for some time at the court of the notorious Zulu tyrant Chaka in the early part of the 19th century. The extraordinary violence of the king's rage with me was mainly occasioned by that absurd nostrum, the hair oil, with the notion of which Mr. Farwell had impressed him as being specific for removing all indications of age. From the first moment of his having heard that such a preparation was attainable, he evinced a solicitude to procure it, and on every occasion never forgot to remind us of his anxiety respecting it. More especially on our departure on the mission, his injunctions were particularly directed to this object. It will be seen that as one of the barbarous customs of the Zulus, in their choice or election of their kings, that he must neither have wrinkles nor grey hairs, as they are both distinguishing marks of disqualification for becoming a monarch of a warlike people. It is also equally indispensable that their king should never exhibit those proofs of having become unfit and incompetent to reign. It is therefore important that they should conceal these indications so long as they possibly can. Shaka had become greatly apprehensive of the approach of grey hairs, which would at once be the signal for him to prepare to make his exit from this sublunary world, it being always followed by the death of the monarch. The writer to whom we are indebted for this instructive anecdote of the hair oil admits to specify the mode on which the grey-haired and wrinkled Zulu chief used to make his elixir from this sublunary world. But on analogy, we may conjecture that he did so by the simple and perfectly sufficient process of being knocked on the head. Kings of Wales put to death on account of bodily blemishes. The custom of putting kings to death as soon as they suffered from any personal defect prevailed 2 centuries ago in the Catholic kingdom of Sofala, to the north of the present Zululand. We have seen that these kings of Sofala, each of whom bore the official name of Qativ, were regarded as gods by their people, being entreated to give rain or sunshine according as each might be wanted. Nevertheless, a slight bodily blemish, such as the loss of a tooth, was considered a sufficient cause for putting one of these godmen to death, as we learn from the following passage of an old Portuguese historian. It was formerly the custom of the kings of this land to commit suicide by taking poison when any disaster or natural physical defect fell upon them, such as impotence, infectious disease, the loss of their front teeth by which they were disfigured, or any other deformity or affliction. To put an end to such defects they killed themselves, saying that the king should be free from any blemish, and if not, it was better for his honour that he should die and seek another life where he would be made whole, for there everything was perfect. But the Qativ who reigned when I was in those parts would not imitate his predecessors in this, being discreet and dreaded as he was. For having lost a front tooth, he caused it to be proclaimed throughout the kingdom that all should be aware that he had lost a tooth, and should recognize him when they saw him without it. And if his predecessors killed themselves for such things, they were very foolish, and he would not do so. On the contrary, he would be very sorry when the time came for him to die a natural death, for his life was very necessary to preserve his kingdom and defend it from his enemies, and he recommended his successors to follow his example. The same historian tells us that near the kingdom of Qativ is another of which Sedanda is king, the laws and customs of which are very similar to those of Qativ, all these Kafirs being of the same nation, and these 2 kingdoms having formerly been one, as I shall relate hereafter. When I was in Sofala, it happened that King Sedanda was seized with severe and contagious leprosy, and seeing that his complaint was incurable, having named the prince who was to succeed him, he took poison and died, according to the custom of those kings when they are afflicted with any physical deformity. Kings required to be unblemished. The king of Sofala, who dared to survive the loss of his front tooth, was thus a bold reformer like Ergomenes, king of Ethiopia. We may conjecture that the ground for putting the Ethiopian kings to death was, as in the case of the Zulu and Sofala kings, the appearance on their person of any bodily defect or sign of decay, and that the oracle which the priests alleged as the authority for the royal execution was to the effect that great calamities would result from the reign of a king who had any blemish on his body, just as an oracle warns Sparta against a lame reign, that is the reign of a lame king. It is some confirmation of this conjecture that the kings of Ethiopia were chosen for their size, strength, and beauty long before the custom of killing them was abolished. To this day the Sultan of Wadai must have no obvious bodily defect, and the king of Angoni cannot be crowned if he has a single blemish, such as a broken or a filed tooth or the scar of an old wound. According to the Book of Akail and many other authorities, no king who was afflicted with a personal blemish might reign over Ireland at Tara. Hence, when the great king Cornac Mac Art lost one eye by an accident, he had at once abdicated. It is only natural, therefore, to suppose, especially with the other African examples before us, that any bodily defect or symptom of old age appearing on the person of the Ethiopian monarch was the signal for his execution. Courtiers required to imitate their sovereign. At a later time it is recorded that if the king of Ethiopia became maimed in any part of his body, all his courtiers had to suffer the same mutilation. By this rule may perhaps have been instituted at the time when the custom of killing the king for any personal defect was abolished, instead of compelling the king to die because, for example, he had lost a tooth. All his subjects would be obliged to lose a tooth, and thus the invidious superiority of the subjects over the king would be cancelled. A rule of this sort is still observed in the same region at the court of the sultans of Darfur. When the sultan coughs, everyone makes a sound tis by striking the tongue against the root of the upper teeth. When he sneezes, the whole assembly utters a sound like the cry of the checo. When he falls off his horse, all his followers must fall off likewise. If any one of them remain in the saddle, no matter how high his rank, he is laid on the ground and beaten. At the court of the king of Uganda, in Central Africa, when the king laughs, everyone laughs. When he sneezes, everyone sneezes. When he has a cold, everyone pretends to have a cold, and when he has his hair cut, so has everybody. At the court of Boni, in Celebes, is a rule that whatever the king does, all the courtiers must do. If he stands, they stand. If he sits, they sit. If he falls off his horse, they fall off their horses. If he bathes, they bathe. And passers-by must go into the water in the dress, good or bad, which they happen to have on. When the Emperor of China laughs, the mandarins in attendance laugh also. When he stops laughing, they stop. When he is sad, their countenances are chopfallen. You would say that their faces are on strings, and that the Emperor can touch the springs and set them in motion at pleasure. But to return to the death of the divine king. Many days' journey to the northeast of Abomi, the old capital of Dahomey, lies the kingdom of Ayo. The Ayos are governed by a king no less absolute than the king of Dahomey, yet subject to a regulation of state, at once humiliating and extraordinary. Kings of Ayo put to death. When the people have convinced an opinion of his ill government, which is sometimes insidiously infused into them by the artifice of his discontented ministers, they send a deputation to him with a present of parrots' eggs, as a mark of its authenticity, to represent to him that the burden of government must have so far fatigued him that they consider it full time for him to repose from his care and indulge himself with a little sleep. He thanks his subjects for their attention to his ease, retires to his own apartment as if to sleep, and there gives directions to his women to strangle him. This is immediately executed, and his son quietly ascends the throne upon the usual terms of holding the reins of government no longer than whilst he merits the approbation of the people. About the year 1774, a king of Ayo, whom his ministers attempted to remove in the customary manner, positively refused to accept the preferred parrots' eggs at their hands, telling them that he had no mind to take a nap, but on the contrary was resolved to watch for the benefit of his subjects. The ministers, surprised and indignant at his recalcitricity, raised a rebellion, but were defeated with great slaughter, and thus by his spirited conduct the king freed himself from the tyranny of his conciliators and established a now precedent for the guidance of his successors. However, the old custom seems to have revived and persisted until late in the 19th century, for a Catholic missionary writing in 1884 speaks of the practice if it was still in vogue. Another missionary writing in 1881 thus describes usage of the Egbes and the Yorubas of West Africa. Among the customs of the country, one of the most curious is unquestionably that of judging and punishing the king. Should he have earned the hatred of his people by exceeding his rights, one of his councillors, on whom the heavy duty is laid, requires of the prince that he shall go to sleep, which means simply to take poison and die. If his courage fails him at the supreme moment, a friend renders him this last service, and quietly without betraying the secret, they prepare the people for the news of the king's death. In Yoruba, the thing is managed a little differently. When a son is born to the king of Oyo, they make a model of the infant's right foot in clay and keep it in the house of the elders, Ogboni. If the king fails to observe the customs of the country, a messenger, without speaking a word, shows him his child's foot. The king knows what that means. He takes poison and goes to sleep. Voluntary death by fire of the old Prussian Kürweidel. The old Prussians acknowledged as their supreme lord a ruler who governed them in the name of the gods, and was known as God's mouth, Kürweidel. When he felt himself weak and ill, if he wished to leave a good name behind him, he had a great heap made of thorn bushes and straw, on which he mounted and delivered a long sermon to the people, exhorting them to serve the gods, and promising to go to the gods and speak for the people. Then he took some of the perpetual fire which burned in front of the holy oak tree, and lighting the pile with it, burned himself to death. Voluntary deaths by fire. We need not doubt the truth of this last tradition. Fanaticism, or the mere love of notoriety, has led men in other ages and other lands to court death in the flames. Peregrinus at Olympia. In antiquity, the mountebank Peregrinus, after bidding for fame in the various characters of a Christian martyr, a shameless cynic, and a rebel against Rome, ended his disreputable and vainglorious career by publicly burning himself at the Olympic festival in the presence of a crowd of admirers and scoffers, among whom was the satirist Lucian. Buddhist monks in China. Buddhist monks in China sometimes seek to attain nirvana by the same method, the flame of their religious zeal being fanned by a belief that the merit of their death reclouds to the good of the whole community, while the praises which are showered upon them in their lives, and the prospect of honours and worship which awaits them after death, serve as additional incentives to suicide. The beautiful mountains of Tiantai in the district of Taichao are, or were till lately, the scene of many such voluntary martyrdoms. The victims are monks who, weary of the vanities of earth, have withdrawn even from their monasteries and spent years alone in one or rather the hermitages which are scattered among the ravines and precipices of this wild and secluded region. Their fancy having been wrought and their resolution strung to the necessary pitch by a life of solitude and brooding contemplation, they announce their intention to fix the day of their departure from this world of shadows, always choosing for that purpose a festival which draws a crowd of worshippers and pilgrims to one of the many monasteries of the district. Advertisements of the approaching solemnity are posted throughout the country, and believers are invited to attend and assist with martyrs with their prayers. From 3 to 5 monks are said thus to commit themselves to the flames every year at Tiantai. They prepare by fasting and ablution for the last fiery trial of their faith. An upright chest containing a seat is placed in a brick furnace, and the space between the chest and the walls of the furnace is filled with fuel. The doomed man takes his seat in the chest. The door is shut on him and barred. Fire is applied to the combustibles and consumes a candidate for heaven. When all is over, the child remains raked together, worshipped, and reverently buried in a dagoba or shrine destined for the preservation and worship of the relics of saints. The victims, it is said, are not always voluntary. In remote districts, unscrupulous priests have been known to stupefy a clerical brother with drugs and then burn him publicly, an unwilling martyr, as a means of spreading the renown of the monastery and thereby attracting the alms of the faithful. On the 28th of January 1888, the Spiritual Hill Monastery, distant about a day's journey from the city of Wenchao, witnessed the voluntary death by fire of 2 monks who bore the euphonious names of Perceptive Intelligence and Effulgent Glamour. Before they entered the furnaces, the spectators prayed them to become, after death, the spiritual guardians of the neighbourhood, to protect it from all evil influences, and to grant luck in trade, fine seasons, plentiful harvests, and every other blessing. The martyrs complacently promised to comply with these requests, and were thereupon worshipped as living Buddhas, while a stream of gifts poured into the coffers of the monastery. Among the Eskimos of Bering Strait, a shaman has been known to burn himself alive in the expectation of returning to life with much stronger powers than he had possessed before. Religious suicides in Russia. But the suicides by fire of Chinese Buddhists and Eskimo sorcerers has been far surpassed by the frenzies of Christian fanaticism. In the 17th century, the internal troubles of their unhappy country, viewed in the dim light of prophecy, created a widespread belief among the Russian people that the end of the world was at hand and that the reign of Antichrist was about to begin. Belief in the approaching end of the world. We know from Scripture that the old serpent, which is the devil, has been or will be shut up under lock and key for 1,000 years, and the number of the beast is 666. A simple mathematical calculation based on these irrefragable data pointed to the year 1666 as the date when the final consummation of all things and the arrival of the beast in question might be confidently anticipated. When the year came and went, and still, to the general surprise, the animal failed to put in its appearance, the calculations were revised. It was discovered that an error had crept into them, and the world was respited for another 33 years. But though opinions differed as to the precise date of the catastrophe, the Pious were unanimous in their conviction of its proximity. Accordingly, some of them ceased to till their fields, abandoned their houses, and on certain nights of the year expected the sound of the last trump in coffins, which they took the precaution of closing, lest their senses, or what remained of them, should be overpowered by the awful vision of the judgment day. Epidemic of suicide. It would have been well if the delusion of their disordered intellects had stopped there. Unhappily, in many cases it went much further, and suicide, universal suicide, was preached by fervent missionaries as the only means to escape the snares of Antichrist and to pass from the sins and sorrows of this fleeting world to the eternal joys of heaven. Whole communities hailed with enthusiasm the gospel of death, and hastened to put its precepts in practice. An epidemic of suicide raged throughout northern and northeastern Russia. Suicide by starvation. At first, a favourite mode of death was by starvation. In the forest of Vetlugha, for example, an old man founded an establishment for the use of religious suicides. It was a building without doors and windows. The aspirants to heaven were lowered into it through a hole in the roof. The hatch was battered down on them, and men armed with clubs patrolled the outer walls to prevent the prisoners from escaping. Hundreds of persons thus died a lingering death. At first the sounds of devotion issued from the walls, but as time went on these were replaced by entreaties for food, prayers for mercy, and finally imprecations on the miscreant who had lured these misguided beings to destruction, and the parents who had brought them into the world to suffer such exquisite torments. Thus death by famine was attended by some obvious disadvantages. It was slow, it opened the door to repentance, it occasionally admitted of rescue. Suicide by fire. Accordingly, death by fire was preferred as surer and more expeditious. Priests, monks, and laymen scoured the villages and hamlets, preaching salvation by the flames, some of them decked in the spoils of their victims. For the motives of the preachers were often of the basest sort. They did not spare even the children, but seduced them by promise of the gay clothes, the apples, the nuts, the honey they would enjoy in heaven. Sometimes when the people hesitated, these infamous wretches decided the wavering minds of their dupes by a false report that the troops were coming to deliver them up to Antichrist, and so to rob them of a blissful eternity. Then men, women, and children rushed into the flames. Sometimes hundreds and even thousands thus perished together. An area was enclosed by barricades. Fuel was heaped up in it, the victims huddled together, fire set at the hole, and the sacrifice consummated. Any who in their agony sought to escape were driven or thrown back into the flames, sometimes by their own relations. These sinister fires generally blazed at night, reddening the sky till daybreak. In the morning nothing remained but charred bodies gnawed by prowling dogs, but the stench of burnt human flesh poisoned the air for days afterwards. A Jewish Messiah. As the Christians expected the arrival of the Antichrist in the year 1666, so the Jews cheerfully anticipated the long-delayed advent of their Messiah in the same fateful year. A Jew of Smyrna, by name Sabetzisevi, availed himself of this general expectation to pose as the Messiah in person. He was greeted with enthusiasm. Jews from many parts of Europe hastened to pay their homages and, what was still better, their money to the future deliverer of his country, who in return parcelled out among them, with the greatest liberality, estates in the Holy Land which did not belong to him. But the alternative of death by impalement or conversion to Mohammedanism, which the Sultan submitted to his consideration, induced him to revise his theological opinions, and on looking into the matter more closely, he discovered that his true mission in life was to preach the total abolition of the Jewish religion and the substitution for it of Islam. Section 4 of The Golden Bough, Part 3, The Dying God by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 2, Part 3. 3. Kings killed at the end of a fixed term. Kings put to death after a fixed term. In the cases hitherto described, the divine king or priest is suffered by his people to retain office until some outward defect, some visible symptom of failing health or advancing age, warns them that he is no longer equal to the discharge of his divine duties. But not until such symptoms have made their appearance is he put to death. Some peoples, however, appear to have thought it unsafe to wait for even the slightest symptom of decay, and have preferred to kill the king while he was still in the full vigour of life. Accordingly, they have fixed a term beyond which he might not reign, and at the close of which he must die, the term fixed upon being short enough to exclude the possibility of his degenerating physically in the interval. In some parts of southern India, the period fixed was 12 years. Thus, according to an old traveller in the province of Gwalior, about 20 leagues to the northeast of Cape Comorin, there is a Gentile house of prayer, in which there is an idol, which they hold in great account, and every 12 years they celebrate a great feast to it, whither all the Gentiles go as to a jubilee. This temple possesses many lands and much revenue. It is a very great affair. This province has a king over it, who has not more than 12 years to reign from jubilee to jubilee. His manner of living is in this wise, that is to say, when the 12 years are completed. On the day of this feast, there are assembled together innumerable people, and much money is spent in giving food to Brahmins. The king has a wooden scaffold made, spread over with silken hangings, and on that day he goes to bathe at a tank with great ceremonies and sound of music. After that he comes to the idol and prays to it, and mounts onto the scaffolding, and there before all the people he takes some very sharp knives, and begins to cut off his nose, and then his ears, and his lips, and all his members, and as much flesh off himself as he can. And he throws it away very hurriedly until so much of his blood is spilled that he begins to faint, and then he cuts his throat himself. And he performs this sacrifice to the idol, and whoever desires to reign other 12 years, in order to take this martyrdom for love of the idol, has to be present looking on at this, and from that place they raise him up as king. Custom of the Kings of Calicut. The King of Calicut, on the Malabar coast, bears the title of Samorian of Samori, which in the native language is said to mean God on earth. He pretends to be of a higher rank than the Brahmins, and to be inferior only to the invisible gods, a pretension that was acknowledged by his subjects, but which is held as absurd and abominable by the Brahmins, by whom he is only treated as a Sudra. Formerly, the Samorian had to cut his throat in public at the end of a 12 years' reign, but towards the end of the 17th century, the rule had been modified as follows. Many strange customs were observed in this country in former times, and some very odd ones are still continued. It was an ancient custom of the Samorian to reign but 12 years and no longer. If he died before his term was expired, it saved him a troublesome ceremony of cutting his own throat on a public scaffold erected for the purpose. He first made a feast for all his nobility and gentry, who were very numerous. After the feast he had saluted his guests and went on the scaffold, and very decently cut his own throat in the view of the assembly, and his body was, a little while after, burned with great pomp and ceremony, and the grandees elected a new Samorian. Whether that custom was a religious or a civil ceremony I know not, but it is now laid aside, and a new custom is followed by the modern Samorians, that Jubilee is proclaimed throughout his dominions at the end of 12 years, and a tent is pitched for him in a spacious plain, and a great feast is celebrated for 10 or 12 days, with mirth and jollity, guns firing night and day. So, at the end of the feast, any four of the guests that have a mind to gain a crown by a desperate action in fighting their way through 30 or 40,000 of his guards and kill the Samorian in his tent, he that kills him succeeds him in his empire. In anno 1695, one of those jubilees happened, and the tent pitched near Penani, a seaport of his about 15 leagues to the southward of Calicut. There were but 3 men that would venture on that desperate action, who fell in with sword and target among the guard, and after they had killed and wounded many, were themselves killed. One of the desperadoes had a nephew of 15 or 16 years of age that kept close by his uncle in the attack on the guards, and when he saw him fall, the youth got through the guards into the tent and made a stroke at his majesty's head, and had certainly dispatched him if a large brass lamp which was burning over his head had not marred the blow. But before he could make another, he was killed by the guards, and I believe the same Somalian reigns yet. I chanced to come that time along the coast and heard the guns for 2 or 3 days and nights successively. Fuller account of the Calicut custom. The English traveller whose account I have quoted did not himself witness the festival he describes, though he heard the sound of the firing in the distance. Fortunately, exact records of these festivals and of the number of men who perished at them have been preserved in the archives of the royal family of Calicut. In the latter part of the 19th century, they were examined by Mr. W. Logan, with the personal assistance of the reigning king, and from his work it is possible to gain an accurate conception both of the tragedy and of the scene where it was periodically enacted down to 1743, when the ceremony took place for the last time. The Maha Makam, or Great Sacrifice at Calicut. The festival at which the king of Calicut staked his crown and life on the issue of battle was known as the Maha Makan, or Great Sacrifice. It fell every 12th year, when the planet Jupiter was in retrograde motion in the sign of the Crab, and lasted 28 days, culminating at the time of the 8th lunar asterism in the month of Makaram. As the date of the festival was determined by the position of Jupiter in the sky, and the interval between two festivals was 12 years, which is roughly Jupiter's period of revolution around the Sun, we may conjecture that the splendid planet was supposed to be in a special sense the king's star, and to rule his destiny, the period of its revolution in heaven corresponding to the period of his reign on earth. However that may be, the ceremony was observed with great pomp at the Tiranavaye temple, on the north bank of the Ponani River. The spot is close to the present railway line. As the train rushes by, you can just catch a glimpse of the temple, almost hidden behind a clump of trees on the river bank. From the western gateway of the temple, a perfectly straight road, hardly raised above the level of the surrounding rice fields and shaded by a fine avenue, runs for half a mile to a high ridge with a precipitous bank, on which the outlines of 3 or 4 terraces can still be traced. On the topmost of the terraces the king took his stand on the eventful day. The view which it commands is a fine one. Across the flat expanse of the rice fields, when the broad placid river winding through them, the eye ranges eastwards to high tablelands, their lower slopes embowered in woods, while afar off looms the great chain of the Western Ghats, and in the furthest distance the Nilgiris or Blue Mountains, hardly distinguishable from the azure of the sky above. The attack on the king. But it was not to the distant prospect that the king's eyes naturally turned at this crisis of his fate. His attention was arrested by a spectacle near at hand. For the plain below was alive with troops, the banners waving gaily in the sun, the white tents of their many camps standing sharply out against the green and gold of the rice fields. 40,000 fighting men or more were gathered there to defend the king. But the plain swarmed with soldiers. The road that cuts across it from the temple of the king's stand was clear of them. Not a soul was stirring on it. Each side of the way was barred by palisades, and from the palisades on either hand a long hedge of spears, held by strong arms, projected into the empty road, their blades meeting in the middle and forming a glittering arch of steel. All was now ready. The king waved his sword. At the same moment a great chain of massy gold, enriched with bosses, was placed on an elephant at his side. That was the signal. For the instant a stir might be seen half a mile away at the gate of the temple. A group of swordsmen, decked with flowers and smeared with ashes, had stepped out from the crowd. They have just partaken of their last meal on earth, and they now receive the last blessings and farewells of their friends. A moment more, and they are coming down the lane of spears, hewing and stabbing right and left at the spearmen, winding and turning and writhing among the blades as if they had no bones in their bodies. It is all in vain. One after the other they fall, some nearer the king, some further off, content to die, not for the shadow of a crown, but for the mere sake of approving their dauntless valour and swordsmanship to the world. On the last days of the festival, the same magnificent display of gallantry, the same useless sacrifice of life was repeated again and again. Yet perhaps no sacrifice is wholly useless, which proves that there are men who prefer honour to life. Custom of kings in Bengal. It is a singular custom in Bengal, says an old native historian of India, that there is little of hereditary descent in succession to the sovereignty. There is a throne allotted for the king. There is in like manner a seat or station assigned for each of the emirs, wazirs, and mansabdars. It is that throne that these stations alone which engage the reverence of the people of Bengal. A set of dependents, servants, and attendants are annexed to each of these situations. When the king wishes to dismiss or appoint any person, whosoever is placed in the seat of the one dismissed is immediately attended and obeyed by the whole establishment of dependents, servants, and retainers annexed to the seat which he occupies. Nay, this rule obtains even as to the royal throne itself. Whoever kills a king and succeeds in placing himself on that throne is immediately acknowledged as king. All the emirs, wazirs, soldiers, and peasants instantly obey and submit to him, and consider him as being as much their sovereign as they did their former prince, and obey his orders implicitly. The people of Bengal say, "We are faithful to the throne. Whoever fills the throne, we are obedient and true to it." Custom of the Kings of Pasear. A custom of the same sort formerly prevailed in the little kingdom of Pasear on the northern coast of Sumatra. The old Portuguese historian D. Barros, who informs us of it, remarked with surprise that no wise man would wish to be king of Pasear, since the monarch was not allowed by his subjects to live long. From time to time a sort of fury seized the people, and they marched through the streets of the city chanting with loud voices the fatal words, "The king must die." When the king heard that song of death, he knew that his hour had come. The man who struck the fatal blow was of the royal lineage, and as soon as he had done the deed of blood and seated himself on the throne, he was regarded as a legitimate king, provided that he contrived to maintain his seat peaceably for a single day. This, however, the reader side, did not always succeed in doing. When Fernando Perez de Angered, on a voyage to China, put in at Pasear for a cargo of spices, 2 kings were massacred, and in a most peaceful and orderly manner, without the smallest sign of tumult or sedition in the city, where everything went on its usual course, as if the murder or execution of a king were a matter of everyday occurrence. Indeed, on one occasion 3 kings were raised to the dangerous elevation and followed each other on the dusty road of death in a single day. The other people defended the custom, which they esteemed very laudable and even of divine institution, by saying that God would never allow so high and mighty a being as a king, who reigned as his vicegerent on earth, to perish by violence unless for his sins he thoroughly deserved it. Custom of Slavonic Kings. Far away from the tropical island of Sumatra, a rule of the same sort appears to have obtained among the old Slavs. When the captives Gun and Jaramek contrived to slay the king and queen of the Slavs, and made their escape, they who were pursued by the barbarians, who shouted after them that if they would only come back, they would reign instead of the murdered monarch, since, by a public statute of the ancients, the succession to the throne fell to the king's assassin. But the flying regicides turn a deaf ear to promises which they regard as mere baits to lure them back to destruction. They continue their flight, and the shouts and clamour of the barbarians gradually died away in the distance. Custom of Thalaveti Parothiam in Malabar. When kings were bound to suffer death, whether at their own hands or at the hands of others, on the expiration of a fixed term of years, it was natural they should seek to delegate the painful duty, along with some of the privileges of sovereignty, to a substitute who should suffer vicariously in their stead. This expedient appears to have been resorted to by some of the princes of Malabar. Thus we have informed by a native authority on that country that in some places all powers, both executive and judicial, were delegated for a fixed period to natives by the sovereign. This institution was styled Thalaveti Parothiam, or authority obtained by decapitation. Parothiam is the name of a supreme authority of those days. The name of the office is still preserved in a Cochin state, where the village headman is called a Parathia Karan. This Thalaveti Parothiam was a terrible but interesting institution. It was an office tenable for 5 years, during which its bearer was invested with supreme despotic powers within his jurisdiction. On the expiry of the 5 years, the man's head was cut off and thrown up in the air amongst a large concourse of villagers, each of whom vied with the other in trying to catch it in its course down. He who succeeded was nominated to the post for the next 5 years. Custom of the Sultans of Java. A similar delegation of the duty of dying for his country was perhaps practiced by the Sultans of Java. At least, such a custom would explain a strange scene which was witnessed at the court of one of these sultans by the famous traveller Ibn Battuta, a native of Tangier, who visited these Indies in the first half of the 14th century. He says, "During my audience with the Sultan, I saw a man who held in his hand a knife like that used by a grape cleaner. He placed it on his own neck and spoke for a long time in a language which I did not understand. After that he seized the knife with both hands at once and cut his throat. His head fell to the ground, so sharp was the blade and so great the force with which he used it. I remained dumbfounded at his behaviour, but the Sultan said to me, 'Does anyone do like that in your country?' I answered, 'Never did I see such a thing.' He smiled and replied, 'These people are our slaves, and they kill themselves for love of us.' Then he commanded that he should take away him who had slain himself, and should burn him. The Sultan's officers, the grandees, the troops, and the common people attended the cremation. The sovereign assigned a liberal pension to the children of the deceased, to his wife, and to his brothers. And they were highly honoured because of his conduct. A person who was present at the audience when the event I have described took place informed me that the speech made by the man who sacrificed himself set forth his devotion to the monarch. He said that he wished to immolate himself out of affection for the sovereign, as his father had done for love for the prince's father, and as his grandfather had done out of regard for the prince's grandfather. We may conjecture that formerly the Sultans of Java, like the kings of Qualaquer and Calicut, were bound to cut their own throats at the end of a fixed term of years, but that, at a later time, they deputed the painful, the glorious duty of dying for their country to the members of a certain family who received by way of recompense ample provision during their life, and a handsome funeral at death. Religious suicides in India. A similar mode of religious suicide seems to have been often adopted in India, especially in Malabar, during the Middle Ages. Thus we are told by Friar Jordanus that in the Greater India, by which he seems to mean Malabar and the neighbouring regions, many sacrifice themselves to the idols. When they are sick or involved in misfortune, they vow themselves to the idol in case they are delivered. Then when they have recovered, they fatten themselves for 1 or 2 years, and when another festival comes round, they cover themselves in flowers, crown themselves with white garlands, and go singing and playing before the idol when it is carried through the land. There, after they have shown off a great deal, they take a sword with 2 handles like those used in currying leather, put it to the back of the neck, and cutting strongly with both hands, sever their heads from their bodies before the idol. Again, Niccolo Conti, who travelled in the East in the early part of the 15th century, informs us that in the city of Cambaita, many present themselves who are determined upon self-immolation, having on their neck a broad circular piece of iron, the fore part of which is round, and the hinder part extremely sharp. A chain attached to the fore part hangs suspended upon the breast, into which the victims, sitting down with their legs drawn up and their neck bent, insert their feet. Then, on the speaker pronouncing certain words, they suddenly stretch out their legs, and at the same time, drawing up their neck, cut off their own head, yielding up their lives as a sacrifice to their idols. These men are regarded as saints. Among the Jaintas, or Sintangs, a Khasi tribe of Assam, human sacrifices used to be only offered on the Sunday day in the month of Ashwin. Persons often came forward voluntarily and presented themselves as victims. This they generally did by appearing before the Raja on the last day of Shravan and declaring that the goddess had called them to herself. After due inquiry, if the would-be victim were found suitable, it was customary for the Raja to present him with a gold anklet and to give him permission to live as he chose and to do what he liked, the royal treasury undertaking to pay compensation for any damage he might do in the exercise of his remarkable privileges. But the enjoyment of these privileges was very short. On the day appointed, the voluntary victim, after bathing and purifying himself, was dressed in new attire, daubed with red sandalwood and vermilion, and bedecked with garlands. Thus arrayed, he sat for a time in meditation and prayer on the dais in front of the goddess. Then he made a sign with his finger, and the executioner, after uttering the usual formulas, cut off his head, which was thereafter laid before the goddess on a golden plate. The lungs were cooked and eaten by such Kandra yogis as were present, and it is said that the royal family partook of a small quantity of rice cooked in the blood of the victim. The ceremony was usually witnessed by crowds of spectators who assembled from all parts of the neighbouring hills. When the supply of voluntary victims fell short, emissaries were sent out to kidnap strangers from other territories, and it was the practice of such manhunts that led to the annexation of the Jinta country by the British. Pretense of putting the king's proxy to death. When once kings who had hitherto been bound to die a violent death at the end of a term of years, conceived the happy thought of dying by deputy in the persons of others, they would very naturally put it in practice, and accordingly we need not wonder at finding so popular an expedient, or traces of it in many lands. Thus, for example, the Boughs are an aboriginal race of northeastern India, and one of their chief seats is Kianjur. At the installation of the Raja of Kianjur, a ceremony is observed which has been described as follows by an English officer who witnessed it. Then the sword, a very rusty old weapon, is placed in the Raja's hand, and one of the Boughs, named Amankopat, comes before him, and kneeling sideways, the Raja touches him on the neck as if about to strike off his head. And it is said that in former days there was no fiction in this part of the ceremony. The family of the Kopat hold their lands on the condition that the victim, when required, shall be produced. Anand, however, hurriedly arose after the accolade and disappeared. He must not be seen for 3 days. Then he presents himself again to the Raja as miraculously restored to life. Here the custom of putting the king's proxy to death has dwindled, probably under English influence, to a mere pretense, but elsewhere it survives, or survived till recent times in full force. Man killed in the installation of a king of Kasange. Kasange, a native state of the interior of Angola, is ruled by a king who bears the title of Jaga. When a king is about to be installed in office, some of the chiefs are dispatched to find a human victim who may not be related by blood or marriage to the new monarch. When he comes to the king's camp, the victim is provided with everything he requires, and all his orders obeyed as promptly as those of the sovereign. On the day of the ceremony, the king takes his seat on a perforated iron stool, his chiefs, councillors, and the rest of the people forming a great circle round about him. Behind the king sits his principal wife, together with all his concubines. An iron gong with 2 small bells attached to it is then struck by an official who continues to ring the bell during the ceremony. The victim is then introduced and placed in front of the king, but with his back towards him. Armed with a scimitar, the king then cuts over the man's back, extracts his heart, and having taken a bite out of it, spits it out and gives it to be burned. The councillors meantime hold the victim's body so that the blood from the wound spouts against the king's breast and belly, and pouring through the hole in the iron stool is collected by the chiefs in their hands, who rub their breasts and beards with it, while they shout, "Great is the king, and the rights of the state." After that the corpse is skinned, cut up and cooked with the flesh of an ox, a dog, a hen, and some other animals. The meal thus prepared is served first to the king, then to the chiefs and councillors, and lastly to all the people assembled. Any man who refused to partake of it would be sold into slavery together with his family. The distinction with the human victim is here treated before his execution as if he is a substitute for the king. Sacrifice of their king's sons in Sweden, evidence of a 9 years tenure of the throne. Scandinavian traditions contain some hints that of old the Swedish kings reigned only for periods of 9 years, after which they were put to death or had to find a substitute to die in their stead. Thus On, king of Sweden, is said to have sacrificed to Odin for length of days, and to have been answered by the god that he should live so long, as he sacrificed one of his sons every 9th year. He sacrificed 9 of them in this manner, and would sacrifice a 10th and last, but the Swedes would not allow him. So he died and was buried in a mound at Uppsala. Another indication of a similar tenure of the crown occurs in a curious legend of the disposition and management of Odin. Offended at his misdeeds, the other gods outlawed and exiled him, but set up in his place a substitute, although by name a cunning wizard, to whom they accorded the symbols both of royalty and of godhead. The deputy bore the name of Odin, and reigned for nearly 10 years, when he was driven from the throne while the real Odin came to his own again. His discomfited rival retired to Sweden and was afterwards slain in an attempt to repair his shattered fortunes. As gods are often merely men who loom large through the mists of tradition, we may conjecture that this Norse legend preserves a confused reminiscence of ancient Swedish kings who reigned for 9 or 10 years together, then abdicated, delegating to others the privilege of dying for their country. The great festival which was held at Uppsala every 9 years may have been the occasion on which the king or his deputy was put to death. We know that human sacrifices performed part of their rites. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Golden Bough, Part 3, The Dying God, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 2, Part 4. Octennial Tenure of the Kingship. Limited tenure of the kingship in ancient Greece. There are some grounds for believing that the reign of many ancient Greek kings was limited to 8 years, or at least that at the end of every period of 8 years, a new consecration, a fresh outpouring of the divine grace, was regarded as necessary in order to enable them to discharge their civil and religious duties. The Spartan kings appear formally to have held office for periods of 8 years only. Thus it was a rule of the Spartan constitution that every 8th year the ephors should choose a clear and moonless night, and sitting down observe the sky in silence. If during their vigil they saw a meteor or shooting star, they inferred the king had sinned against the deity, and they suspended him from his function until the Delphic or Olympic oracle should reinstate him in them. This custom, which has all the air of great antiquity, was not suffered to remain a dead letter, even in the last period of the Spartan monarchy, for in the 3rd century before our era a king, who had rendered himself obnoxious to the reforming party, was actually deposed on various trumped-up charges, among which the allegation that the ominous sign had been seen in the sky took a prominent place. When we compare this custom with the evidence to be presently adduced from the 8 years' tenure of the kinship in Greece, we shall probably agree with K.O. Miller that the quaint Spartan practice was seen much more than a mere antiquarian curiosity. It was the attenuated survival of an institution which may once have had great significance, and throws an important light on the restrictions and limitations anciently imposed by religion on the Dorian kingship. What exactly was the import of a meteor? In the opinion of the old Dorians, we can hardly hope to determine. One thing only is clear. They regarded it as a portent of so curious and threatening a kind that its appearance under certain circumstances justified and even required the deposition of their king. The dread of meteor is shared by savages. This exaggerated dread of so simple a natural phenomenon is shared by many savages at the present day, and we shall hardly err in supposing that the Spartans inherited from their barbarous ancestors, who may have watched with consternation on many a starry night among the woods of Germany the flashing of a meteor through the sky. It may be well, even at the cost of a digression, to illustrate this primitive superstition by examples. Superstitions of the Australian Aborigines as to shooting stars. Thus, shooting stars and meteors are viewed with apprehension by the natives of the Andaman Islands, who suppose them to be lighted faggots hurled into the air by the malignant spirit of the woods, in order to ascertain the whereabouts of any unhappy white in his vicinity. Hence, if they happen to be away from their camp when the meteor is seen, they hide themselves and remain silent for a little before they venture to resume the work they were at. For example, if they are out fishing, they will crouch at the bottom of the boat. The natives of the Tully River in Queensland believe falling stars to be the fire sticks carried about by the spirits of dead enemies. When they see one shooting through the air, they take it as a sign that an enemy is near, and accordingly they shout and make as much noise as they can. Next morning they all go out in the direction in which the star fell and look for the tracks of their foe. The terrible tribe of Queensland thought that a falling star was a medicine man flying through the air and dropping his flying stick to kill somebody. If there was a sick man in the camp, they regarded him as doomed. The Ngarigo of New South Wales believed the fall of a meteor to betoken the place where their foes were mustering for war. The Katish tribe of Central Australia imagined that the fall of a star marks the whereabouts of a man who has killed another by means of a magical pointing stick or bone. If a member of any group has been killed in this way, its friends watch for the descent of a meteor, march in that direction, slay an enemy there, and leave his body lying on the ground. The friends of the murdered man understand what has happened and bury his body where the star fell, for they recognize the spot by the softness of the earth. The Mura tribe of Northern Australia suppose the falling star to be one of two hostile spirits, father and son, who live up in the sky and come down occasionally to do harm to men. In this tribe the profession of medicine man is strictly hereditary. In their stock, which he has the falling star for its totem. If these wizards had ever developed into kings, the descent of a meteor at certain times might have had the same fatal significance for them as for the kings of Sparta. The Diaoyu Islanders, to the west of the Bismarck archipelago, make war in the direction in which they have observed the start of all, probably for a reason like that which includes the Katish to do the same. Superstitions of the Negroes and other African races as to shooting stars. When the Baronga of South Africa see a shooting star, they spit on the ground to avert the evil omen and cry, go away all alone." By this they mean that the light, which is so soon to disappear, is not to take them with it, but to go and die by itself. So when a Maasai perceives the flash of a meteor, he spits several times and says, "Be lost, go in the direction of the enemy," after which he adds, "Stay away from me." The Namaquas are greatly afraid of the meteor, which is vulgarly called a falling star, for they consider it a sign that sickness is coming upon the cattle, and to escape it they will immediately drive them to some other parts of the country. They call out to the star how many cattle they have, and beg for it not to send sickness. The Bechuanas are also much alarmed at the appearance of a meteor. If they happen to be dancing in the open air at the time, they will instantly desist and retire hastily to their huts. The Erie Negroes of Guinea regard a falling star as a powerful divinity, and worship it as one of their natural gods, by the name of Naikpla, or Naikpla. In their opinion, the falling star is especially a war god who marches at the head of the host and leads it back to victory, riding like Castor and Pollux on horseback. But he is also a rain god, and the showers are sent by him from the sky. Special priests are devoted to his worship, and a chief priest at their head who resides in the capital. They are known by the red staves which they carry, and by the high-pointed caps woven on threads and palm leaves which they wear on their heads. In times of drought, they call upon their god by night with wild howls. Once a year an ox is sacrificed to him at the capital, and the priests consume the flesh. On this occasion the people smear themselves with the pollen of a certain plant, and go in procession through the towns and villages, singing, dancing, and beating drums. Superstitions of the American Indians as to shooting stars. By some Indians of California, meteors were called children of the moon, and whenever young women saw one of them they fell to the ground and covered their heads, fearing that, if the meteor saw them, their faces would become ugly and diseased. The Tarahumaras of Mexico fancy that a shooting star is a dead sorcerer coming to harm a man who harmed him in life. Hence, when they see one, they huddle together and scream for terror. When a German traveller was living with the Bororos of central Brazil, a splendid meteor fell, spreading dismay through the Indian village. It was believed to be the soul of a dead medicine man, who suddenly appeared in this form to announce that he wanted meat, and that, as a preliminary measure, he proposed to visit some party with an attack of dysentery. Its appearance was greeted with yells from 100 throats. Men, women, and children swarmed out of their huts like ants whose nests had been disturbed, and soon watchfires blazed, round which at a little distance groups of dusky figures gathered, while in the middle, thrown to strong relief by the flickering light of the fire, 2 red-painted sorcerers reeled and staggered in a state of frantic excitement, snorting and spitting towards the quarter of the sky where the meteor had run its brief but brilliant course. Pressing its right hand to his yelling mouth, Each of them held aloft in his extended left, by way of propitiating the angry star, a bundle of cigarettes. There, they seemed to say, all that tobacco will be given to warn off the impending visitation. Woe to you if you do not leave us in peace. The Lingua Indians of the Grand Chaco also stand in great fear of meteors, imagining them to be stones hurled from heaven at the wicked sorcerers who have done people to death by their charms. When the Abipones beheld a meteor flashing or heard thunder rolling in the sky, they imagined that one of their medicine men had died, and that the flash of light and the peal of thunder were part of his funeral honours. Shooting stars regarded as demons. When the Lowland Islanders see a shooting star, they make a great noise, for they think it is the old woman who lives in the moon coming down to earth to catch somebody who may relieve her of her duties in the moon while she goes away to the happy spirit land. In Vedic India, a meteor was believed to be the embodiment of a demon, and on its appearance certain hymns or incantations supposed to possess the power of killing demons were recited for the purpose of expiating the prodigy. To this day in India, when women see a falling star, they spit thrice to scare the demon. Some of the Esonians of the present time regard shooting stars as evil spirits. It is a Mohammedan belief that falling stars are demons or jinn who have attempted to scale the sky, and being repulsed by the angels of stones, are hurled headlong flaming from the celestial vault. Hence every true believer at sight of a meteor should say, I take refuge with God from the stone devil. Shooting stars associated with the souls of the dead. A widespread superstition, of which some examples have already been given, associates meteors or falling stars with the souls of the dead. Often they are believed to be the spirits that departed on their way to the other world. The Mayans imagine that at death the soul leaves the body and goes to the nether world in the form of a falling star. The Kingsmill Islanders deemed a shooting star an omen of death to some member of the family which occupied the part of the council house nearest to the point of the sky whence the meteor took its flight. If the star was followed by a train of light, it foretold the death of a woman, if not the death of a man. When the Wotjobaluk tribe of Victoria see a shooting star, they think it is falling with the heart of a man who has been caught by a sorcerer and deprived of his fat. One evening when Mr. Howard was talking with an Australian black, a bright meteor was seen shooting through the sky. The native watched it and remarked, An old black fellow has fallen down there. Among the Irranthari tribe of Queensland, the ideas on this subject were even more definite. They thought that after death they went to a place away among the stars, and that to reach it they had to climb up a rope. When they had clambered up, they let go the rope, which as it fell from heaven, appeared to people on earth as a falling star. The natives of the Prince of Wales Islands, of Queensland, are much afraid of shooting stars, for they believe them to be ghosts, which, in breaking up, produce young ones of their own kind. The natives of the Gazelle Peninsula in New Britain think that meteors are the souls of people who have been murdered or eaten. So at the sight of a meteor flashing, they cry out, the ghost of a murdered man. According to the Sulker of New Britain, meteors are souls which have been flung into the air in order to plunge into the sea, and the train of light which they leave behind them is a burning tail of dry coconut leaves which has been tied to them by other souls in order to help them to wing their way through the air. The Kaffirs of South Africa often say that a shooting star is a sign of the death of some chief, and at sight of it they will spit on the ground as a mark of friendly feeling towards a dead man. Similarly, the Abuba of the Congo Valley think that a chief will die in the village into which a star appears to fall, unless the danger of death be averted by a particular dance. In the opinion of the Maasai, the fall of a meteor signifies the death of someone, and sight of it they pray that the victim may be one of their enemies. Supposed relation of the stars to men. The Wambagwe of Eastern Africa fancy that the stars are men, of whom one dies whenever a star is seen to fall. The Tene Indians and the Tchichilicos of northeastern America believe that human life on Earth is influenced by the stars, and they take a shooting star to be a sign that someone has died. The Lolos, an aboriginal tribe of Western China, hold that for each person on Earth, there is a corresponding star in the sky. Hence, when a man is ill, they sacrifice wine to his star and light 420 lamps outside his room. On the day after the funeral, they dig a hole in the chamber of death and pray the dead man's star to descend and be buried in it. If this precaution were not taken, the star might fall and hit somebody and hurt him very much. In classical antiquity, there was a popular notion that every human being had his own star in the sky, which shone bright or dim according to his good or evil fortune, and fell in the form of a meteor when he died. Modern European beliefs as to meteors. Superstitions of the same sort are still commonly to be met with in Europe. This, in some parts of Germany, they say that at the birth of a man, a new star is set in the sky, and that as it burns brilliantly or faintly, he grows rich or poor. Finally, when he dies, it drops from the sky in the likeness of a shooting star. Similarly, in Brittany, Transylvania, Bohemia, the Abruzzi, the Romagna, and the Estonian islands of Oesel, it is thought by some that every man has his own particular star in the sky, and that when it falls in the shape of a meteor he expires. A like belief is entertained by Polish Jews. In Styria, they say that when a shooting star is seen, a man has just died, or a poor soul has been released from purgatory. The Estonians believe that if anyone sees a falling star on New Year's night, he will die or be visited by a serious illness that year. In Belgium and many parts of France, the people suppose that a meteor is a soul which has just quitted the body, sometimes that it is specially the soul of an unbaptized infant, or of someone who has died without absolution. Outside of it, they say that you should cross yourself and pray, or that if you wish for something while the star is falling, you'll be sure to get it. Among the Vosges mountains in the warm nights of July, it is not uncommon to see whole showers of shooting stars. It is generally agreed that these stars are souls, but some difference of opinion exists as to whether they are souls just taking leave of earth, or tortured by the fires of purgatory, or on their passage from purgatory to heaven. The last and most cheering of these views is held by the French peasantry of Beers and Perche, and by the Italian peasantry of the Abruzzi, and charitable people pray for the deliverance of a soul at the sight of a falling star. The downward direction of its flight might naturally suggest a different goal, and accordingly other people have seen in the transient flame of a meteor the descent of a soul from heaven to be born on earth. Various beliefs as to stars and meteors. In the Punjab, for example, Hindus believe that the length of a soul's residence in the realms of bliss is exactly proportioned to the sums which the man distributed in charity during his life, and when these are exhausted, his time in heaven is up, and down he comes. In Polynesia, a shooting star was held to be the flight of a spirit, and to presage the birth of a great prince. The Mandans in North America fancied that the stars were dead people, and that when a woman was brought to bed, a star fell from heaven, and entering into her, was born as a child. On the Billock frontier of the Punjab, each man is held to have his star, and he may not journey in particular directions when his star is in certain positions. If duty compels him to travel in the forbidden direction, he takes care before setting out to bury his star, or rather a figure of it, cut out of cloth, so that it may not see what he is doing. The fall of the king's star. Which, if any, of these superstitions moved the barbarous Doranians of old to depose their kings whenever at a certain season a meteor flamed in the sky, we cannot say. Perhaps they had a vague general notion that its appearance signified the dissatisfaction of the higher powers with the state of the Commonwealth, and since in primitive society the king is commonly held responsible for all untoward events, whatever their origin, the natural course was to relieve him of duties which he had proved himself incapable of discharging. But it may be that the idea in the minds of these rude barbarians was not definite. Possibly, like some people in Europe at the present day, they thought that every man had his star in the sky, and that he must die when it fell. The king would be no exception to the rule, and on a certain night of a certain year, at the end of a cycle, it might be customary to watch the sky in order to mark whether the king's star was still on the ascent or near its setting. The appearance of a meteor on such a night, of a star precipitated from the celestial vault, might prove to the king not merely a symbol but a sentence of death, it might be the warrant for his execution. Reasons for limiting a king's reign to 8 years. If the tenure of the regal office was formerly limited among the Spartans to 8 years, we may naturally ask, why was the precise period selected as the measure of a king's reign? The reason is probably to be found in those astronomical considerations which determined the early Greek calendar. The difficulty of reconciling lunar with solar time is one of the standing puzzles which has taxed the ingenuity of men who are emerging from barbarism. The octennial cycle based on an attempt to reconcile solar and lunar time. Now, an octennial cycle is the shortest period at the end of which sun and moon really mark time together after overlapping, so to say, throughout the whole of the interval. Thus, for example, it is only once in every 8 years that the full moon coincides with the longest or shortest day, and as this coincidence can be observed with the aid of a simple dial, the observation is naturally one of the first to furnish a base for a calendar which shall bring lunar and solar times into tolerable, though not exact, harmony. But in early days, the proper adjustment of the calendar is a matter of religious concern, since on it depends on knowledge of the right seasons for propitiating the deities whose favour is indispensable to the welfare of the community. No wonder, therefore, that the king, as the chief priest of the state, or as himself a god, should be liable to deposition or death at the end of an astronomical period. When the great luminaries had run their course on high, and were about to renew the heavenly race, it might well be thought that the king should renew his divine energies, or prove them unabated, under pain of making room for a more rigorous successor. In southern India, as we have seen, the king's reign and life terminated with the revolution of the planet Jupiter round the sun. In Greece, on the other hand, the king's fate seems to have hung in the balance at the end of every 8 years, ready to fly up and kick the beam as soon as the opposite scale was loaded with a falling star. The octennial cycle in relation to the Greek doctrine of rebirth. The same train of thought may explain an ancient Greek custom which appears to have required that a homicide should be banished from his country, and do penance for a period of 8 or 9 years. With the beginning of a new cycle, or great year, as it was called, it might be thought that all nature was regenerate, all old scores wiped out. According to Pindar, the dead whose guilt has been purged away by an abode of 8 years in the netherworld were born again on earth in the 9th year as glorious kings, athletes, and sages. The doctrine may well be an old popular belief, rather than a mere poetical fancy. If so, it would supply a fresh reason for the banishment of a homicide during the years that the angry ghost of his victim might, at any moment, issue from its prison house and pounce on him. Once the perturbed spirit had been happily reborn, he might be supposed to forgive, if not to forget, the man who had done him an injury in a former life. The octennial cycle at Chosos in Crete. Whatever its origin may have been, the cycle of 8 years appears to have coincided with the normal length of the king's reign in other parts of Greece besides Sparta. King Minos and Zeus. Thus Minos, king of Knossos in Crete, whose great palace has been unearthed in recent years, is said to have held office for periods of 8 years together. At the end of each period he retired for a season to the oracular cave on Mount Ida, and there communed with his divine father Zeus, giving him an account of his kinship in the years that were past, and receiving from him instructions for his guidance in those which were to come. The tradition plainly implies that at the end of every 8 years the king's sacred powers needed to be renewed by intercourse with the Godhead, and that without such a renewal he would have forfeited his right to the throne. Sacred marriage of the king and queen of Knossos in the form of bull and cow as symbols of the sun and moon. We may surmise that among the solemn ceremonies which mark the beginning or the end of the 8-year cycle, the sacred marriage of the king with the queen played an important part, and that, in his marriage, we have the true explanation of the strange legend of Pasiphae and the bull. It is said that Pasiphae, the wife of King Minos, fell in love with a wondrous white bull which rose from the sea, and in order to gratify her unnatural passion, the artist Daedalus constructed a hollow wooden cow covered with a cow's hide, in which the lovesick queen was hidden while the bull mounted it. The result of their union was the Minotaur, a monster with the body of a man and the head of a bull, whom the king shut up in the labyrinth. A building full of such winding and intricate passages that the prisoner might roam in it forever without finding a way out. The legend appears to reflect a mythical marriage of the sun and moon, which was acted as a solemn rite by the king and queen of Knossos, wearing the masks of a bull and cow respectively. To a pastoral people, a bull is the most natural type of vigorous reproductive energy, and as such is a fitting emblem of the sun. Islanders who, like many of the Cretans, see the sun rising daily from the sea, might really compare him to a white bull issuing from the waves. Indeed, we are expressly told that the Cretans called the sun a bull. Similarly, in ancient Egypt, the sacred bull Nevis of Heliopolis, the city of the sun, was deemed an incarnation of the sun god, and for thousands of years the kings of Egypt delighted to be styled Mighty Bull. Many of them inscribed the title in their Serek, in cognizance, which set forth their names in their character of descendants of Horus. The identification of Pasiphae, she who shines on all, with the moon was made long ago by Pausanias, who saw her image among with that of the sun in a sanctuary on that wild rocky coast of Messenia, where the great range of Tagetes descends seaward in a long line of naked crags. The horns of the waxing or waning moon naturally suggest the resemblance of the luminary to a white cow. Hence the ancients represented the goddess of the moon drawn by a team of white cattle. When we remember that at the court of Egypt the king and queen figured as god and goddess in solemn masquerades, where the parts of animal-headed deities were played by masked men and women, we need have no difficulty in imagining that similar dramas may have been performed at the court of a Cretan king, whether we suppose them to have been imported from Egypt or to have an independent origin. The same myth and custom of the marriage of the sun and moon appear in the stories of Zeus and Europa, of Minos and Britomatis. The stories of Zeus and Europa, and of Minos and Britomatis of Dictina, appear to be only different expressions of the same myth, different echoes of the same custom. The moon rising from the sea was the fair maiden Europa coming across the heaving billows from the far eastern land of Phoenicia, born and pursued by her suitor, the solar bull. The moon setting in the western waves was a coy Britomatis, or Dictina, who plunged into the sea to escape the warm embrace of her lover Minos, himself the sun. The story how the drowning maiden was drawn up in a fisherman's net may well be, as some have thought, the explanation given by a simple seafaring folk of the moon's reappearance on the sea in the east after she had sunk into it in the west. To the mythical fancy of the ancients, the moon was a coy or a wanton maiden who either fled from or pursued the sun every month till the figurative was overtaken and the lovers enjoyed each other's company at the time when the luminaries are in conjunction, namely in the interval between the old and the new moon. The conjunction of the sun and moon regarded as the best time for marriages. Hence, on the principle of sympathetic magic, that interval was considered the time most favourable for human marriages. When the sun and moon are wedded in the sky, men and women should be wedded on earth. And for the same reason, the ancients chose the interlunar day for the celebration of the sacred marriages of gods and goddesses. Similar beliefs and customs based on them have been noted among other peoples. It is likely, therefore, that a king and queen, who represented the sun and moon, may have been expected to exercise their conjugal rights above all at the time when the moon was thought to rest in the arms of the sun. Octennial marriage of the king and queen as representatives of the sun and moon. However that may have been, it would be natural that their union should be consummated with unusual solemnity every 8 years, when the two great luminaries, so to say, meet and mark time together once more after diverging from each other more or less throughout the interval. It is true that sun and moon are in conjunction once every month, but every month their conjunction takes place at a different point in the sky, until 8 revolving years have brought them together again in the same heavenly bridal chamber where they first met. Octennial tribute of youths and maidens probably required as a means of renewing the sun's fire by human sacrifices. Without being unduly rash, we may surmise that the tribute of 7 youths and 7 maidens from the Athenians were bound to send to Minos every 8 years had some connection with the renewal of the king's power for another octennial cycle. Traditions varied as to the fate which awaited the lads and damsels on their arrival in Crete, but the common view appears to have been that they were shut up in the labyrinth, there to be devoured by the Minotaur, or at least to be imprisoned for life. The Minotaur, a bull-headed image of the sun. Perhaps they were sacrificed by being roasted alive in a bronze image of a bull, or a bull-headed man, in order to renew the strength of the king and of the sun, whom he personated. This at all events is suggested by the legend of Talos, a bronze man who clutched people to his breast and leaped with them into the fire so that they were roasted alive. He is said to have been given by Zeus to Europa, or by Hephaestus to Minos, to guard the island of Crete, which he patrolled thrice daily. According to one account, he was a bull. According to another, he was a sun. Probably he was identical with the Minotaur, and stripped of his mythical features was nothing but a bronze image of the sun represented as a man with a bull's head. In order to renew the solar fires, human victims may have been sacrificed to the idol by being roasted in its holy body, or placed on its sleeping hands and allowed to roll into a pit of fire. It was in the latter fashion that the Carthaginians sacrificed their offspring to Moloch. The children were laid in the hands of a calf-headed image of bronze, which they slid into a fiery oven, while the people danced to the music of flutes and timbrels to drown the shrieks of the burning victims. The resemblance which the Cretan traditions bear to the Carthaginian practice suggests that the worship associated with the names of Minos and the Minotaur may have been powerfully influenced by that of a Semitic Baal. In the tradition of Phalaris, tyrant of Agrigenitum, and his brazen bull, we may have an echo of similar rites in Sicily, where the Carthaginian power struck deep roots. Danced the youths and maidens at Knossos. But perhaps the youths and maidens who were sent across the sea to Knossos had to perform certain religious duties before they were cast into the fiery furnace. The same cunning artist Daedalus, who planned the labyrinth and contrived the wooden cow of Pasiphae, was said to have made a dance for Ariadne, daughter of Minos. It represented youths and maidens dancing in ranks, the youths armed with golden swords, the maidens crowned with garlands. Moreover, when Theseus landed with Ariadne in Delos on his return from Crete, he and his young companions, whom he had rescued from the Minotaur, are said to have danced a mazy dance in imitation of the intricate windings of the labyrinth, on account of its sinuous turns. The dance is called the crane. Taken together, these two traditions suggest that the youths and maidens who were sent to Knossos had to dance at the labyrinth before they were sacrificed to the bull-headed image. At all events, there are good grounds for thinking that there was a famous dance which the ancients regularly associated with the Cretan labyrinth. The Game of Troy. Among the Romans, that dance appears to have been known from the earliest times by the name of Troy, or the Game of Troy. Tradition ran that it was imported into Italy by Aeneas, who transmitted it through his son Ascanius to the Alban kings, who in their turn handed it down to the Romans. It was performed by bands of armed youths on horseback. Virgil compares their complicated evolutions to the windings of the Cretan labyrinth, and in the comparison is more than a mere poetical flourish appears from a drawing on a very ancient Etruscan vase found at Tragliatella. The drawing represents the procession of 7 beardless warriors dancing, accompanied by 2 armed riders on horseback, who are also beardless. An inscription proves that the scene depicted is the Game of Troy, and attached to the procession is a figure of the Cretan labyrinth, the pattern of which is well known from coins of Knossos on which it is often represented. The same pattern identified by the inscription Labyrinthius hic habitat Minotaurus is scratched on wall at Pompeii, and is also worked in mosaic on the floor of Roman apartments with the figure of Theseus and the Minotaur in the middle. Roman boys appear to have drawn the very same pattern on the ground and to have played a game on it, probably a miniature game of Troy. Labyrinths of similar type occur as decorations on the floors of old churches where they are known as the Road of Jerusalem. They are used for processions. The garden mazes of the Renaissance were modelled on them. Moreover, they are found very commonly in the north of Europe, marked out either by raised bands of turf or by rows of stones. Such labyrinths can be seen in Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, and the south coast of Russian Lapland, and even Iceland. They go by various names, such as Babylon, Wayland's House, Trojaborg, Troberg, and so forth, some of which clearly indicate their connection with the ancient game of Troy they used for children's games. The dance at Norse is perhaps an imitation of the sun's course in the sky. A dance or game which has thus spread over Europe and survived in a fashion to modern times must have been very popular, and bearing in mind how often, with the decay of old faiths, the serious rites and pageants of grown people have degenerated into the sports of children, we may reasonably ask whether Ariadne's dance or the game of Troy may not have had its origin in religious ritual. The ancients connected it with Gnosis and the Minotaur. Now we have seen reason to hold, with many other scholars, that Gnosis was a seat of a great worship of the sun, and the Minotaur was a representative or embodiment of the sun god. May not then Ariadne's dance have been an imitation of the sun's course in the sky? And may not its intention have been, by means of sympathetic magic, to aid the great luminary to run his race on high? We have seen that during an eclipse of the sun, the Chilcotnidians walk in a circle, leaning on staves, apparently to assist the labouring orb. In Egypt also, the king who embodied the sun god seems to have solemnly walked round the walls of a temple for the sake of helping the sun on its way. If there is any truth in this conjecture, it would seem to follow that the sinuous lines of the labyrinth, which the dancers followed in their evolutions, may have represented the ecliptic, the sun's apparent annual path in the sky. It is some confirmation of this view that on coins of Knossos the sun or a star appears in the middle of the labyrinth, the place which, on other coins, is occupied by the Minotaur. Conclusions as to the king of Knossos. On the whole, the foregoing evidence, slight and fragmentary as it is, points to the conclusion that at Knossos the king represented the sun god, and that every 8 years his divine powers were renewed at a great festival which comprised, first, the sacrifice of human victims by fire to a bull-headed image of the sun, and second, the marriage of the king disguised as a bull to the queen disguised as a cow, the two personating respectively the sun and the moon. Octennial festivals of the crowning at Delphi and the laurel-bearing at Thebes. Whatever may be thought of these speculations, we know that many solemn rites were celebrated by the ancient Greeks at intervals of 8 years. Amongst them, two deserve to be noticed here, because it has been recently suggested with some appearance of probability that they were based on an octennial tenure of the kingship. One was the festival of the crowning at Delphi, the other was a festival of the laurel-bearing at Thebes. In their general features, the two festivals seem to have been resembled each other very closely. Both represented dramatically the slaying of a water dragon. Both represented dramatically the slaying of a great water dragon by a god or hero. In both, the lad who played the part of the victorious god or hero crowned his brows with a wreath of sacred laurel, and to submit to a penance and purification for the slaughter of the beast. At Delphi, the legendary slayer of the dragon was Apollo. At Thebes, he was Cadmus. At both places, the legendary penance for the slaughter seems to have been servitude for 8 years. The evidence for the rites of the Delphi festival is fairly complete, but for the Theban festivals it has been eked out by vase paintings which represent Cadmus crowning with laurel preparing to attack the dragon, or actually in combat with the monster, while goddesses bend over the champion, holding out wreaths of laurel to him as the maid of victory. It is true that in historical times Apollo appears to have ousted Cadmus from the festival, though not from the myth. But at Thebes the god was plainly a late intruder, for his temple lay outside the walls, whereas the most ancient sanctuaries stood in the oldest part of the city, the low hill which took its name of Cadmia from the genuine Theban hero Cadmus. It is not impossible that at Delphi also, and perhaps at other places where the same drama was acted, Apollo may have displaced the old local hero in the honourable office of dragon slayer. Both at Delphi and Thebes the dragon seems to have guarded the oracular spring and the oracular tree. Both at Thebes and at Delphi, the dragon guarded a spring, the water which was probably deemed oracular. At Delphi, the sacred spring may have been either Casotus or the more famed Castelli, which issues from a narrow gorge, shut in by rocky walls of tremendous height, a little to the east of Apollo's temple. The waters of both were thought to be endowed with prophetic power. Probably, too, the moss was supposed to keep watch and ward over the sacred laurel, which the victor in the combat wreathed his brows. For in vase paintings, the Theban dragon appears coiled beside the holy tree, and Euripides described the Delphic dragons covered with by a leafy laurel. The crown of laurel and the crown of oak. At all oracular seats of Apollo, his priestess drank of the sacred spring and chewed the sacred laurel before she prophesied. Thus it would seem that the dragon, which at Delphi is expressly said to have been the guardian of the oracle, had, in his custody, both the instruments of divination, the holy tree, and the holy water. We are reminded of the dragon or serpent slain by Hercules, which guarded the golden apples of the Hesperides in the Happy Garden. But at Delphi, the oldest sacred tree appears, as Mr. A.B. Cook has pointed out, to have been not a laurel but an oak. For we are told that originally the victors in the Phrygian games at Delphi wore crowns of oak leaves, since the laurel had not yet been created. The festival of crowning at Delphi originally identical with the Phrygian games. Now, like the festival of crowning, the Pythian games were instituted to commemorate the slaughter of the dragon. Like it, they originally held at every 8th year. The two festivals were celebrated nearly at the same time of the year, and the representative Apollo, in the one of the victors, in the other, were adorned with crowns made from the same sacred laurel. In short, the two festivals appear to have been in origin substantially identical. The distinction between them may have arisen when the Delphians decided to hold the Pythian games every 4th instead of every 8th year. We may fairly suppose, therefore, that the leaf-crowned victors of the Pythian games, like the laurel-wreathed boy in the festival of crowning, formerly acted the part of the god himself. But if in the beginning these actors in the sacred drama wore wreaths of oak instead of laurel, it seems to follow that the deity whom they personated were the oak god Zeus, rather than the laurel god Apollo, which again we may infer that Delphi was a sanctuary of Zeus, and the oak before it became the shrine of Apollo and the laurel. Substitution of the laurel for the oak. But why should the crown of oak have ceased to be the badge of victory? And why should a wreath of laurel have taken its place? The abandonment of the oak crown may have been a consequence of the disappearance of the oak itself from the neighbourhood of Delphi. In Greece, as in Italy, the deciduous trees have for centuries been retreating up the mountain sides before the advance of the evergreens. When the last venerable oak, the rustling of whose leaves in the breeze have long since been listened to as oracular, finally succumbed through age, or was laid low by a storm, the priests may have cast about for a tree of another sort to take its place. Yet they sought it neither in the lower woods of the valley, nor in the dark forests which clothe the upper slopes of Parnassus by the frowning cliffs of Delphi. Legend ran that after the slaughter of the dragon, Apollo would purge himself from the stain of blood in the romantic vale of Tempe, where the Peneus flows smoothly in a narrow defile between the lofty woods deeps of Olympus and Ossa. Here the god crowned himself with a laurel wreath, and thither, accordingly, at the festival of crowning, his human representative went to pluck the laurel from his brows. The custom, though doubtless ancient, can hardly have been original. We must suppose that in the beginning the dragon-guarded tree, whether an oak or a laurel, grew at Delphi itself. Why should the laurel be chosen as a substitute for the oak? Mr. A.B. Cook has suggested a plausible answer. The laurel leaf resembles so closely the leaf of the ilex, or holm oak, in both shape and colour, that an untrained observer may easily confuse the two. The upper surface of both is a dark, glossy green. The lower surface shows a lighter tint. Nothing, therefore, could be more natural than to make the new wreath out of leaves which looked so like the old oak leaves that substitution might almost pass undetected. Whether at Thebes as at Delphi the laurel had ousted the oak from the place of honour at the festival of the slaying of the dragon, we cannot say. The oak has long disappeared from the low hills and flat ground in the neighbourhood of Thebes, but as late as the 2nd century of our era, there was a forest of ancient oaks not many miles off at the foot of Mount Cithaeron. Hypothesis of octennial kings at Delphi and Thebes who personated dragons or serpents. It has been conjectured that in ancient days the persons who wore the wreath of laurel or oak at the octennial festivals of Delphi and Thebes were no other than the priestly kings who personated the god, slew their predecessors in the guise of dragons, and reigned for a time in their stead. The theory certainly cannot be demonstrated, but there is a good deal of analogy in its favour. An 8 years' tenure of the kingship at Delphi and Thebes would account for the similar tenure of the office at Sparta and Knossos, and if the kings of Knossos disguised themselves as bulls, there seems no reason why the kings of Delphi and Thebes should not have personated dragons or serpents. Animals sacred to royal families. In all these cases, the animal whose guise the king assumed would be sacred to the royal family. At first, the relation of the beast to the man would be direct and simple. The creature would be revered for some such reason as that for which a savage respects a certain species of animals. For example, because he believes that his ancestors were beasts of the same sort, or that the souls of his dead are lodged in them. In later times, the sanctity of the species would be explained by saying that a god had, at some time, and for some reason or other, assumed the form of an animal. Greek stories of the transformation of gods into beasts point to a custom of sacred marriage in which the actors masqueraded as animals. It is probably not without significance that in Greek mythology the gods in general, and Zeus in particular, are commonly said to have submitted to this change of shape for the purpose of prosecuting a love adventure. Such stories may well reflect a custom of a sacred marriage at which the actors played the parts of worshipful animals. With the growth of culture, these local worships, the relics of a barbarous age, will be explained away by tales of the loves of the gods, and gradually falling out of practice, would survive only as myths. Analogy of the Wolf Society of Arcadia to the Leopard Society of West Africa. It is said that at the festival of the wolf god Zeus, held every 9 years on the Wolf Mountain in Arcadia, a man tasted the bowel of a human victim mixed with the bowels of animals, and having tasted it, he was turned into a wolf, and remained a wolf for 9 years. When he changed back again to a man, if in the interval he had abstained from eating human flesh. The tradition points to the existence of a society of cannibal wolf worshippers, one or more of whom personated and were supposed to embody the sacred animal for periods of 9 years together. Their theory and practice would seem to have agreed with those of the human leopard societies of Western Africa, whose members disguise themselves in the skins of leopards with sharp claws of steel. In that guise they attack and kill men in order to eat their flesh or to extract powerful charms from their bodies. The mode of gaining recruits is like that of the Greek wolf society. When a visitor came to a village inhabited by a leopard society, he was invited to partake of food in which was mixed a small quantity of human flesh. The guest all unsuspectingly partook of the repast, and was afterwards told that human flesh formed one of the ingredients of the meal, and that it was then necessary that he should join the society, which was invariably done. As the ancient Greeks thought that a man might be turned into a wolf, so these negroes believe that he can be changed into a leopard, and like the Greeks, some of them fancy that if the transformed man abstains during his transformation from preying on his fellows, he can regain his human shape, but that if he ever once laps human blood, he must remain a leopard forever. Legend of the transformation of Cadmus and Harmonia into serpents. The hypothesis that the ancient kings of Thebes and Delphi had for their sacred animal the serpent or dragon, and claimed kinship with this creature, derives some countenance from the tradition that at the end of their lives Cadmus and his wife Harmonia quitted Thebes and went to reign over a tribe of Encheleans or Elmen in Illyria, where they were both finally transformed into dragons or serpents. To the primitive mind, an eel is a water serpent. It can hardly, therefore, be an accident that the serpent killer afterwards reigned over a tribe of eel men and himself became a serpent at last. Moreover, according to one account, his wife Harmonia was a daughter of the very dragon which he slew. The tradition would fit in well with the hypothesis that the dragon or serpent was a sacred animal of the old royal house of Thebes, and that the kingdom fell to him who slew his predecessor and married his daughter. We have seen reason to think that such a mode of succession to the throne was common in antiquity. Transmigration of the souls of the dead into serpents. The story of the final transformation of Cadmus and Harmonia into snakes may be a relic of a belief that the souls of the dead kings and queens of Thebes transmigrated into the bodies of serpents, just as Catholic kings turn at death into boa constrictors or deadly black snakes. Indeed, the notion that the souls of the dead lodge in serpents is widely spread in Africa and Madagascar. Other African tribes believe that their dead kings and chiefs turn to lions, leopards, hyenas, pythons, hippopotamuses, or other creatures, and the animals are respected and spared accordingly. In like manner, the Semang and other wild tribes of the Malay Peninsula imagine that the souls of their chief priests and magicians transmigrate at death into the bodies of certain wild beasts, such as elephants, tigers, and rhinoceroses, and that in their bestial form the dead men extend a benign protection to their living human kinsfolk. Kings claim kinship with the most powerful animals. Even during their lifetime, kings in British society sometimes claim kingship with the most formidable beasts of the country. Thus, the royal family of Dahomey specially worships a leopard. Some of the king's wives are distinguished by the title of leopard wives, and on state occasions they wear striped cloths to resemble the animal. One king of Dahomey, on whom the French made war, bore the name of Shark. Hence in art he was represented sometimes with a shark's body and a human head, sometimes with a human body and the head of a shark. The Trocadero Museum at Paris contains the wooden images of 3 kings of Dahomey who reigned during the 19th century, and who are all represented partially in human and partially in animal form. One of them, Guizot, bore the surname of the Cock, and his image represents him as a man covered with feathers. His son, Guilel, who succeeded him on the throne, was surnamed the Lion, and his effigy is that of a lion rampant with tail raised and hair on his body, but with human feet and hands. Guilel was succeeded on the throne by his son, Bihanzin, who was surnamed the Shark, and his effigy betrays him standing upright with the head and body of a fish, the fins and scales being carefully represented, while his arms and legs are those of a man. Again, of King Benin was called Panther, and a bronze statue of him, now in the Anthropological Museum at Berlin, represents him with a panther's whiskers. Such portraits furnish an exact parallel of what I conceive to be the true story of the Minotaur. On the Gold Coast of Africa, a powerful ruler is commonly addressed as O Elephant or O Lion, and one of the titles of the king of Ashanti mentioned at great ceremonies his body, the name of venomous snake. It has been argued that King David belonged to a serpent family, and that the brazen serpent, which down to the time of Hezekiah was worshipped with fumes of burning incense, represented the old sacred animal of his house. In Europe, the bull, the serpent, and the wolf will naturally be on the list of royal beasts. The serpent, the royal animal at Athens, and Salamis. The king's soul was believed to pass at death into the sacred animal, accustomed on a rise of keeping live creatures of the species in captivity and revering them as the souls of dead rulers. This would explain the Athenian practice of keeping a sacred serpent on the Acropolis and feeding it with honey cakes, for the serpent was identified with Erythonius or Erechtheus, one of the ancient kings of Athens, of whose palace some vestiges have been discovered in recent times. The creature was supposed to guard the citadel. During the Persian invasion, a report that the serpent had left its honey cake untasted was one of the strongest reasons which induced the people to abandon Athens to the enemy. They thought that the holy reptile had forsaken the city. Again, Cecrops, the first king of Athens, is said to have been half serpent and half man. In art he is represented as a man from the waist upwards, while the lower part of his body consists of the coils of a serpent. It has been suggested that, like Erechtheus, he was identical with the serpent on the Acropolis. Once more we are told that Sothrius gained the kingdom of Salamis by slaying a snake which ravaged the island, but that after his death he, like Cadmus, appeared in the form of the reptile. Some said that he was a man who received the name of snake on account of his cruelty. Such tales may preserve reminiscences of kings who assumed the style of serpents in their lifetime, and who believed to transmigrate into serpents after death. By the dragons of Thebes and Delphi, the Athenian serpent appears to have been conceived as a creature of the waters. For the serpent man, Eurystheus, was identified with the water god Poseidon, and in his temple, the Erechtheum, where the serpent lived, there was a tank which went by the name of the Sea of Erechtheus. The wedding of Cadmus and Harmonia at Thebes may have been a dramatic representation of the marriage of the sun and moon at the end of the 8-year cycle. If the explanation of the 8-year cycle which I have adopted holds good for Thebes and Delphi, the octennial festivals held at these places probably had some reference to the sun and moon, and may have comprised a sacred marriage of these luminaries. The solar character of Apollo, whether original or adventitious, leads some countenance to this view, but at both Delphi and Thebes the god was apparently an intruder who usurped the place of an older god or hero at the festival. At Thebes, that older hero was Cadmus. Now Cadmus was a brother of Europa, who appears to have been a personification of the moon conceived in the form of a cow. He travelled westward seeking his lost sister till he came to Delphi, where the oracle bade him give up the search and follow a cow which had the white mark of the full moon on its flank. Wherever the cow fell down exhausted, there he was to take up his abode and found a city. Following the cow in the directions of the oracle, he built Thebes. Have we not here, in another form, the myth of the moon persuaded and at last overtaken by the sun, and the famous wedding of Cadmus and Harmonia, to attend which all the gods came down from heaven? May it not have been at once the mythical marriage of the great luminaries and the ritual marriage of the king and queen of Thebes masquerading like the king and queen of Knossos in the character of the lights of heaven at the octennial festival which celebrated and symbolized the conjunction of the sun and moon after their long separation, their harmony after 8 years of discord? A better name for the bride at such a wedding could hardly have been chosen than Harmonia. This theory confirmed by the astronomical symbols carried by the laurel bearer at the octennial festival of laurel bearing. This theory is supported by a remarkable feature of the festival. At the head of the procession, immediately in front of the laurel bearer, walked a youth who carried in his hands a staff of olive wood draped with laurels and flowers. To the top of the staff was fastened a bronze globe, with smaller globes hung from it. To the middle of the staff were attached a globe of medium size and 365 purple ribands, while the lower part of the staff was swathed in a saffron pall. The largest globe, we are told, signified the sun, the smaller the moon, and the smallest the stars, and the purple ribands stood for the course of the year, being equal in number to the days comprised in it. The choir of virgins who followed the laurel bearer singing hymns may have represented the Muses, who were said to have sung and played at the marriage of Cadmus and Harmonia. Down to late times, the very spot in the marketplace was shown where they had discoursed their heavenly music. We may conjecture that the procession of the laurel bearing was preceded by a dramatic performance of the slaying of the dragon, and that it was followed by a pageant representative of the nuptials of Cadmus and Harmonia in the presence of the gods. On this hypothesis, Harmonia, the wife of Cadmus, is only another form of his sister Europa, both of them being personifications of the moon. Accordingly, in the Samothracian mysteries, in which the marriage of Cadmus and Harmonia appears to have been celebrated, it was Harmonia and not Europa whose wanderings were dramatically represented. The gods who quitted Olympus to grace the wedding by their presence were probably represented in the rites, whether celebrated at Thebes or in Samothrace by men and women attired as deities. In like manner, at the marriage of a pharaoh, the courtiers masqueraded in the likeness of the animal-headed Egyptian gods. The Olympic festival seems to have been based on the octennial cycle. Within historical times, the Great Olympic Festival was always held at intervals of 4, not of 8 years, yet it too would seem to have been based on the octennial cycle, for it always fell on a full moon at intervals of 50 and of 49 lunar months alternately. Thus the total number of lunar months comprised in 2 successive Olympiads was 99, which is precisely the number of lunar months in the octennial cycle. It is possible that, as K.O. Muller conjectured, the Olympic Games may, like the Pythian, have originally been celebrated at intervals of 8 years instead of 4 years. Mythical marriage of the sun and moon at Olympia. If that was so, analogy would lead us to infer that the festival was associated with a mythical marriage of the sun and moon. A reminiscence of such a marriage appears to survive in the legend that Endymion, the son of the first king of Elis, had 50 daughters by the moon, and that he set his sons to run a race for the kingdom at Olympia. For, as scholars have already perceived, Endymion is a sunken sun overtaken by the moon below the horizon, and his 50 daughters by her are the 50 lunar months of an Olympiad, or more strictly speaking, of every alternate Olympiad. If the Olympic festival always fell, as many authorities have maintained, at the first full moon after the summer solstice, the time would be eminently appropriate for a marriage of the luminaries, since both of them might be conceived to be at the prime of their vigour. The Olympic victors, male and female, may originally have represented Zeus and Hera, or the sun and moon, and have reigned as divine king and queen for 4 or 8 years. It has been ingeniously argued by Mr. A.B. Cook that the Olympic victors in the chariot race were the lineal successors of the old rulers, the living embodiments of Zeus, whose claims to the kingdom were decided by a race, as in the legend of Endymion and his sons, and who reigned for a period of 4, perhaps originally of 8 years, after which they had again, like Onomaus, to stake their right to the throne on the issue of a chariot race. Certainly the 4-horse car in which they raced assimilated them to the sun god, who was commonly supposed to drive through the sky in a similar fashion, while the crown of sacred olive, which decked their brows, likened them to the great god Zeus himself, whose glorious image at Olympia wore a similar wreath. But if the olive-crowned victor in the men's race at Olympia represented Zeus, it becomes probable that the olive-crowned victor in the girls' race, which was held every 4th year at Olympia in honour of Hera, represented in like manner the god's wife, and that in former days the two together acted the part of the god and the goddess in that sacred marriage of Zeus and Hera, which is known to have been celebrated in many parts of Greece. This conclusion is confirmed by the legend that the girls' race was instituted by Hippodamia in gratitude for her marriage with Pelops. For if Pelops as victor in the chariot race represented Zeus, his bride would naturally play the part of Hera. But under the names of Zeus and Hera, the pair of Olympic victors would seem to have really personated the sun and moon, who were the true heavenly bridegroom and bride of the ancient noctennial festival. In the decline of ancient civilization, the old myth of the marriage of the great luminaries was revived by the crazy fanatic and libertine, the Emperor Heliogabalus, who fetched the image of Astarte, regarded as the moon goddess from Carthage to Rome, and wedded it to the image of the Syrian sun god, commanding all men of Rome and throughout Italy to celebrate with joy and festivity the solemn nuptials of the god of the sun with the goddess of the moon. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Golden Bough, Part 3, The Dying God by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 2, Part 4. Part 5, Funeral Games. Tradition at the great games of Greece originated in funeral celebrations. But a different and at first sight inconsistent explanation of the Olympic festival deserves to be considered. Some of the ancients held that all the great games of Greece, the Olympic, the Nemean, the Isthmian, and the Pythian, were funeral games celebrated in honour of the dead. Thus the Olympic Games were supposed to have been founded in honour of Pelops, the great legendary hero, who had a sacred precinct at Olympia, where he was honoured above all the other heroes and received annually the sacrifice of a black ram. Once a year, too, all the lads of Peloponnese are said to have lashed themselves on his grave at Olympia, till the blood streamed down their backs as a libation to the departed hero. Similarly, at Roman funerals the women scratched their faces till they bled for the purpose, as Vera tells us, of pleasing the ghosts with the sight of the flowing blood. So too among the Aborigines of Australia, mourners sometimes cut and hack themselves and allow the streaming blood to drip on the dead body of their kinsman or into the grave. Among the eastern islanders of Torres Straits, in like manner, youths who had lately been initiated and girls who had attained to puberty used to have the lobes of their ears cut as a mourning ceremony, and the flowing blood was allowed to drip on the feet of the corpse as a mark of pity or sorrow. Moreover, young adults of both sexes had patterns cut in their flesh with a sharp shell so that the blood fell on the dead body. The similarity of the savage rites to the Greek custom observed at the grave of Pelops suggests that the tomb was not a mere cenotaph, but that it contained the actual remains of the dead hero, though these have not been discovered by the German excavators of Olympia. In like manner, the Nemean Games are said to have been celebrated in honor of the dead Ophelts, whose grave was shown in Nemea. According to tradition, the Isthmian Games were instituted in honor of the dead Melicertes, whose body had been washed ashore at the Isthmus of Corinth. It is said that when this happened, a famine fell upon the Corinthians, and an oracle declared that the evil would not cease until the people paid due obsequies to the remains of the drowned Melicertes and honored him with funeral games. The Corinthians complied with the injunction for a short time, but as soon as they admitted to celebrate the games, the famine broke out afresh, and the oracle informed them that the honors paid by Melicertes must be eternal. Lastly, the Pythian Games are said to have been celebrated in honor of the dead dragon or serpent Python. The tradition is confirmed by Greek practice, for in historical times games were instituted to do honor to many famous men in Greece. These Greek traditions as to the funeral origin of the great games are strongly confirmed by Greek practice in historical times. Thus, in the Homeric age, funeral games including chariot races, foot races, wrestling, boxing, spear throwing, quoit throwing, and archery was celebrated in honor of dead kings and heroes at their barrows. In the 5th century before Christ, when Miltiades, the victor of Marathon, died in the Thracian Chersonese, the people offered sacrifices to him as their founder and instituted equestrian and athletic games in his honor, in which no citizen of Lampsacus was allowed to contend. Near the theatre at Sparta, there were 2 graves. One contained the bones of the gallant Leonidas, which had been brought back from the pass of Thermopylae to rest in Spartan earth. The other held the dust of King Pausanias, who commanded the Greek armies on the great day when they routed the Persian host at Plataea, but who lived to tarnish his laurels and to die a traitor's death. Every year speeches were spoken over these graves, and games were held in which none but Spartans might compete. Perhaps in the case of Pausanias, the games were intended rather to avert his anger than to do him honor, for we are told that wizards were fetched even from Italy to lay the traitor's unquiet ghost. Again, when the Spartan general Brasidas, defending Amphipolis in Thrace against the Athenians, fell mortally wounded before the city and just lived, like Wolfe on the heights of Abraham, to learn that his men were victorious. All the allies in arms followed the dead soldier to the grave, and the grateful citizens fenced his tomb about, sacrificed to him as a hero, and decreed that his memory should be honoured henceforth with games and annual sacrifices. So too, when Timolon, the saviour of Syracuse, died in the city which he had delivered from tyrants within and had defended against enemies without, vast multitudes of men and women, crowned with garlands and clad in clean raiment, attended all that was mortal of the benefactor to the funeral pyre, the voices of praise and benefiction mingling with the sound of lamentations and sobs. But when at last the bier was laid on the pyre, a herald chosen for his sonorous voice proclaimed that the people of Syracuse were burying Timoleon, and that they would honour him for all time to come with musical, equestrian, and athletic games, because he had put down the tyrants, conquered the foreign foe, rebuilt the cities that had been laid waste, and restored their free constitutions to the Sicilians. In dedicating the great mausoleum in Halicarnassus to the soul of her dead husband Mausolus, his widow Artemisia instituted a contest of eloquence in his memory, prizes of money and other valuables being offered to such as should pronounce the most splendid panegyrics on the departed. Isocrates himself is said to have entered for the prize, but to have been vanquished by his pupil Theopompus. Alexander the Great prepared to pay honour to his dead friend Hephaestion by celebrating athletic and musical contests on a greater scale than had ever been witnessed before, and for this purpose he actually assembled 3,000 competitors, who shortly afterwards contended at the funeral games of the great conqueror himself. The Greeks also instituted games in honor of large numbers of men who had perished in battle or a massacre. Nor were the Greeks in the habit of instituting games in honor only of a few distinguished individuals. They sometimes established them to perpetuate the memory or to appease the ghosts of large numbers of men who had perished on the field of battle or been massacred in cold blood. When the Carthaginians and Tyrians together had beaten the Phoenicians in a sea fight, they landed their prisoners near Agylla in Etruria and stoned them all to death. After that, whenever the people of Agylla had their oxen or their sheep past the scene of the massacre, they were attacked by a strange malady, which distorted their bodies and deprived them of the use of their limbs. So they consulted the Delphic oracle, and the priest told them that they must offer great sacrifices to the dead Phaeacians, and institute equestrian and athletic games in their honour, no doubt to appease the angry ghosts of the murdered men who were supposed to be doing the mischief. At Plataea, down to the 2nd century of our era, might be seen the graves of the great men who fell in battle with the Persians. Sacrifices were offered to them every year with great solemnity. The chief magistrate of Plataea, clad in a purple robe, washed with his own hands the tombstones and anointed them with scented oil. He slaughtered a black bull over a burning pyre, and called upon the dead warriors to come and partake of the banquet and the blood. Then filling a bowl of wine and pouring a libation, he said, "I drink to the men who died for the freedom of Greece." Moreover, games were celebrated every 4th year in honour of these heroic dead, the principal prizes being offered for a race in armour. At Athens, funeral games were held in the Academy to commemorate the men slain in war who were buried in the neighbouring Ceramicus, and sacrifices were offered to them at a pit. The games were superintended, and the sacrifices offered by the polemarch or minister of war. Funeral games are being celebrated in honour of the dead by other peoples, both in ancient and modern times. Similar honours have been paid to the spirits of the departed by many other peoples, both ancient and modern. Thus in antiquity the Thracians burned or buried their dead. Having raised mounds over their remains, they held games of all kinds on the spot, assigning them principal prizes to victory in single combat. At Rome, funeral games were celebrated and gladiators fought in honour of distinguished men who had just died. The games were sometimes held in the Forum. Thus in the year 216 BC, when Marcus Aemilius Lepidus died, who had been twice consul, his 3 sons celebrated funeral games in the Forum for 3 days, and 22 pairs of gladiators fought on the occasion. Again in the year 200 BC, funeral games were held for 4 days in the Forum, and 25 pairs of gladiators fought in honour of the deceased, M. Valerius Laevinus, the expense of the ceremonies being defrayed by the 2 sons of the dead man. Once more, when the Pontifex Maximus Publicius Licinius Crassus died at the beginning of the year 183 BC, funeral games were celebrated in his honour for 3 days, 120 gladiators fought, and the ceremonies concluded with a banquet, for which the tables were spread in the Forum. These games and combats were doubtless intended to please and soothe the ghost of the recently departed, just as we saw that Roman women lacerated their faces for a similar purpose. Similarly, when the southern Nicobarese dig up the bones of their dead, clean them, and bury them again, they hold a feast at which sham fights with quarter-staves take place to gratify the departed spirit. In Futuna, an island in the South Pacific, when a death has taken place, friends express their grief by cutting their faces, breast, and arms with shells, and at the funeral festival which follows, pairs of boxers commonly engage in combats by way of honouring the deceased. In Laos, the province of Siam, boxers are similarly engaged to bruise each other at the festival which takes place when the remains of a chief or other important person are cremated. The festival lasts 3 days, but it is while the pyre is actually blazing that the combatants are expected to batter each other's heads with the utmost vigour. Among the Kyrgyz, the anniversary of the death of the rich man is celebrated with a great feast with horse races, shooting matches, and wrestling matches. It is said that thousands of sheep and hundreds of horses, besides sleighs, coats of mail, and a great many other objects, are sometimes distributed as prizes among the winners. The Bashkirs, a Tatar people of mixed extraction, bury their dead and always in the obsequies with horse races. Among some of the North American Indians, contests in running, shooting, and so forth formed part of the funeral celebration. Funeral games among the Bedouins and among the peoples of the Caucasus. The Bedouins of the Sinaitic Peninsula observe a great annual festival at the grave of the prophet Saleh, and camel races are included in the ceremonies. At the end of the races, a procession takes place around the prophet's grave, after which the sacrificial victims are led to the door of the mortuary chapel. Their ears are cut off, and the door posts are smeared with their streaming blood. The custom of holding funeral games in honor of the dead appears to be common among the people of the Caucasus. Thus in Circassia, the anniversary of the death of a distinguished warrior or chief is celebrated for years with horse races, foot races, and various kinds of martial and athletic exercises, for which prizes are awarded to the successful competitors. Among the Chusers, another people of the Caucasus, horse races are held at the funeral of a rich man. The prizes of cattle and sheep are given to the winners. Poor folk content themselves with a competition in shooting and with more modest prizes. Similar celebrations take place on the anniversary of the death. In like manner, shooting matches form a feature of an annual festival of All Souls, when the spirits of departed Chusers are believed to revisit their old village. Adults and children alike take part in the matches, and adults shooting with guns and the children with bows and arrows. The prizes consist of loaves, stockings, gloves, and so forth. Among the Abkhazes, another people of the Caucasus, 2 years after death, a memorial feast is held in honor of the deceased, at which animals are killed and measures taken to appease the soul of the departed. For they believe that if the ghost is discontented, he can injure them and their property. The horse of the deceased figures prominently at the festival. After the guests have feasted at a long table spread in the open air, the young men perform evolutions on horseback, which are said to recall the tournaments of the Middle Ages, and children of 8 or 9 years of age ride races on horseback. Games periodically held in honor of some famous man might in time assume the character of a great fair. Thus it appears that many different peoples have been in the habit of holding games, including horse races in honor of the dead, and as the ancient Greeks unquestionably did so within historical times for men whose existence is as little open to question as that of Wellington and Napoleon, we cannot dismiss as improbable the tradition that the Olympic and perhaps other great Greek games were instituted to commemorate real men who once lived, died, and were buried on the spot where the festivals were afterwards held. When the person so commemorated has been great and powerful in his lifetime, his ghost will be deemed great and powerful after death, and the games celebrated in his honor might naturally attract crowds of spectators. The need of providing food and accommodation for the multitude which assembled on these occasions would in turn draw numbers of hucksters and merchants to the spot, and thus what in its origin has been a solemn religious ceremony might gradually assume more and more the character of a fair, that is, of a concourse of people brought together mainly for purpose of trade and amusement. This theory might account for the origin not only of the Olympic and other Greek games, but also for that of the great fairs or public assemblies of ancient Ireland, which have been compared, not without reason, to the Greek games. The great Irish fairs of Tailteann and Carmen, in which horse races played a prominent part, are said to have been instituted in honor of the dead. Indeed, the 2 most famous of these Irish festivals, in which horse races played a prominent part, are actually said to have been instituted in honor of the dead. Most celebrated of all was the fair of Tailteann or Tailteann, held at a place in the country of Meath, which is now called Tailtown, on the Blackwater, midway between Navan and Kells. The festival lasted for a fortnight, before Lammas, the 1st of August, and a fortnight afterward. Among the many sports and contests which formed a leading feature of the fair, horse races held the principal place. But trade was not neglected, and among the wares brought to market were marriageable women, who, according to a tradition which survived into the 19th century, were bought and sold as wives for 1 year. The very spot where the marriages took place is still pointed out by the peasantry. They call it Marriage Hollow. Multitudes flocked to the fair. not only from all parts of Ireland, but even from Scotland. It is officially recorded that in the year 1169 AD, the horses and chariots alone, exclusive of the people on foot, extended in a continuous line for more than 6 English miles from Tailtin to Mullach At, now the hill of Lloyd near Kells. The Irish historians relate that the Fair of Tailtin was instituted by Lug in honour of his foster mother Tailtiu, who he buried under a great sepulchral mound on the spot, ordering that a commemorative festival with games and sport should be celebrated there annually forever. The other great fair of ancient Ireland was held only once in 3 years at Carman, now called Wexford, in Leinster. It began on Lammas Day, the 1st of August, and lasted 6 days. A horse race took place on each day of the festival. In different parts of the green there were separate markets for victuals, for cattle and horses, and for gold and precious stuffs of the merchants. Harpers harped and pipes piped for the entertainment of the crowds, and in other parts of the fair bards recited in the ears of rapt listeners old and romantic tales of forays and cattle raids, of battles and murders, of love and courtship and marriage. Prizes were awarded to the best performers in every art. In the book of Ballymote, the Fair of Carman, or Garman, is said to have been founded in accordance with the dying wish of a chief named Garman, who is buried on the spot, after begging that a fair of mourning, Anak Naguba, should be instituted for him and should bear his name forever. It was considered an institution of great importance, and among the blessings promised to the men of Leinster from holding it, and duly celebrating the established games, were plenty of corn, fruit and milk, abundance of fish in the lakes and rivers, domestic prosperity, and immunity from the yoke of any other province. On the other hand, the evils to follow from the neglect of this institution were to be failure and early greyness on them and their kings. Indeed, most of the great Irish fairs are said to have originated in funeral games. Nor were these 2 great fairs the only ancient Irish festivals of the sort which are reported to have been founded in honour of the dead. The annual fair at Emain is said to have been established to lament the death of Queen Macha of the Golden Hair, who had her palace on the spot. In short, most of the great meetings, by whatever name known, had their origin in funeral games. Tara, Tailtin, Slachta, Ashna, Crochan, Emain Macha, and other less prominent meeting places are well known as ancient pagan cemeteries, in all of which many illustrious semi-historical personages were interred, and many sepulchral monuments remain in them to this day. There was a notion that Carman was a cemetery, that their kings and queens had been buried, and that the games and horse races which formed the principal attraction of the fair had been instituted in honour of the dead folk on whose graves the feet of the assembled multitude were treading. The same view is taken of the fairs of Tailtil and Crochan. Tailtil and Crochan were cemeteries before they served periodically as places of assembly for business and pleasure. The tombs of the first kings of Ulster were at Tailtin. The great Irish fairs were held on the 1st of August, Lammas, which seems to have been an old harvest festival of first fruits. If we ask whether the tradition as to the funeral origin of these great Irish fairs is true or false, it is important to observe the date at which they were commonly celebrated. The date was the 1st of August, or Lugnasad, that is, the Nasad, or Games of Lug, as the day is still called in every part of Ireland. This was the date of the great fair of Crouchan, as well as of Tailtin and Carman. Now, the 1st of August is our Lammas Day, a name derived from the Anglo-Saxon Helafmes, that is, loaf mass, or bread mass, and the name marks the day as a mass or feast of thanksgiving for the first fruits of the corn harvest, which in England and Ireland usually ripen about that time. The feast seems to have been observed with bread of new wheat, and therefore in some parts of England, and even in some near Oxford, the tenants are bound to bring in wheat of that year to their lord, on or before the 1st of August. But if the festival of the 1st of August was in its origin an offering of the first fruits of the corn harvest, we can easily understand the great importance which the ancient Irish attached to it, and why they should have thought that its observers ensured a plentiful crop of corn as well as abundance of fruit and milk and fish, whereas the neglect of the festival would entail the failure of these things and cause the hair of their kings to turn prematurely grey. For it is a widespread custom among primitive agricultural peoples to offer the first fruits of the harvest to divine beings, whether gods or spirits, before any person may eat of the new crops. And wherever such customs are observed, we may assume that an omission to offer the first fruits must be supposed to endanger the crops and the general prosperity of the community, by exciting the wrath of the gods or spirits who conceive themselves to be robbed of their dues. Now among the divine beings who are thus propitiated, the souls of the dead ancestors take in many tribes a prominent or even exclusive place, and that these ancestors are not creations of the mythical fancy, but were once men of flesh and blood, is sometimes demonstrated by the substantial evidence of their skulls, to which the offerings are made, and in which the spirits are supposed to take up their abode for the purpose of partaking of the food presented to them. Sometimes the ceremony is designated by the expressive name of feeding the dead. If the great Irish fairs were instituted in honour of the dead, we can understand why their observance was supposed to ensure plenty of corn, fruit, milk, and fish. All this tends to support the traditional explanation of the great Irish fairs held at the beginning of August, when the first corn is ripe, for if these festivals were indeed celebrated, as they are said to have been, at cemeteries where kings and other famous men were buried, and if the horse races and other games which form the most prominent feature of the celebrations were indeed instituted, as they are said to have been, in honour of dead men and women, we can perfectly understand why the observance of the festivals at the games was supposed to ensure a plentiful harvest and abundance of fruit and fish, whereas the neglect to celebrate them was believed to entail the failure of these things. So long as the spirits of the dead men and women who were buried on the spot received the homage of their descendants in the shape of funeral games and perhaps of first fruits, so long they would bless their people with plenty by causing the earth to bring forth its fruits, the cows to yield milk, and the waters to swarm with fish. Whereas if they deemed themselves slighted and neglected, they would average their wrongs by cutting off the food supply and afflicting the people with dearth and other calamities. Among these threatened calamities, the premature greyness of the kings is specially mentioned, and was probably deemed not the least serious, for we have seen that the welfare of the whole people is often deemed to be bound up with the physical vigour of the king, and that the appearance of grey hairs on his head and wrinkles on his face is sometimes viewed with apprehension, and proves the signal for putting him to death. Similarly, the abcases of the coursers imagine that if they do not honour a dead man by horse races and other festivities, his ghost will be angry with them and visit his displeasure on their persons and their property. In this connection, it is significant that the celebration of the Isthmian Games at Corinth, in honour of the dead Melicertes, is said to have been instituted for the purpose of staying a famine, and that the intermission in the games was immediately followed by a fresh visitation of the calamity. Analogy suggests that the famine may have been ascribed to the anger of the ghost of Melicertes at the neglect of his funeral honours. But the theory of the funeral origin of the Olympic Games does not explain all the legends connected with them. Thus, on the whole, the theory of the funeral origin of the great Greek Games is supported not only by Greek tradition and Greek custom, but by the evidence of parallel customs observed in many lands. Yet the theory seems hardly adequate to explain all the features and the legends of the foundation and early history of the Olympic Games, for if these contests were instituted merely to please and propitiate the soul of a prince named Pelops, who was buried on the spot, what are we to make of the tradition that the foot race was founded in order to determine the successor to the kingdom? Or of the similar, though not identical, tradition that the kingdom and the hand of the king's daughter were awarded as a prize to him who could vanquish the king in a chariot race, while death was a penalty inflicted on the beaten charioteer? Such legends can hardly have been pure fictions. They probably reflect some real custom observed at Olympia. Suggested theory of the origin of the Olympic Games. We may perhaps combine them with the tradition of the funeral origin of the games by supposing that victory in the race entitled the winner to reign as a divine king, the embodiment of a god, for a term of years, whether 4 or 8 years according to the interval between successive celebrations of the festival, that when the term had expired, the human god must again submit his title to the crown to the hazard of a race for the purpose of proving that his bodily vigour was unimpaired, that if he failed to do so, he had lost both his kingdom and his life. And lastly, that the spirits of these divine kings, like those of the divine kings of their shilluk, were worshipped with sacrifices at their graves, and were thought to delight in the spectacle of the games which reminded them of the laurels they had themselves won long ago, amid the plaudits of a vast multitude, in the sunshine and dust of the racecourse, before they joined the shadowy company of ghosts in the darkness and silence of the tomb. The theory would explain the existence of the sacred precinct of Pelops at Olympia, where the black rams, the characteristic offerings to the dead, were sacrificed to the hero, and where the young men lashed themselves till the blood dripped from their backs on the ground, a sight well pleasing to the grim bloodthirsty ghost lurking unseen below. Perhaps, too, the theory may explain the high mound at some distance from Olympia, which passes for the grave of the suitors of Hippodamia, to whose shades Pelops is said to have sacrificed as to heroes every year. It is possible that the men buried in the great barrow were not, as tradition had it, the suitors who contended in the chariot race for the hand of Hippodamia and being defeated were slain by her relentless father. They may have been men who, like Pelops himself, had won the kingdom and a bride in the chariot race, and after enjoying the regal dignity and posing as incarnate deities for a term of years, had been finally defeated in the race and put to death. The Olympic Games is not a harvest festival, but based on astronomical considerations. Whatever may be thought of these speculations, the Great Olympic Festival cannot have been, like our Lammas, a harvest festival. The quadrennial period of the celebration and the season of the year which it fell, about halfway between the corn reaping of early summer and the vintage of mid-autumn, alike exclude the supposition and alike point to an astronomical, not an agricultural basis of the solemnity. Accordingly, we seem driven to conclude that if the winners, male and female, in the Olympic Games indeed represented divinities, these divinities must have been personifications of astronomical, not agricultural powers. In short, that the victors posed as embodiments of the sun and moon, then at the prime of their radiant power and glory, whose meeting in the heavenly bride chamber of the sky after years of separation was mimicked and magically promoted by the nuptials of their human representatives on earth. Part 6. The Slaughter of the Dragon. Widespread myth of the slaughter of a great dragon. In the foregoing discussion, it has been suggested that Delphi, Thebes, Salamis, and Athens were once ruled by kings who had, in modern language, a serpent or dragon for their crest, and were believed to migrate at death into the bodies of the beasts. But the legends of the dragon admit of another, and at first sight at least, discrepant explanation. It is difficult to separate them from those similar tales of the slaughter of a great dragon which are current in many lands, and have commonly been interpreted as nature myths. In other words, as personifications of physical phenomena. Of such tales, the oldest known versions are the ancient Babylonian and the ancient Indian. The Babylonian story of the slaying of Tiamat by Marduk is a myth of the creation of cosmos out of chaos. The Babylonian myth relates how, in the beginning, the mighty god Marduk fought and killed the great dragon Tiamat, an embodiment of the primeval watery chaos, and now after his victory he created the present heaven and earth by splitting the huge carcass of the monster into halves, and setting one of them up to form the sky, while the other half apparently he used to fashion the earth. Thus the story is a myth of creation, in language which its authors doubtless understood literally, but which more advanced thinkers afterwards interpreted figuratively. It describes how confusion was reduced to order, how a cosmos emerged from chaos. The account of creation given in the first chapter of Genesis, which has been so much praised for its simple grandeur and sublimity, is merely a rationalized version of the old myth of the fight with the dragon, a myth which, for crudity of thought, deserves to rank with the quaint fancies of the lowest savages. Indian story of the slaying of Vritra by Indra. Again, the Indian myth embodied in the hymns of the Rigveda tells how the strong and valiant god Indra conquered a great dragon or serpent named Vritra, which had obstructed the waters so that they could not flow. He slew the monster with his bolt, and then the pent-up springs gushed in rivers to the sea. And what he did once, he continues to do. Again and again he renews the conflict. Again and again he slays the dragon and releases the imprisoned waters. Prayers are addressed to him that he would be pleased to do so in the future. Even priests on earth sometimes associate themselves with Indra in his battles with the dragon. The worshipper is said to have placed the bolt in the god's hands, and the sacrifice is spoken of as having helped the weapon slay the monster. Thus the feat attributed to Indra would seem to be a mythical account, not so much of creation, as of some regularly recurring phenomenon. The story may be a myth descriptive of the beginning of the rainy season in India. It has been plausibly interpreted as a description of the bursting of the first storms of rain and thunder after the torrid heat of an Indian summer. At such times all nature, exhausted by the drought, longs for coolness and moisture. Day after day, men and cattle may be tormented by the sight of clouds that gather and then pass away without disburdening themselves of their contents. At last, a long-drawn struggle between the rival forces comes to a crisis. The sky darkens, thunder peals, lightning flashes, and the welcome rain descends in sheets, drenching the parched earth and flooding the rivers. Such a battle of the elements might well present itself to the primitive mind in the guise of a conflict between a maleficent dragon of drought and a beneficent god of thunder and rain. The cloud dragon has swallowed the waters and keeps them shut up in the black coils of his sinuous body. The god cleaves the monster's belly with his thunderbolts, and the imprisoned water is escaped in the form of dripping rain and rushing stream. Similarly, the other tales of the slaughter of the dragon may be mythical descriptions of the changes of the seasons. In other countries, a similar myth might, with appropriate variations of detail, express in like manner the passage of one season into another. For example, in more rigorous climates, the dragon might stand for the dreary winter and the dragon slayer for the genial summer. The myths of Apollo and the Python, of St. George and the dragon, have thus been interpreted as symbolizing the victory of summer over winter. Similarly, it has been held, with much probability, that the Babylonian legend of Marduk and Tiamat reflects the annual change which transforms the valley of the Euphrates in spring. During the winter, the wide Babylonian plain, flooded by the heavy rains, looks like a sea, for which the Babylonian word is Tiantu, Tiamat. Then comes a spring, when, with the growing power of the sun, the clouds vanish, the waters subside, and dry land of vegetation appear once more. On this hypothesis, the dragon Tiamat represents the clouds, the rain, the floods of winter, while Marduk stands for the vernal or summer sun which dispels the powers of darkness and moisture. The cosmological significance of the Babylonian myth may have been an afterthought, the early philosophers picturing the creation of the world on the analogy of the change from winter to summer. But if the combat of Marduk and Tiamat was primarily a mythical description of the Babylonian spring, it would seem that this cosmological significance as an account of creation must have been an afterthought. The early philosophers who meditated on the origin of things may have pictured to themselves the creation or evolution of the world on the analogy of the great changes which outside the tropics pass over the face of nature every year. In these changes, it is not hard to discern or to imagine a conflict between two hostile forces or principles, the principle of construction or of life and the principle of destruction or of death, victory inclining now to the one and now to the other, according as winter yields to spring or summer fades into autumn. It would be natural enough to suppose that the same mighty rivals which still wage war on each other had done so from the beginning, and that the formation of the universe as it now exists had resulted from the shock of that battle. On this theory, the creation of the world is repeated every spring, and its dissolution is threatened every autumn. The one is proclaimed by summer's gay heralds, the opening flowers. The other is whispered by winter's sad harbingers, the yellow leaves. Here, as elsewhere, the old creed is echoed by the poet's fancy. Non allois prima crescentelis origin mundi. In laxisse dies allumve abusie torrenorum. Credidarium ver illad erat, ver magnus agabat. Orbis et hubernis parsebat flatubis iri, cum premae lucam pecades heresier, Philomonge. Feria progenies duris capat extulitarvis. In misseque fere silvis et sidera calo. Thus ceremonies intended to hasten the departure of winter are in a sense attempts to repeat the creation of the world. Thus the ceremonies which in many lands have been performed to hasten the departure of winter or stay the flight of summer are in a sense attempts to create the world afresh, or to remold it nearer to the heart's desire. But if we would set ourselves at the point of view of the old sages who devised means so feeble to accomplish a purpose so immeasurably vast, we must divest ourselves of our modern conceptions of the immensity of the universe, and of the pettiness and insignificance of man's place in it. We must imagine the infinitude of space shrunk to a few miles, the infinitude of time contracted to a few generations. To the savage, the mountains that bound the visible horizon, or the sea that stretches away to meet it, is the world's end. Beyond these narrow limits, its feet have never strayed, and even his imagination fails to conceive what lies across the waste of waters, or in the far blue hills. Of the future he hardly thinks, and of the past he knows only what has been handed down to him by the word of mouth from his savage forefathers. To suppose that a world, thus circumscribed in space and time, was created by the efforts or the fiat of a being like himself, imposes no great strain on his credulity, and he may without much difficulty imagine that he himself can annually repeat the work of creation by his charms and incantations. And once a horde of savages has instituted magic ceremonies for the renewal or preservation of all things, the force of custom and tradition which tend to maintain them in practice long after the old narrow ideas of the universe had been superseded by more adequate conceptions, and the tribe had expanded into a nation. In Babylon and India, the myth of the slaughter of the dragon may have been enacted as a magical ceremony to hasten the advent of summer or of the rainy season. Neither in Babylon nor in India, indeed, so far as I am aware, is there any direct evidence that the story of the slaughter of the dragon was ever acted as a miracle play or magical rite for the sake of bringing about those natural events which it describes in figurative language. But analogy leads us to conjecture that in both countries the myth may have been recited, if not acted, as an incantation for the purpose I have indicated. New Year Festival of Zagmak at Babylon. At Babylon, the recitation may have formed part of the great New Year festival of Marduk, which under the name of Zagmak was celebrated with great pomp about the vernal equinox. In this connection, it may not be without significance that one version of the Babylonian legend of creation has been found inscribed on a tablet, of which the reverse exhibits an incantation intended to be recited for the purification of the temple of Izida in Boursiba. Now Izida was the temple of Nabu, or Nebo, a god closely associated, if not originally identical, with Marduk. Indeed, Hammurabi, the great king of Babylon, dedicated the temple in question to Marduk and not to Nabu. It seems not improbable, therefore, that the creation legend in which Marduk played so important a part was recited as an incantation at the purification of the temple Izida. The ceremony perhaps took place at the Zagmak festival, when the image of Nabu was solemnly brought in procession from his temple in Boursiba to the great temple of Marduk in Babylon. Moreover, it was believed that at this great festival the fates were determined by Marduk or Nabu for the ensuing year. Now the creation myth relates how, after he had slain the dragon, Marduk wrested the tablets of destiny from Ningu, the paramour of Tiamat, sealed them with a seal, and laid them on his breast. We may conjecture that the dramatic representation of this incident formed part of the annual determination of the fates at Zagmat. In short, it seems probable that the whole myth of creation was annually recited and acted at this great spring festival as a charm to dispel the storms and floods of winter, and to hasten the coming of summer. Part played by the king in the drama of the Sword of the Dragon. Whenever sacred dramas of this sort were acted as magical rites for the regulation of the seasons, it would be natural that the chief part should be played by the king, at first in his character of head magician, and afterwards as representative and embodiment of the beneficent god who vanquishes the powers of evil. If, therefore, the myth of the Sword of the Dragon was ever acted with this intention, the king would, appropriately, figure in the play as the victorious champion, while the defeated monster would be represented by an actor of inferior rank. But it is possible that under certain circumstances the distribution of parts in the drama might be somewhat different. When the tenure of the regal office was limited to a fixed time, at the end of which the king was inexorably put to death, the fatal part of the dragon might be assigned to the monarch as a representative of the old order, the old year, or the old cycle which was passing away, while the part of victorious god or hero might be supported by a successor and executioner. Suggested reconciliation of the totemic with the cosmological interpretation of the Sword of the Dragon. An hypothesis of this latter sort would, to a certain extent, reconcile the two apparently discrepant interpretations of the myth, which have been discussed in the preceding pages, and which for the sake of distinction may be called the totemic and the cosmological interpretations respectively. The serpent or dragon might be the sacred animal or totem of the royal house, at the same time that it stood mythically for certain cosmological phenomena, whether moisture or drought, cold or heat, winter or summer. In like manner, any other species of animal which serves as the totem of the royal family might simultaneously possess a cosmological significance as a symbol of an elemental power. Thus at Knossos, as we have seen reason to think, the bull was at once the king's crest, and an emblem of the sun. Similarly, in Egypt, the hawk was a symbol both of the sun and of the king. The oldest royal capital known to us was Hierakonpolis, or Hawktown, and the first Egyptian king, of whom we hear, had for his only royal title the name of Hawk. At the same time, the hawk was with the Egyptians an emblem of the sun. Hawks were kept in the sun god's temple, and the deity himself was commonly represented in art as a man with a hawk's head and the disk of the sun above it. However, I am fully sensible of the slipperiness and uncertainty of the ground I am treading, and it is with great diffidence that I submit these speculations to the judgment of my readers. The subject of ancient mythology is involved in dense mists, which it is not always possible to penetrate and illumine, even with the lamp of the comparative method. Demonstration in such matters is rarely if ever attainable. The utmost that a candid inquirer can claim for his conclusions is a reasonable degree of probability. Future researchers may clear up the obscurity which still rests on the myth of the Slaughter of the Dragon, and might thereby ascertain what measure of truth, if any, there is in the suggested interpretations. Part 7. Triennial Tenure of the Kingship. In the province of Lagos, which forms part of southern Nigeria, the Ojebu tribe of the Yoruba race is divided into two branches, which are known respectively as the Ojebu Ode and the Ojebu Remon. The Ode branch of the tribe is ruled by a chief who bears the title of Awujel, and is surrounded by a great deal of mystery. Down to recent times his face might not be seen even by his own subjects, and if circumstances obliged him to communicate with them, he did so through a screen which hid him from view. The other, or Remon branch of the Ojebu tribe is governed by a chief who ranks below the Awujel. Mr. John Parkinson was informed that in former times this subordinate chief used to be killed with ceremony after a rule of 3 years. As the country is now under British protection, the custom of putting the chief to death at the end of a 3 years' reign has long been abolished, and Mr. Parkinson was unable to ascertain any particulars on the subject. Part 8. Annual Tenure of the Kingship. Evidence of an annual tenure of the kingship at Babylon. At Babylon, within historical times, the tenure of the kingly office was in practice lifelong, yet in theory it would seem to have been merely annual. For every year at the festival of Zagmuk, the king had to renew his power by seizing the hands of the image of Marduk in the great temple of Esagil at Babylon. Even when Babylon passed under the power of Assyria, the monarchs of that country were expected to legalize their claims to the throne every year by coming to Babylon and performing the ancient ceremony at the New Year festival, and some of them found the obligation so burdensome that rather than discharge it they renounced the title of king altogether and contented themselves with the humbler one of governor. Further, it would seem that in very early times the kings of Babylon were put to death at the end of a year's reign. Further, it would appear that in remote times, though not within the historical period, the kings of Babylon or their barbarous predecessors forfeited not merely their crown, but their life at the end of a year's tenure of office. At least this is a conclusion to which the following evidence seems to point. According to the historian Berosus, who, as a Babylonian priest, spoke with ample knowledge, there was annually celebrated in Babylon a festival called the Sasia. The mock king put to death at the festival of the Sacia was probably a substitute for the real king. It began on the 16th day of the month Velois and lasted for 5 days. During these 5 days, masters and servants changed places, the servants giving orders and the masters obeying them. A prisoner condemned to death was dressed in the king's robes, seated on the king's throne, allowed to issue whatever commands he pleased, to eat, drink, and enjoy himself, and lie with the king's concubines. But at the end of the 5 days he was stripped of his royal robes, scourged, and hanged or impaled. During his brief term of office, he bore the title of Zorganes. This custom might perhaps have been explained as merely a grim jest perpetrated in a season of jollity at the expense of an unhappy criminal. But one circumstance, the leave given to the mock king to enjoy the king's concubines, is decisive against this interpretation. Considering the jealous seclusion of an oriental despot's harem, we may be quite certain that permission to invade it would never have been granted by the despot, least of all to condemned criminal except for the very gravest cause. This cause could hardly be other than that the condemned man was about to die in the king's stead, and that to make the substitution perfect, it was necessary he should enjoy the full rights of royalty during his brief reign. There is nothing surprising in this substitution. The rule that the king must be put to death either on the appearance of any symptom of bodily decay or the end of a fixed period is certainly one which, sooner or later, the kings would seek to abolish or modify, as we have seen that in Ethiopia, Sofala, and Ayo. The rule was boldly set aside by enlightened monarchs, and that in Calicut the old custom of killing the king at the end of 12 years was changed into permission granted to anyone at the end of the 12 years period to attack the king, and, in the event of killing him, to reign in his stead. Though, as the king took care of these times to be surrounded by his guards, the permission was little more than a form. Another way of modifying the stern old rule is seen in the Babylonian custom just described. When the time drew near for the king to be put to death, in Babylon, this appears to have been at the end of a single year's reign, he abdicated for a few days, during which a temporary king reigned and suffered in his stead. At first, the temporary king may have been an innocent person, possibly a member of the king's own family, but with the growth of civilization, the sacrifice of an innocent person would be revolting to the public sentiment, and accordingly a condemned criminal would be invested with brief and fatal sovereignty. In the sequel we shall find other examples of a dying criminal representing a dying god. For we must not forget that, as the case of the Shillik kings clearly shows, the king is slain in his character of a god or a demigod, his death and resurrection, as the only means perpetuating the divine life unimpaired, being deemed necessary for the salvation of his people and the world. The festival of the Sacaean was perhaps identical with Zegmuk. If at Babylon before the dawn of history the king himself used to be slain at the festival of the Sacia, it is natural to suppose that the Sacia was no other than Zegmuk or Zakmuk, the great New Year festival at which down to historical times the king's power had to be formally renewed by a religious ceremony in the temple of Marduk. The theory of the identity of the festivals is indeed strongly supported by many considerations and has been accepted by some eminent scholars, but it has to encounter a serious chronological difficulty, since Zegmuk fell about the equinox in spring, whereas Sacia, according to Berosus, was held on the 16th of the month Velois, which was the 10th month of the Syrio-Macedonian calendar and appears to have nearly coincided with July. Festival of Zegmuk in Assyria. The question of the sameness or difference of these festivals will be discussed later on. Here is to be observed that Zegmuk was apparently celebrated in Assyria as well as in Babylonia, for at the end of his great inscription, Esarhaddon, king of Assyria, expresses a wish that it may be granted him to muster all his riding horses and so forth every year at Zegmuk in his palace. Trace of an annual tenure of the kingship in Assyria. But whether the power of the Assyrian kings had, like that of the Babylonian monarchs, to be annually renewed at this festival, we do not know. However, a trace of an annual tenure of the kingly office in Assyria may perhaps, as Dr. C. Brockelman thinks, be detected in the rule that an Assyrian king regularly gave his name only to a single year of his reign, while all the other years were named after certain officers and provincial governors, about 30 in number, who were appointed for this purpose to succeed each other according to a fixed rotation. But we know too little about the institution of the Linu, or the Eponymate, to allow us to express this argument for an annual tenure of the kingship in Assyria. A reminiscence of Zagmuk seems to linger in the belief of the Yazidis that on New Year's Day God sits on his throne, arranging the decrees for the coming year, assigning to dignitaries their various offices, and delivering to them their credentials under his signature and seal. Slaves sacrificed instead of their masters in West Africa. The view that at Babylon the condemned prisoner, who wore the royal robes, was slain as a substitute for the king may be supported by the practice of West Africa, where at the funeral of a king, slaves used to sometimes be dressed up as ministers of state and then sacrificed in that character instead of the real ministers, their masters, who purchased for a sum of money the privilege of thus dying by proxy. Such vicarious sacrifices were witnessed by Catholic missionaries at Ponto Novo on the Slave Coast. Trace of custom of killing the kings of Hawaii at the end of a year's reign. A vestige of a practice of putting the king to death at the end of a year's reign appears to have survived in a festival called Makahiti, which used to be celebrated in Hawaii during the last month of the year. About 100 years ago, a Russian voyager described the custom as follows. The taboo Makahiti is not unlike to our festival of Christmas. It continues a whole month, during which the people amuse themselves with dances, plays, and sham fights of every kind. The king must open this festival wherever he is. On this occasion His Majesty dresses himself in his richest cloak and helmet, and is paddled in a canoe along the shore, followed sometimes by many of his subjects. He embarks early and must finish his excursion at sunrise. The strongest and most expert of the warriors is chosen to receive him on his landing. This warrior watches the canoe along the beach, and as soon as the king lands and has thrown off his cloak, he darts his spear at him, from a distance of about 30 paces, and the king must either catch the spear in his hand or suffer from it. There is no jesting in the business. Having caught it, he carries it under his arm, with the sharp end downwards, into the temple of Heivu. On his entrance, the assembled multitude begin their sham fights, and immediately the air is obscured by clouds of spears, made for the occasion with blunted ends. Amamiya, the king, has been frequently advised to abolish this ridiculous ceremony in which he risks his life every year, but to no effect. His answer always is that he is as able to catch a spear as anyone on the island is to throw it at him. During the Makahiti, all punishments are remitted throughout the country, and no person can leave the palace in which he commences these holidays, though the affair be ever so important. Part 9. Diurnal Tenure of the Kingship. The reign of the life of the king limited to a single day in Nogyo, a province of Congo. That a king should regularly have been put to death at the close of a year's reign will hardly appear improbable when we learn that to this day there is still a kingdom in which the reign and the life of the sovereign are limited to a single day. In Nogyo, a province of the ancient kingdom of Congo in West Africa, the rule obtains that the chief who assumes the cap of sovereignty is always killed on the night after his coronation. The right of succession lies with the chief of the Musarongo, but we need not wonder that he does not exercise it, and that the throne stands vacant. No one likes to lose his life for a few hours' glory on the Nogyo throne. End of Section 6. Section 7 of The Golden Bough, Part 3, The Dying God, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings on the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 3. The Slaying of the King in Legend. Reminiscence of a custom of regicide in popular tales. If a custom of putting kings to death at the end of a set term has prevailed in many lands, it is natural enough that reminiscences of it should survive in tradition long after the custom itself has been abolished. Story how Lancelot came to a city where the king had to perish in the fire on New Year's Day. In the high history of the Holy Grail, We read how Lancelot roamed through strange lands and forests, seeking adventures till he came to a fair and wide plain, lying without a city that seemed of right great lordship. As he rode across the plain, the people came forth from the city to welcome him with the sound of flutes and viols and many instruments of music. When he asked them what meant all this joy, "Sir," said they, "all this joy is made along of you, and all these instruments of music are moved to joy and sound of gladness for your coming." "But wherefore for me?" said Lancelot. "That shall you know well betimes," they say. This city began to burn and to melt in one of the houses from the very same hour that our king was dead, nor might the fire be quenched, nor even will be quenched until some time as we have a king that shall be lord of the city of the honour thereunto belonging, and on New Year's Day behove him to be crowned in the midst of the fire, and then shall the fire be quenched, for otherwise it may never be put out nor extinguished. Wherefore have we come to meet you to give you the royalty, for we have been told that you are a good knight." "Lords," said Lancelot, "of such a kingdom have I no need, and God defend me from it." "Sir," they say, "you may not be defended thereof, for you come into this land at hazard, and great grief would it be that so good a land as you see this is were burnt and melted away by the default of one single man, and the lordship is right great. And this will be the right great worship to yourself on the New Year's Day. You shall be crowned in the fire, and thus save this city and this great people, and thereof shall you have great praise." Much marvelleth Lancelot on this that they say. They come round to him on all sides and lead him into the city. The ladies and damsels are mounted to the windows of the great houses and make great joy, and say to one another, "Look at the new king here that they are leading in. Now will he quench the fire on New Year's Day? Lord, say the most part, what great pity it is of so comely a night they shall end on such wise." "Be still," say the others. "Rather should there be great joy that so fair a city as is this should be saved by his death, for prayer will be made throughout all the kingdom for his soul forever." Therewith they lead him to the palace with right great joy, and say that they will crown him. Lancelot found the palace all strewn with rushes, and hung about with curtains of rich clothes of silk, and the lords of the city all apparelled to do him homage. But he refuseth right stoutly, and saith that their king nor their lord will never be in no such sort. Thereupon behold you a dwarf that entereth into the city, leading one of the fairest dames that be in any kingdom, and asketh whereof this joy and this murmuring may be. They tell him they are fain to make the knight king, but that he is not mind to allow them, and they tell him the whole manner of the fire. The dwarf and the damsel were alighted. Then they mount up to the palace. The dwarf calleth the provosts of the city and the greater lords. "Lords," saith he, "sith that this knight is not willing to be king, I will be so willingly, and I will govern the city at your pleasure, and do whatever you have devised to do. In faith, sith that the knight refuseth this honour, and you may desire to have it, willingly we will grant it you, and he may go his way and his road, for herein do we declare him wholly quit." Therewithal they set the crown on the dwarf's head, and Lancelot maketh great joy thereof. He taketh his leave, and they commend him to God. And so renounteth he on his horse, and goeth his way through the midst of the city all armed. The dames and damsels say that he would not be king, for that he had no mind to die so soon. Story of King Vikramaditya of Ujjain in India. A story of the same sort is told of Ujjain, the ancient capital of Malwa in western India, where the renowned king Vikramaditya is said to have held his court, gathering about him a circle of poets and scholars. Tradition has it that once on a time an archfiend, with a legion of devils at his command, took up his abode in Ujjain, the inhabitants of which he vexed and devoured. Many had fallen a prey to him, and others had abandoned the country to save their lives. Kings of Ujjain devoured by a demon after a reign of a single day. The once populous city was fast being converted into a desert. At last the principal citizens, meeting in council, besought the fiend to reduce his rations to 1 man a day, who would be duly delivered up to him in order that the rest might enjoy a day's repose. The demon closed with the offer, but required that the man whose turn it was to be sacrificed should mount the throne and exercise royal power for a single day, all the grandees of the kingdom submitting to his commands, and everybody yielding him the most absolute obedience. Necessity obliged the citizens to accept these hard terms. Their names were entered on a list. Every day one of them in his turn ruled from morning to night, and was then devoured by the demon. Vikramaditya puts an end to the custom by vanquishing the demon, after which he reigns as king of Ujjain. Now it happened by great good luck that a caravan of merchants from Gujarat halted on the banks of a river not far from the city. They were attended by a servant who was no other than Vikramaditya. At night the jackals began to howl as usual, and one of them said in his own tongue, "In 2 hours a human corpse will shortly float down this river, with 4 rubies of great price at his belt, and a turquoise ring on his finger. He who will give me the corpse to devour will bear sway over the 7 lands." Vikramaditya, knowing the language of birds and beasts, understood what the jackal said, gave the corpse to the beast to devour, and took possession of the ring and the rubies. Next day he entered the town, and, traversing the streets, observed a troop of horse under arms, forming a royal escort, at the door of a porter's house. The grandees of the city were there, and with them was the garrison. They were in the act of inducing the son of the porter to mount an elephant and proceed in state to the palace. But strange to say, instead of being pleased at the honour conferred on their son, the porter and his wife stood on the threshold weeping and sobbing most bitterly. Learning how things stood, the chivalrous Vikramaditya was touched with pity, and offered to accept the fatal sovereignty instead of the potter's son, saying that he would either deliver the people from the tyranny of the demon or perish in the attempt. Accordingly he donned the kingly robes, assumed all the badges of sovereignty, and, mounting the elephant, rode in great pomp to the palace, where he seated himself on the throne, while the dignitaries of the kingdom discharged their duties in his presence. At night the fiend arrived as usual to eat him up, but Vikramaditya was more than a match for him, and after a terrific combat, the fiend capitulated and agreed to quit the city. Next morning the people were coming to the palace were astonished to find Vikramaditya still alive. They thought he must be no common mortal, but some superhuman being or descendant of a great king. Grateful to him for their deliverance, they bestowed the kingdom on him, and he reigned happily over them. Yearly human sacrifices forming offered at Ujjain. According to one account, the dreadful being who ravaged Ujjain and devoured a king every day was a bloodthirsty goddess Kali. When she quitted the city, she left behind her 2 sisters, whose quaint images still frown on the spectator from the pillared portal known as Vikramaditya's Gate at Ujjain. To these her sisters she granted the privilege of devouring as many human beings as they pleased once every 12 years. That tribute they still exact, though the European in his blindness attributes the deaths to cholera. But in addition, 7 girls and 5 buffaloes were to be sacrificed to them every year, and these sacrifices were to be offered regularly until the practice was put down by the English government. It is said that the men who gave their 5-year-old daughters to be slain received grants of land as a reward of their pity. Nowadays only buffaloes are killed at the Dakaratha festival, which is held in October on the 9th day of the month Akvina. The heads of the animals are buried at Vikramaditya's gateway, and those of the last victims are taken up. The girls who would formerly have been sacrificed are now released, but they are not allowed to marry, and their fathers still receive grants of land just as if the cruel sacrifice had been consummated. The persistence of these bloody rites at Ujjain down to recent times raises a presumption that the tradition of the daily sacrifice of a king in the same city was not purely mythical. Story of the birth of Vikramaditya. It is worthwhile to consider another of the stories which are told of King Vikramaditya. His birth is said to have been miraculous, for his father was Gandharva, who was a son of the great god Indra. His father, Gandharva, was an ass by day and a man by night, until his ass's skin was burnt when he left his wife forever. One day, Gandharva had the misfortune to offend his divine father, who was so angry that he cursed his son and banished him from heaven to earth, there to remain under the form of an ass by day and of a man by night, until a powerful king should burn his ass's body, after which Gandharva Sena would regain his proper shape and return to the upper world. All this happened according to the divine word. In the shape of an ass, the son of the god rendered an important service to the king Dara, and received the hand of the king's daughter as his reward. By day he was an ass and ate hay in the stables. By night he was a man and enjoyed the company of the princess his wife. But the king grew tired of the taunts of his enemies, as well as of the jibes, which were levelled by unfailing wits at his asinine son-in-law. So one night, while Gandharva Sena in human shape was with his wife, the king got hold of the ass's body, which his son-in-law had temporarily quitted, and throwing it on a fire, burned it to ashes. On the instant Gandharva Sena appeared to him, and thanking him for undoing the spell, announced that he was about to return to heaven, but that his wife was with child by him, and that she would bring forth a son who would bear the name Vikramaditya, and be endowed with the strength of 1,000 elephants. The deserted wife was filled with sorrow at his departure, and died in giving birth to Vikramaditya. Stories of the type of Beauty and the Beast, which tell how human beings are married to beasts or to animals which temporarily assume human form. This story belongs to a widely diffused type of tale, which in England is known by the name of Beauty and the Beast. It relates how a beast, doffing its animal shape, lives as a human husband or wife with a human spouse. Often, though not always, their marriage has a tragic ending. The couple live lovely together for years, and children are born to them. But it is a condition of their union that the transformed husband or wife should never be reminded of his or her old life in furry, feathered, or finny form. At last one unhappy day, the fairy spouse finds his or her beast skin, which is being carefully hidden away by her or his loving partner. Or husband and wife quarrel, and the real man or woman taunts the other with her or his kinship with the beasts. The sight of the once familiar skin awakens old memories and stirs yearnings that had been long suppressed. The cruel words undo the kindness of years. The sometime animal resumes its native shape and disappears, and the human husband or wife is left lamenting. Sometimes, as in the story of Gandharva Sena, the destruction of the beast's skin causes the fairy mate to vanish forever. Sometimes it enables him or her to remain thenceforth in human form with their human wife or husband. Tales of this sort are told by savages in many parts of the world, and many of them have survived in the folklore of civilized peoples. With the implied belief that beasts can turn to men, or men into beasts, they must clearly have originated among savages who see nothing incredible in such transformations. Stories of this kind are told by savages to explain why they abstain from eating certain animals. Now, it is to be observed that stories of this sort are told by savage tribes to explain why they abstain from eating certain animals. The reason they assign for their abstinence is that they themselves are descended from a creature of the sort, who was changed for a time into human shape and married a human husband or wife. Dyak stories of this type. Thus in the rivers of Sarawak there is a certain fish called a pudin, which some of the Dyaks will on no account eat, saying that if they did so, they would be eating their relations. Tradition runs that a solitary old man went out fishing and caught a pudin, which he dragged out of the water and laid down in his boat. On turning round he perceived that it had changed into a very pretty girl. He thought she would make a charming wife for his son, so he took her home and brought her up till she was of an age to marry. She consented to be his son's wife, but cautioned her husband to use her well. Some time after marriage, however, he was angry and struck her. She screamed and rushed away into the water, leaving behind her a beautiful daughter who became the mother of the race. Other Dyak tribes tell similar stories of their ancestors. Thus the Sea Dyaks relate how the white-headed hawk married a Sea Dyak woman, and how he gave all his daughters in marriage to the various omen birds. Hence, if a Sea Dyak kills an omen bird by mistake, he wraps it in a cloth and buries it carefully in the earth along with rice, flesh, and money, entreating the bird not to be vexed and to forgive him, because it was all an accident. Again, a Kalimantan chief and all his people refrained from killing and eating deer of a certain species, Cervulus monskiak, because one of their ancestors became a deer of that kind, and as they cannot distinguish his incarnation from common deer, they spare them all. In these latter cases, the legends explaining the kinship of the men with the animals are not given in full. We can only conjecture, therefore, that they conform to the type here discussed. Story told by the Sea Dyaks to explain how they came to plant rice and to revere the omen birds. It describes how the young chief Sioux married a woman of the bird family and promised her never to hurt or even touch a bird. The Sea Dyaks also tell a story of the same sort to explain how they first came to plant rice and to revere the omen birds which play so important a part in Dyak life. Long, long ago, so runs the tale, when rice was yet unknown, and the Dyaks lived on tapioca, yams, potatoes, and such fruits as they could procure, a handsome young chief named Sioux went out into the forest with his blowpipe to shoot birds. He wandered without seeing a bird or meeting an animal till the sun was sinking in the west. Then he came to a wild fig tree covered with ripe fruit, which a swarm of birds of all kinds were busy pecking at. Never in his life had he seen so many birds together. It seemed as if all the fowls of the forest were gathered in the boughs of that tree. He killed a great many with the poisoned darts of his blowpipe, and putting them in his basket started for home. But he lost his way in the wood, and the night had fallen before he saw the lights and heard the usual sounds of a Dyak house. Hiding his blowpipe and the dead birds in the jungle, he went up the ladder into the house, but what was his surprise to find it apparently deserted. There was no one in the long veranda, and of the people whose voices he had heard a minute before, not one was to be seen. Only in one of the many rooms, dimly lighted, he found a beautiful girl who prepared for him his evening meal. Now, those Sioux did not know it. The house was the house of the great Singalang Burong, the ruler of the spirit world. He could turn himself and his followers into any shape. When they went forth against an enemy, they took the form of birds for the sake of speed, and flew over the tall trees, the broad rivers, even the sea. But in his own house and among his own people, Singalang Burong appeared as a man. He had 8 daughters, and the girl who cooked Sioux's food for him was the youngest. The reason why the house was so still and deserted was that the people were in mourning for some of their relatives who had just been killed, and the men had gone out to take human heads in revenge. Sioux stayed in the house for a week, and then the girl, whose pet name was Bansu Burong, or the youngest of the bird family, agreed to marry him. But she said she must promise never to kill or hurt a bird, or even to hold one in his hands, for if he did, she would be his wife no more. Sioux promised, and together they returned to his people. But one day he broke his word, and his bird wife left him and returned to the bird people. There they lived happily, and in time Sioux's wife bore him a son whom they named Sirugunting. One day when the boy had grown wonderfully tall and strong for his years and was playing with his fellows, a man brought some birds which he had caught in a trap. Forgetting the promise he had made to his wife, Sioux asked the man to show him the birds, and taking one of them in his hand he stroked it. His wife saw it and was sad at heart. She took the pitchers and went as though she would fetch water from the well, but she never came back. Sioux and his son sought her, sorrowing for days. At last, after many adventures, they came to the house of the boy's grandfather, Singalang Burong, the ruler of the spirit world. There they found the lost wife and mother, and there they stayed for a time. But the heart of Sioux yearned to his old home. He would fain have persuaded his wife to return with him, but she would not. So at last he and his son went back alone. But before he went, he learned from his father-in-law how to plant rice, and how to revere the sacred birds and to draw omens from them. These birds were named after the sons-in-law of the ruler of the spirit world, and were the appointed means whereby he made known his wishes to mankind. That is how the Sea Dyaks learned to plant rice to the honour of the omen birds. Stories of the same sort are told by the Tea-speaking Negroes of the Gold Coast to explain why they do not eat their totemic animals. Stories of the same kind meet us on the west coast of Africa. Thus the Tea-speaking Negroes of the Gold Coast are divided into a number of great families or clans, mostly named after animals or plants, and the members of a clan refrain from eating animals of the species whose name they bear. In short, the various animals or plants are the totems of their respective clans. Now, some of the more recent of these clans possess traditions of their origin, and in such cases, the founder of the family from whom the name is derived is always represented as having been a beast, bird, or fish, which possesses the power to assume human shape at will. Thus, for instance, at the town of Chama, there resides a family or clan who take their name from the sarfu or horse mackerel, which they may not eat because they are descended from a horse mackerel. One day, so runs the story, a native of Chama, who had lost his wife, was walking sadly on the beach, where he met a beautiful young woman, whom he persuaded to be his wife. She consented, but told him that her home lay in the sea, that her people were fishers, and that she herself was a fish, and she made him swear that he would never allude to her old home and kinsfolk. All went well for a time, till her husband took a second wife, who quarrelled with the first wife and taunted her with being a fish. That grieved her so that she bade her husband goodbye, and plunged into the sea with her youngest child in her arms. But she left her 2 elder children behind, from then a descendant of the horse mackerel people of Chama. A similar story is told of another family in the town of Apam. Their ancestor caught a fine fish of the sort called Ape, which turned into a beautiful woman and became his wife. But she told him that in future neither they nor their descendants might eat the Ape fish, or else they would at once return to the sea. The family, duly observing the prohibition, increased and multiplied till they occupied the whole country, which was named after them Apium or Apam. Stories of this sort were probably, at first, always told to explain the totemic belief in the kinship of certain families with certain species of animals. We may surmise that stories of this sort, wherever found, had a similar origin. In other words, that they reflect and are intended to explain a real belief in the kinship of certain families with certain species of animals. Hence, if the name totemism may be used to include all such beliefs and the practices based on them, the origin of this type of story may be said to be totemic. When husband and wife had different totems, a violation of the totemic taboos by a husband or wife might lead to the separation of the spouses. This would explain the separation of husband and wife in the type of the tale here discussed. Now, wherever the totemic clans have become exogamous, that is, wherever a man is always obliged to marry a woman of a totem different from his own, it is obvious that husband and wife will always have to observe different totemic taboos, and that a want of respect shown by one of them for the sacred animal or plant of the other would tend to domestic jars, which might often lead to the permanent separation of the spouses, the offended wife or husband returning to her or his native clan of the fish people, the bird people, or what not. That, I take it, was the origin of the sad story of the man or woman happily mated with a transformed animal and then parted forever. Such tales, if I am right, were not wholly fictitious. Totemism may have broken many loving hearts. But when that ancient system of society had fallen into disuse, and the ideas on which it was based had ceased to be understood, the quaint stories of mixed marriages to which it had given birth would not be at once forgotten. They would continue to be told, no longer indeed as myths explanatory of custom, but merely as fairy tales for the amusement of the listeners. The barbarous features of the old legends, which now appeared too monstrously incredible even for storytellers, would be gradually discarded and replaced by others which fitted in better with the changed beliefs of the time. Thus, in particular, the animal husband or animal wife of the story might drop the character of a beast to assume that of a fairy. This is the stage of decay exhibited by the 2 most famous tales of the class in question. The Greek fable of Cupid and Psyche was the Indian story of King Puruvarus and the nymph Urvashi. Though in the latter we can still detect hints that the fairy wife was once a bird woman. The story of the parentage of Vikramaditya may point to a line of kings who had the ass for the crest or totem. It would, no doubt, be a mistake to suppose that totemism, or a system of taboos resembling it, must have existed wherever such stories are told, for it is certain that popular tales spread by diffusion from tribe to tribe and nation to nation, till they may be handed down by oral tradition among people who neither practice nor even understand the customs of which the stories originated. Yet the legend of the miraculous parentage of Vikramaditya may very well have been based on the existence at Ujjain of a line of Rajas who had the ass for their crest or totem. Such a custom is not without analogy in India. Similarly, the Maharajas of Nagpur have the cobra for their crest, and the origin of the crest is explained by a story of the type of Beauty and the Beast. The crest of the Maharaja of Nagpur is a cobra with a human face under its expanded hood, surrounded by all the insignia of royalty. Moreover, the Raja and the chief members of his family always wear turbans so arranged that they resemble a coiled serpent with its head projecting over the wearer's brow. To explain this serpent's badge, a tale is told which conforms to the type of Beauty and the Beast. Once upon a time, a nag or serpent named Pandarika took upon himself the likeness of a Brahmin and repaired in that guise to the house of a real Brahmin at Benares in order to perfect himself in a knowledge of the sacred books. The teacher was so pleased with the progress made by his pupil that he gave him his only child, the beautiful Parvati, to wife. But the subtle serpent, though he could as so many form at pleasure, was unable to rid himself of his forked tongue and foul breath. To conceal these personal blemishes from his wife, he always slept with his back to her. One night, however, she got round him and discovered his unpleasant peculiarities. She questioned him sharply, and to divert her attention, he proposed that they should make a pilgrimage to Juggernaut. The idea of visiting that fashionable watering place so raised the lady's spirits that she quite forgot to pursue the inquiry. However, on the way home, her curiosity revived, and she repeated her questions under circumstances which rendered it impossible for the serpent, as a tender husband, to evade them. He knew that the disclosure he was about to make would sever him, the immortal, at once for ever from his mortal wife. He related the wondrous tale, and plunging into a pool, disappeared from sight. His poor wife was inconsolable at his hurried departure, and in the midst of her grief and remorse, her child was born. But instead of rejoicing at the birth, she made for herself a funeral pyre and perished in the flames. At that moment a Brahmin appeared on the scene, and perceived the forsaken babe lying sheltered and guarded by a great hooded snake. It was the serpent father protecting his child. Addressing the Brahmin, he narrated his history, and foretold that the child should be called Fani Makuda Raya, that is, the snake-crowned, and that he should reign as Raja over the country to be called Nagpur. That is why the Rajas of Nagpur have the serpent for their crest. Again, the Rajas of Manipur trace their descent from a divine serpent. Again, the Rajas of Manipur trace their descent from a divine snake. At his installation, the Raja of Manipur used to have to pass with great solemnity between two massive dragons of stone which stood in front of the coronation house. Somewhere inside the building was a mysterious chamber, and in the chamber was a pipe, which, according to the popular belief, led down to the depths of a cavern where dwells the snake god, the ancestor of the royal family. The length and prosperity of the Raja's reign were believed to depend on the length of time he could sit on the pipe, enduring the fiery breath of his serpentine forefather in the place below. Women are specially devoted to the worship of the ancestral snake, and great reverence is paid them in virtue of their sacred office. The parallelism between the legends of Nagpur and Ujjain may be allowed to strengthen my conjecture that if we have a race of royal serpents in the one place, there may well have been a race of royal asses in the other. Indeed, such dynasties have perhaps not been so rare as might be supposed. End of Section 7. Section 8 of The Golden Bough, Part 3, The Dying God by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings from the public domain. For more information on the volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 4. The Supply of Kings. Stories of the type of Beauty and the Beast are not mere fictions, but rest on a real basis of belief and custom. Tales of the foregoing sort might be dismissed as fictions designed to amuse a leisure hour, were it not for their remarkable agreement with beliefs and customs which, as we have seen, still exist or are known to have existed in former times. the agreement can hardly be accidental. We seem to be justified, therefore, in assuming that stories of the kind really rest on a basis of facts. However, much of these facts may have been distorted or magnified in passing through the mind of the storyteller, who is naturally more concerned to amuse than instruct her hearers. Similarly, the legend of kings who were sacrificed after a reign of a single day has its analogy in actual custom. Even the legend of a line of kings of whom each reigned for a single day and was sacrificed at night for the good of the people will hardly seem incredible when we remember that to this day a kingdom is held on a similar tenure in West Africa, though under modern conditions the throne stands vacant. And while it would be vain to rely on such stories for exact historical details, yet they may help us in a general way to understand the practical working of an institution which to civilized men seems at first sight to belong to the cloudland of fancy rather than to the sober reality of the workday world. Such stories dictate that the supply of kings may have been maintained by compelling men to accept the fatal sovereignty. Remark, for example, how in these stories the supply of kings is maintained. In the Indian tradition, all the men in the city are put on a list, and each of them, when his turn comes, is forced to reign for a day and to die the death. It is not left to his choice to decide whether he will accept the fatal sovereignty or not. In the high history of the Holy Grail, the mode of filling the vacant throne is different. A stranger, not a citizen, is seized and compelled to accept office. In the end, no doubt, the dwarf volunteers to be king, thus saving Lancelot's life. But the narrative plainly implies that if a substitute had not thus been found, Lancelot would have been obliged, whether he would or not, to wear the crown and to perish in the fire. Our conceptions of the primitive kingship are apt to be coloured and falsified by ideas borrowed from the very different monarchies of modern Europe. In thus representing the succession to a throne as compulsory, the stories may well preserve a reminiscence of a real custom. To us indeed, who draw our ideas of kingship from the hereditary and highly privileged monarchies of civilized Europe, the notion of thrusting the crown upon reluctant strangers or common citizens of the lowest rank is apt to appear fantastic and absurd. But that is merely because we fail to realize how widely the modern type of kingship has diverged from the ancient pattern. In early times, the duties of sovereignty are more conspicuous than its privileges. At a certain stage of development, the chief or king is rather the minister or servant than the ruler of his people. The sacred functions which he is expected to discharge are deemed essential to the welfare and even the existence of the community, and at any cost someone must be found to perform them. Yet the burdens and restrictions of all sorts incidental to the early kingship are such that not merely in popular tales, but in actual practice, compulsion has sometimes been found necessary to fill vacancies, while elsewhere the lack of candidates has caused the office to fall into abeyance, or even to be abolished altogether. And where death stared the luckless monarch in the face at the end of a brief reign of a few months or days, we need not wonder that jails had to be swept and the dregs of society raked to find a king. In other races and other ages, many men may have been willing to accept a kingdom on condition of being killed at the end of a short reign. Various cases have contributed to intensify the fear of death in modern Europe. Yet we should doubtless err if we suppose that under such hard conditions men could never be found ready and even eager to accept this sovereignty. A variety of causes has led the modern nations of Western Europe to set on human life, their own life, and that of others, a higher value than is put upon it by many other races. The result is a fear of death which is certainly not shared in the same degree of intensity by some peoples whom we, in our self-complacency, are accustomed to regard as our inferiors. Among the causes which thus tend to make us cowards may be numbered the spread of luxury and the doctrines of a gloomy theology, which, by proclaiming the eternal damnation and excruciating torments of the vast majority of mankind, has added incalculably to the dread and horror of death. The growth of humaner sentiments, which seldom fails to effect a corresponding amelioration in the character even of the gods, has indeed led many Protestant divines of late years to temper the vigour of the divine justice with a large infusion of mercy, by relegating the fires of hell to a decent obscurity, or even extinguishing them altogether. but these lurid flames appear to blaze as fiercely as ever in the more conservative theology of the Catholic Church. Evidence of the comparative indifference to death displayed by other races. It would be easy to accumulate evidence of the indifference or apathy exhibited in presence of death by races whom we commonly brand as lower. Absence of the fear of death in India and Oman. A few examples must here suffice. Speaking of the natives of India, an English writer observes, "We place the highest value on life, while they, being blessed with a comfortable fatalism, which assumes that each man's destiny is written on his forehead in invisible characters, and being, besides, untroubled with any doubts or thoughts as to the nature of their reception in the next world, take matters of life and death a great deal more unconcernedly, and compared with our ideas, they may be said to present an almost apathetic indifference on these subjects." To the same effect, another English writer remarks that the absence of that fear of death which is so powerful in the hearts of civilized men is a most remarkable trait in the Hindu character. Among the natives of Oman, according to a Catholic missionary, the subject of death has nothing alarming for anybody. In presence of a sick man, people will speak of his approaching end, and of his funeral as readily as of anything else. Hence, we never need to take the least verbal precaution in warning the sick to prepare themselves to receive the last sacraments. Some time ago I was summoned to a neophyte whose death, though certain, was still distant. On entering the house, I found a woman seated at his bedside, sewing the mourning dresses of the family. Moreover, the carpenter was fitting together the boards of the coffin quite close to the door of the house, so the dying man could observe the whole proceeding from his bed. The worthy man superintended personally all these details and gave directions for each of the operations. He even had for his pillow part of the mourning costume which he already finished. I could tell you a host of anecdotes of the same sort. Among these people it is a mark of filial piety to present a father or mother with a coffin. The presentation is the occasion of a family festival to which all friends are invited. Pupils display their respect for their masters in the same fashion. Bishop Masson, whose letter I have just quoted, was himself presented with a fine coffin by some of his converts as a New Year gift and a token of their respect and affection. They invited his attention particularly to the quality of the wood and the beauty of the workmanship. Absence of the fear of death among the American Indians. With regard to the North American Indians, a writer who knew them well has said that among them the idea of immortality is strongly dwelt upon. It is not spoken of as a supposition or a mere belief, not fixed. It is regarded as an actuality, as something known and approved by the judgment of the nation. During the whole period of my residence and travels in the Indian country, I never knew and never heard of an Indian who did not believe in it, and in the reappearance of the body in a future state. However mistaken they are on the subject of accountabilities for acts done in the present life, no small part of the entire mythology and the belief that sustains a man in his vicissitudes and wanderings here arises from the anticipation of ease and enjoyment in a future condition after the soul has left the body. The resignation, nay, the alacrity with which an Indian frequently lies down and surrenders life is to be ascribed to this personal belief. He does not fear to go to a land which, all his life long, he has heard, abounds in rewards without punishments. Another traveller who saw much of the South American Indians asserts that they surpass the beasts in their insensibility to hardship and pain, never complaining in sickness or even when they are being killed, and exhibiting in their last moments an apathetic indifference untroubled by any misgiving as to the future. Apathy of savages under sentence of death. Wholesale butcheries of human beings were perpetuated till lately in the name of religion in the West African kingdom of Dahomey. As to the behaviour of the victims, we are told that, almost invariably, those doomed to die exhibit the greatest coolness and unconcern. The natural dread of death, which the instinct of self-preservation has implanted in every breast, often leads persons who are liable to be seized for immolation to endeavour to escape, but once they are seized and bound, they resign themselves to their fate with the greatest apathy. This is partly due to the less delicate nervous system of the Negro, but one reason, and that not the least, is that they have nothing to fear. As has been said, They have but to undergo a surgical operation and a chance of place of residence. There is no uncertain future to be faced, and above all, there is an entire absence of that notion of a place of terrible punishment which makes so many Europeans cowards when face to face with death. One of the earliest European settlers on the coast of Brazil has remarked on the indifference exhibited by the Indian prisoners who are about to be massacred by their enemies. He conversed with the captives, men, young, strong, and handsome, who is questioned whether they did not fear the death that was so near and so appalling. They replied with laughter and mockery. When he spoke of ransoming them from their foes, they jeered at the cowardice of Europeans. The Khans of India practiced an extensive system of human sacrifice, of which we shall hear more in the sequel. The victims, known as Maras, were kept for years to be sacrificed, and the manner of death was peculiarly horrible, since they were hacked to pieces or slowly roasted alive. And when these destined victims were rescued by the English officers who were engaged in putting down the custom, they generally availed themselves of any opportunity to escape from their deliverers and return to their fate. In Uganda, there were formerly many sacrificial places where human victims used to be slaughtered or burned to death, sometimes in hundreds, from motives of superstition. Those who have taken part in these executions bear witness how seldom a victim, whether man or woman, raised his voice to protest or appeal against the treatment meted out to him. The victims went to death, so they thought, to save their country and race from some calamity, and they laid down their lives without a murmur or a struggle. Further, men of other races often sacrifice their lives voluntarily for reasons which seem to us wholly inadequate. But it is not merely that men of other races and other religions submit to inevitable death with an equanimity which modern Europeans in general cannot match. That we seek and find for reasons which seem to us wholly inadequate. The motives which lead them to sacrifice their lives are very various. Among them, religious fanaticism has probably been one of the commonest. And in the preceding pages, we have met with many instances of voluntary deaths incurred under its powerful impulse. But more secular motives, such as loyalty, revenge, and excessive sensibility to the point of honour, have also driven multitudes to throw away their lives with a levity which may strike the average modern Englishman as bordering on insanity. It may be well to illustrate this comparative indifference to death by a few miscellaneous examples drawn from different races. Thus peoples have freely allowed themselves to be killed in order to accompany their dead ruler to the other world. Thus when the king of Benin died and was about to be lowered into the earth, his favourites and servants used to compete with each other for the privilege of being buried alive with his body in order that they might attend and minister to him in the other world. After the dispute was settled and the tomb had closed over the dead and the living, sentinels were set to watch it day and night. Next day the sepulchre would be opened and someone would call down to the entombed men to know what they were doing and whether any of them had gone to serve the king. The answer was commonly, no, not yet. The third day the same question would be put, and a voice would reply that so-and-so had gone to join his majesty. The first to die was deemed the happiest. In 4 or 5 days when no answer came up to the question, and all was silent in the grave, the heir to the throne was informed, and he signalized his ascension by kindling a fire on the tomb, roasting flesh at it, and distributing the meat to the people. The daughter of a Mabaya chief in South America, having been happily baptized at the very point of death, was accorded Christian burial in the church of the Jesuit missionary who had rescued her like a brand from the burning. But an old heathen woman of the tribe took it sadly to heart that a chief's daughter should not be honoured with the usual human sacrifices. So drawing an Indian aside, she implored him to be so kind as to knock her on the head that she might go and serve her young mistress in the land of souls. The savage obligingly complied with her request, and the whole horde begged the missionary that her body might be buried with that of the chief's daughter. The Jesuit sternly refused, informed them that the girl was now with the angels, and stood in need of no such attendant. As for the old woman, he observed grimly that she had gone to a very different place, and would move in a very different circle of society. When Otho committed suicide after the Battle of Bedrescium, some of his soldiers slew themselves at his pyre, and their example was afterwards followed by many of their comrades in the armies which had marched with Otho to meet Vitellius. The motive was not fear of the conqueror, but purely loyalty and devotion to their emperor. In the East, persons sometimes commit suicide in order to avenge themselves on their enemies. In the East, that indifference to human life, which seems so strange to the Western mind, often takes a peculiar form. A man will sometimes kill himself merely in order to be revenged on his foe, believing that his ghost will haunt and torment the survivor, or expecting that punishment of some sort will overtake the wretch who drove him to this extreme step. Among some peoples, etiquette requires that if a man commits suicide for this purpose, his enemy should at once follow his example. Law of retaliation in a robber caste of southern India. To take a single example, there is a caste of robbers in southern India, among whom the law of retaliation prevails in all its rigour. If a quarrel takes place and somebody tears out his own eye or kills himself, his adversary must do the same either to himself or to one of his relations. The women carry this barbarity still further. For a slight affront put on them, a sharp word said to them, they will go and smash their head against the door of her who offended them, and the latter is obliged immediately to do the same. If a woman poisons herself by drinking the juice of a poisonous herb, the other woman who drove her to this violent death must poison herself likewise, else her house will be burned, her cattle carried off, and injuries of all kinds done to her, until satisfaction is given. They extend this cruelty even to their own children. Not long ago, a few steps from the church in which I have the honour to write to you, two of these barbarians having quarrelled, one of them ran to his house, took from it a child of about 4 years, and crushed its head between 2 stones in the presence of his enemy. The latter, without exhibiting any emotion, took his 9-year-old daughter, and plunging a dagger into her breast, said, "Your child was only 4 years old, mine was 9 years old. Give me a victim to equal her." "Certainly," replied the other, and seeing at his side his eldest son, who was ready to be married, he stabbed him 4 or 5 times with his dagger, and not contented with shedding the blood of his 2 sons, he killed his wife too, in order to oblige his enemy to murder his wife in like manner. Lastly, a little girl and a baby at the breast also had their throats cut, so that in a single day 7 persons were sacrificed to the vengeance of 2 bloodthirsty men, more cruel than the most ferocious brutes. I have actually in my church a young man who sought refuge among us, wounded by a spear thrust which his father inflicted on him in order to kill him, and thus oblige his foe to slay his own son in like manner. The barbarian had already stabbed 2 of his children on other occasions for the same purpose. Such atrocious examples will seem to you to partake more of fable than of truth, but believe me, that far from exaggerating, I could produce many others not less tragical. Contempt of death exhibited in antiquity by the Thracians and the Gauls. The same contempt of death which many races have exhibited in modern times was displayed in antiquity by the hardy natives of Europe before Christianity had painted the world beyond the grave in colours at which even their bold spirits quarrelled. Thus, for example, at their banquets, the rude Thracians used to suspend a halter over a movable stone and cast lots among themselves. The man on whom the lot fell mounted the stone with a scimitar in his hand and thrust his head into the noose. A comrade then rolled the stone from under him, and while he did so, the other attempted to sever the rope with his scimitar. If he succeeded, he dropped to the ground and was saved. If he failed, he was hanged, and his dying struggles were greeted with peals of laughter by his fellows, who regarded the whole thing as a capital joke. The Greek traveller Posidonius, who visited Gaul early in the 1st century before our era, records that among the Celts men were to be found who, for a sum of money or a number of jars of wine, which they distributed among their kinsmen or friends, would allow themselves to be publicly slaughtered in a theatre. They lay down on their backs upon a shield, and a man came and cut their throats with a sword. In ancient Rome, there were men willing to be beheaded for the sum of 5 minae. A Greek author, Euphorion of Chalcis, who lived in the age when the eyes of all the world were turned on the great conflict between Rome and Carthage for the mastery of the Mediterranean, tells us that at Rome it was customary to advertise for men who would consent to be beheaded with an axe in consideration of receiving a sum of 5 minae, or about £20 of our money, to be paid after their death to their heirs. Apparently there was no lack of applicants for this hard-earned bounty, for we are informed that several candidates would often compete for the privilege, each of them arguing that he had the best right to be cudgeled to death. Why were these men invited to be beheaded for £20 apiece? And why, in response to the invitation, did they gratuitously, as it would seem, express their readiness to suffer a much more painful death than simple decapitation? The reasons are not stated by Euphorion in his brief extract quoted from his work by Athenaeus, the Greek writer who has also preserved for us the testimony of Posidonius to the Gallic recklessness of life. But the connection in which Athenaeus cites both these passages suggests that the intention of the Roman as of the Gallic practice was merely to minister to the brutal pleasure of the spectators. For he inserts his account of the custom in a dissertation on banquets, and he had just before described how hired ruffians fought and butchered each other at Roman dinner parties for the amusements of the tipsy guests. Or perhaps the men were wanted to be slaughtered at funerals, for we know that at Rome a custom formerly prevailed of sacrificing human beings at the tomb. The victims were commonly captives or slaves, but they may sometimes have been obtained by advertisement from among the class of needy freemen. Such wretches, in bidding against each other, may have pleaded as a reason for giving them the preference that they really deserved for their crimes to die a slow and painful death under the cudgel of the executioner. This explanation of the custom, which I owe to my friend, Mr. W. Wise, is perhaps the most probable. But it is also possible, though the language of Euphorion does not lend itself so well to this interpretation, that a cudgelling preceded decapitation as part of the bargain. If that was so, it would seem that the men were wanted to die as substitutes for condemned criminals, for in old Rome capital punishment was regularly inflicted in this fashion, the malefactors being tied up to a post and scourged with rods before they were beheaded with an axe. There is nothing improbable in the view that persons could be hired to suffer the extreme penalty of the law instead of the real culprits. We shall see that a voluntary substitution of the same sort is reported on apparently good authority to be still occasionally practiced in China. However, it is immaterial to our purpose whether these men perish to save others, to adorn a funeral, or merely to gratify the Roman lust for blood. The one thing that concerns us is that in the great age of Rome there were to be found Romans willing, nay eager, to barter their lives for a paltry sum of money, of which they were not even to have the enjoyment. No wonder that men made of that stuff founded a great empire, and spread the terror of the Roman arms from the Grampians to the tropics. Chinese indifference to death. The comparative indifference with which the Chinese regard their lives is attested by the readiness with which they commit suicide on grounds which, often seem to the European extremely trifling. A still more striking proof of their apathy in this respect is furnished by the readiness with which in China a man can be induced to suffer death for a sum of money to be paid to his relatives. Thus, for example, one of the most wealthy of the aboriginal tribes, called Shuri Kai Mao, is remarkable for the practice of a singular and revolting religious ceremony. The people possess a large temple, in which is an idol in the form of a dog. They resort to this shrine on a certain day every year to worship. At this annual religious festival, it is, I believe, customary for the wealthy members of the tribe to entertain their poorer brethren at a banquet given in honour of one who has agreed, for a sum of money paid to his family, to allow himself to be offered as a sacrifice on the altar of the dog idol. At the end of the banquet, the victim, having drunk wine freely, is put to death before the idol. This people believe that, were they to neglect this rite, they would be visited with pestilence, famine, or the sword. Further, it is said that in China, a man condemned to death can procure a substitute, who, for a small sum, will voluntarily consent to be executed in his stead. The money goes to the substitute's kinsfolk, and since to increase the family's prosperity at the expense of personal suffering is regarded by the Chinese as an act of the highest virtue, there is reported to be, just as there used to be in ancient Rome, quite a competition among the candidates for death. Such substitution is even recognized by the Chinese authorities except in the case of certain grave names, as for instance, parricide. The local mandarin is probably not averse to the arrangement, for he is said to make a pecuniary profit from the transaction, engaging a substitute for a less sum than he received from the condemned man and pocketing the difference. We must not judge of all men's love of life by our own. The foregoing evidence may suffice to convince us that we should commit a grievous error when we were to judge all men's love of life by our own, and to assume that others cannot hold cheap what we count so dear. We shall never understand the long course of human history if we persist in measuring mankind in all ages and in all countries by the standard, perhaps excellent but certainly narrow, of the modern English middle class, with their love of material comfort and that passionate, absorbing, almost bloodthirsty clinging to life. That class of which I may say, in the words of Matthew Arnold, that I am myself a feeble unit, doubtless possesses many estimable qualities, but among them can hardly be reckoned the rare and delicate gift of historical imagination, the power of entering into the thoughts and feelings of men of other ages and other countries, of conceiving that they may regulate their life by principles which do not square with ours, and may throw it away for objects which to us might seem ridiculously inadequate. Hence it is probable that in some races and at some periods of history it would be easy to find men willing to accept a kingdom on condition of being killed at the end of a short reign. To return therefore to the point from which we started, we may safely assume that in some races and at some periods of history, though certainly not in the well-to-do classes of England today, it might be easy to find men who would be willing to accept a kingdom with the certainty of being put to death after a reign of a year or less. When men are ready, as they have been in Gaul, in Rome, and in China, to yield up their lives at once for a paltry sum which they are themselves to reap no benefit, would they not be willing to purchase at the same price a year's tenure of a throne? Among people of that sort, the difficulty would probably be not so much to find a candidate for the crown as to decide between the conflicting claims of a multitude of competitors. In point of fact, we have heard of a shilluk clamouring to be made king on condition of being killed at the end of a brief reign of a single day, and we have read how in Malabar a crowd scrambled for the bloody head which entitled the lucky man who caught it to be decapitated after 5 years of unlimited enjoyment, and how at Calicut many men used to rush cheerfully on death, not for a kingship of a year, or even of an hour, but merely for the honour of displaying their valour in a fruitless attack on the king. End of Section 8. Section 9 of The Golden Bough, Part 3, The Dying God, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 5. Temporary Kings. Annual abdication of kings, and their places temporarily taken by nominal sovereigns. In some places, the modified form of the old custom on regicide which appears to have prevailed at Babylon has been further softened down. The king still abdicates annually for a short time, and his place is filled by a more or less nominal sovereign. But at the close of his short reign, the latter is no longer killed, though sometimes a mock execution still survives as a memorial of the time when he was actually put to death. Temporary kings in Cambodia. To take examples, in the month of Meg, February, the king of Cambodia annually abdicated for 3 days. During this time he performed no act of authority, he did not touch the seals, he did not even receive the revenue which fell due. In his stead there reigned a temporary king called Sidak Meg, that is, King February. The office of temporary king was hereditary in a family distantly connected with the royal house, the sons succeeding the fathers and the younger brothers the elder brothers, just as in the succession to the real sovereignty. On a favourable day fixed by the astrologers, the temporary king was conducted by the mandarins in triumphal procession. He rode one of the royal elephants, seated in the royal palanquin, and escorted by soldiers who, dressed in appropriate costumes, represented the neighbouring peoples of Siam, Annam, Laos, and so on. In place of the golden crown, he wore a peaked white cap, and his regalia, instead of being of gold encrusted with diamonds, were of rough wood. After paying homage to the real king, from which he received the sovereignty for 3 days, together with all the revenues accruing during that time, though this last custom has been omitted for some time, he moved in procession round the palace and through the streets of the capital. On the 3rd day after the usual procession, the temporary king gave orders that the elephants should trample underfoot the mountain of rice, which was a scaffold of bamboo surrounded by sheaves of rice. The people gathered up the rice, each man taking home a little with him to secure a good harvest. Some of it was also taken to the king, who had it cooked and presented to the monks. Temporary kings in Siam in former days. In Siam, on the 6th day of the moon, in the 6th month, the end of April, a temporary king is appointed, who for 3 days enjoys the royal prerogatives, the real king remaining shut up in his palace. This temporary king sends his numerous satellites in all directions to seize and confiscate whatever they can find in the bazaar and open shops. Even the ships and junks who arrive in harbour during the 3 days are forfeited to him and must be redeemed. He goes to a field in the middle of the city, whither they bring a gilded plough drawn by a gaily decked oxen. After the plough has been anointed and the oxen rubbed with incense, the mock king traces 9 furrows with the plough, followed by aged dames of the palace scattering the first seed of the season. As soon as the 9 furrows are drawn, the crowd of spectators rushes in and scrambles for the seed which has just been sown, believing that, mixed with the seed rice, it will ensure a plentiful crop. Then the oxen are unyoked. The rice, maize, sesame, sago, bananas, sugarcane, melons, and so on are set before them. Whatever they eat first will, it is thought, be dear in the year following, though some people interpret the omen in the opposite sense. During this time, the temporary king stands leaning against a tree with his right foot resting on his left knee. From standing thus on one foot, he is properly known as King Hop, but his official title is Frazer, Lord of the Heavenly Hosts. He is a sort of minister of agriculture. All disputes about fields, rice, and so forth are referred to him. There is moreover another ceremony in which he personates the king. It takes place in the 2nd month, which falls in the cold season, and lasts 3 days. He is conducted in procession to an open place, opposite the temple of the Brahmins, where there are a number of poles dressed like maypoles, upon which the Brahmins swing. All the while that they swing and dance, the Lord of the Heavenly Hosts has to stand on one foot upon a seat which is made of bricks plastered over, covered with a white cloth, and hung with tapestry. He is supported by a wooden frame with a gilt canopy, and 2 Brahmins stand one on each side of him. The dancing Brahmins carry buffalo horns, with which they draw water from a large copper cauldron, and sprinkle it on the spectators. This is supposed to bring good luck, causing the people to dwell in peace and quiet, health and prosperity. The time during which the Lord of the Heavenly Hosts has to stand on one foot is about 3 hours. This is thought to prove the dispositions of the Devatas and spirits. If he lets his foot down, he is liable to forfeit his property and have his family enslaved by the king, as is believed to be a bad omen, portending destruction to the state and instability to the throne. But if he stands firm, he is believed to have gained a victory over evil spirits, and is moreover the privilege, ostensibly at least, of seizing any ship which may enter the harbour during these 3 days, and taking its contents, and also of entering any open shop in the town, and carrying away what he chooses. Modern custom of temporary kings in Siam. Such were the duties and privileges of the Siamese king Hop, down to about the middle of the 19th century or later. Under the reign of the late enlightened monarch, this quaint personage was to some extent both shorn of the glories and relieved of the burdens of his office. He still watches, as of old, the Brahmins rushing through the air in a swing suspended between 2 tall masts, each some 90 feet high, but he is allowed to sit instead of stand, and although public opinion still expects him to keep his right foot on his left knee during the whole of the ceremony, he would incur no legal penalty were he, to the great chagrin of the people, to put his weary foot to the ground. Other signs, too, tell of the invasion of the East by the ideas and civilization of the West. The thoroughfares that lead to the scene of the performance are blocked with carriages, lamp-posts and telegraph posts, to which eager spectators cling like monkeys, rise above the dense crowd, and while a tatterdemalion band of the old style, in gaudy garb of vermilion and yellow, bangs and tootles away on drums and trumpets of an antique pattern, the procession of barefooted soldiers in brilliant uniforms steps briskly along to the live strains of a modern military band playing marching through Georgia. Temporary kings in Samarkand and Upper Egypt. On the first day of the 6th month, which was regarded as the beginning of the year, the king and people of Samarkand used to put on new clothes and cut their hair and beards. There they repaired to a forest near the capital, where they shot arrows on horseback for 7 days. On last day the target was a gold coin, and he who hit it had the right to be king for 1 day. In Upper Egypt, on the first day of the solar year by Coptic reckoning, that is, on the 10th of September, when the Nile has terminally reached its highest point, the regular government is suspended for 3 days, and every town chooses its own ruler. This temporary lord wears a sort of tall fool's cap with a long flaxen beard, as enveloped in a strange mantle. With a wand of office in his hand, and attended by men disguised as scribes, executioners, and so forth, he proceeds to the governor's house. The latter allows him to be deposed, and the mock king, mounting the throne, holds a tribunal, to the decisions of which even the governor and his officials must bow. After 3 days the mock king is condemned to death. The envelope or shell in which he was encased is committed to the flames, and from its ashes the fellow creeps forth. The custom perhaps points to an old practice of burning a real king in grim earnest. In Uganda, the brothers of the king used to be burned because it was not lawful to shed the royal blood. Temporary kings in Morocco. The Mohammedan students of Fez in Morocco are allowed to appoint a sultan of their own, who reigns for a few weeks and is known as Sultan Tatubalba, the sultan of the scribes. This brief authority is put up for auction and knocked down to the highest bidder. It brings some substantial privileges with it, for the holder is freed from taxes thenceforward and has the right of asking a favour from the real sultan. That favour is seldom refused. It usually consists of the release of a prisoner. Moreover, the agents of the student sultan levy fines on the shopkeepers and householders, against whom they trump up various humorous charges. The temporary sultan is surrounded with the pomp of a real court, and parades the streets in state with music and shouting, while a royal umbrella is held over his head. With the so-called fines and free-will offerings, to which the real sultan adds a liberal supply of provisions, the students have enough to furnish forth a magnificent banquet, and altogether they enjoy themselves thoroughly, indulging in all kinds of games and amusements. For the first 7 days, the mock sultan remains in the college. Then he goes about a mile out of the town and encamps on the banks of the river, attended by the students and not a few of the citizens. On the 7th day of his stay outside the town, he is visited by the real sultan, who grants him his request and gives him 7 more days to reign, so that the reign of the sultan of the scribes normally lasts 3 weeks. But when 6 days of the last week have passed, the mock sultan runs back to the town by night. This temporary sultanship always falls in spring, about the beginning of April. Its origin is said to have been as follows. When Mulai Rashid II was fighting for the throne in 1664 or 1665, a certain Jew usurped the royal authority at Taza, but the rebellion was soon suppressed through the loyalty and devotion of the students. To effect that purpose they resorted to an ingenious stratagem. 40 of them caused themselves to be packed in chests which were sent as a present to the usurper. In the dead of night, while the unsuspecting Jew was slumbering peacefully among the packing cases, the lids were stealthily raised. The brave 40 crept forth, slew the usurper, and took possession of the city in the name of the real sultan, who, to mark his gratitude for the help thus rendered him in time of need, conferred on the students the right of annually appointing a sultan of their own. The narrative has all the air of a fiction devised to explain an old custom, of which the real meaning and origin have been forgotten. Temporary king in Cornwall. A custom of annually appointing a mock king for a single day was observed at Loswithiel in Cornwall down to the 16th century. On Little Easter Sunday, the freeholders of the town and manor assembled together, either in person or by their deputies, and one among them, as it fell to his lot by turn, gaily attired and gallantly mounted, with a crown on his head, a sceptre in his hand, and a sword borne before him, rode through the principal street to the church, dutifully attended by all the rest on horseback. The clergyman in his best robes received him at the churchyard stile, and conducted him to hear divine service. On leaving the church he repaired, with the same pomp to a house provided for his reception. Here a feast awaited him, and his suit having set at the head of the table, he was served on bended knees, with all the rites due to the estate of a prince. The ceremony ended with the dinner, and every man returned home. Temporary kings are the beginning of a reign. Sometimes the temporary king occupies the throne, not annually, but once for all at the beginning of each reign. Thus in the kingdom of Jambi, in Sumatra, it is a custom that at the beginning of a new reign, a man of the people should occupy the throne and exercise the royal prerogatives for a single day. The origin of the custom is explained by a tradition. There were once 5 royal brothers, the 4 elder of whom all declined the throne on the ground of various bodily defects, leaving it to their youngest brother. But the eldest occupied the throne for one day and reserved for his descendants a similar privilege at the beginning of every reign. Thus the office of temporary king is hereditary in a family akin to the royal house. In Balaspur it seems to be the custom, after the death of a Raja, for a Brahmin to eat rice out of the dead Raja's hand, and then to occupy the throne for a year. At the end of the year the Brahmin receives presents and is dismissed from the territory, being forbidden apparently to return. The idea seems to be that the spirit of the Raja enters into the Brahmin, who eats the kheer, rice and milk, out of his hand when he is dead, as the Brahmin is apparently carefully watched during the whole year, and not allowed to go away. The same or a similar custom is believed to obtain among the hill states about Kangara. The custom of banishing the Brahmin who represents the king may be substituted for putting him to death. At the installation of a prince of Carinthia, a peasant, in whose family the office was hereditary, ascended a marble stone which stood surrounded by meadows in a spacious valley. On his right stood a black mother cow, on his left a lean ugly mare. A rustic crowd gathered about him. Then the future prince, dressed as a peasant and carrying a shepherd's staff, drew near, attended by courtiers and magistrates. On perceiving him, the peasant called out, "Who is this whom I see coming so proudly along?" The people answered, "The prince of the land." The peasant was then prevailed on to surrender the marble seat to the prince on condition of receiving 60 pence, the cow and mare, and exemption from taxes. But before yielding his place, he gave the prince a light blow on the cheek. The temporary kings discharge divine or magical functions. Some points about these temporary kings deserve to be specially noticed before we pass to the next branch of the evidence. In the first place, the Cambodian and Siamese examples show clearly that it is especially the divine or magical functions of the king which are transferred to his temporary substitute. This appearance from the belief that by keeping up his foot the temporary king of Siam gained a victory over the evil spirits, whereas by letting it down he imperiled the existence of the state. Again, the Cambodian ceremony of trampling down the mountain of rice and the Siamese ceremony of opening the ploughing and sowing are charms to produce a plentiful harvest, as appears from the belief that those who carry home some of the trampled rice or the seed sown will thereby secure a good crop. Moreover, when the Siamese representative of the king is guiding the plough, the people watch him anxiously, not to see whether he drives a straight furrow, but to make the exact point on his leg to which the skirt of his silken robe reaches, for that is supposed to hang the state of the weather and the crops during the ensuing season. If the Lord and Heavenly Host hitches up his garment above his knee, the weather will be wet and heavy rain will spoil the harvest. If he lets it trail to his ankle, a drought will be the consequence, but fine weather and heavy crops will follow if the hem of his robe hangs exactly halfway down the calf of his leg. So closely is the course of nature that whether the weal or woe of the people dependent on the minutest act or gesture of the king's representative. But the task of making the crops grow, thus indeed to the temporary kings, is one of the magical functions regularly supposed to be discharged by kings in primitive society. The rule that the mock king must stand on one foot upon a raised seat in the rice field was perhaps originally meant as a charm to make the crop grow high. At least, this was the object of a similar ceremony observed by the old Prussians. The tallest girl, standing on one foot upon a seat, with her lap full of cakes, a cup of brandy in her right hand, and a piece of elm bark or linden bark in her left, prayed to the god Waisganthos that the flax might grow as high as she was standing. Then, after draining the cup, she had it refilled, and poured the brandy on the ground as an offering to Wesganthos, and threw down the cakes for his attendant spirits. If she remained steady on one foot throughout the ceremony, it was an omen that the flax crop would be good, but if she let her foot down, it was feared the crop might fail. The same significance perhaps attaches to the swinging of the Brahmins, which the Lord of the heavenly hosts had formerly to witness standing on one foot. On the principles of homeopathic or imitative magic, it might be thought that the higher the priest swing, the higher will grow the rice, for the ceremony is described as a harvest festival. The swinging is practiced by the Lets of Russia with the avowed intention of influencing the growth of the crops. In the spring and early summer, between Easter and St. John's Day, the summer solstice, every Lettish peasant is said to devote his leisure hours to swinging diligently, for the higher he rises in the air, the higher will his flax grow that season. The gilded plough with which the Siamese mock king opens the ploughing may be compared with the bronze ploughs which the Etruscans employed at the ceremony of founding cities. In both cases, the use of bare iron was probably forbidden on superstitious grounds. Temporary kings substituted in certain emergencies for Shahs of Persia. In the foregoing cases, the temporary king is appointed annually in accordance with a regular custom. In other cases, the appointment is made only to meet a special emergency, such as to relieve the real king from some actual or threatened evil by diverting it to a substitute who takes his place on the throne for a short time. The history of Persia furnishes instances of such occasional substitutes for the Shah. Thus Shah Abbas the Great, most eminent of all the kings of Persia, who reigned from 1586 to 1628 AD, being warned by his astrologers in the year 1591 that a serious danger impended over him, attempted to avert the omen by abdicating the throne and appointing a certain unbeliever named Yusufi, probably a Christian, to reign in his stead. The substitute was accordingly crowned, and for 3 days, if we may trust the Persian historians, he enjoyed not only the name and the state, but the power of the king. At the end of his brief reign he was put to death. The decree of the stars was fulfilled by this sacrifice, and Abbas, who reasoned his throne in a most propitious hour, was promised by his astrologers a long and glorious reign. Again, Shah Sufi II, who reigned from 1668 to 1694 AD, was crowned a second time and changed his name to Suleiman or Soliman under the following circumstances. The king, a few days after, was out of danger, but the matter was to restore him to perfect health. Having been always in a languishing condition, and the physicians never able to discover the cause of his distemper, he suspected that their ignorance retarded his recovery, and 2 or 3 of them were therefore ill-treated. At length the other physicians, fearing it might be their own turn next, bethought themselves that Persia, being at the same time afflicted with a scarcity of provisions and the king's sickness, the fault must be in the astrologers, who had not chosen a favourable hour when the king was set upon the throne, and therefore persuaded him that the ceremony must be performed again, and he changed his name in a more lucky minute. The king and his council approved of their notion. The physicians and astrologers together expected the first unfortunate day, which according to their superstition was to be followed in the evening by a propitious hour. Among the Gavres, or original Persians, worshippers of fire, there are some who boasted their descent from the Rustans, who formerly reigned over Persia and Parthia. On the morning of the aforesaid unlucky day, they took one of these Gavres of that blood royal, and having placed him on the throne with his back against a figure that represented him to the life, all the great men of the court came to attend him, as if he had been their king, performing all that he commanded. This last scene till the favourable hour, which was a little before sun setting, and then an officer of the court came behind and cut off the head of the wooden statue with his scimitar, the guard then starting up and running away. That very moment the king came into the hall, and the Sovi's cap being set on his head, and the sword girt to his side, he sat down on the throne, changed his name for that of Solomon, which was performed with the usual ceremonies, the drums beating and trumpets sounding as before. It was requisite to act this farce in order to satisfy the law, which requires that in order to change his name and take possession of the throne again, he must expel a prince that had usurped it upon some pretensions, and therefore they made choice of a Bough, who pretended to be descended from the ancient kings of Persia, and was besides of a different religion from that of the government. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Golden Bough, Part 3, The Dying God, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 6. Sacrifice of the King's Son. The temporary kings are sometimes related by blood to the real kings. A point to notice about the temporary kings described in the foregoing chapter is that in two places, Cambodia and Jambi, they come of a stock which is believed to be akin to the royal family. If the view here taken of the origin of these temporary kings is correct, we can easily understand why the king's substitute should sometimes be of the same race as the king. When the king first succeeded in getting the life of another accepted as a sacrifice instead of his own, he would have to show that the death of the other would serve the purpose quite as well as his own would have done. Now it was as a god or demigod that the king had to die. Therefore the substitute who died for him had to be invested, at least for the occasion, with the divine attributes of the king. This, as we have just seen, was certainly the case with the temporary kings of Siam and Cambodia. They are invested with the supernatural functions, which in the earlier stage of society were the special attributes of the king. But no one could so well represent the king in his divine character as his son, who might be supposed to share the divine afflatus of his father. No one, therefore, could so appropriately die for the king, and through him, for the whole people, as the king's son. Tradition on the king of Sweden and the sacrifice of his 9 sons. According to tradition, On, king of Sweden, sacrificed 9 of his sons to Odin at Uppsala in order that his own life might be spared. After he had sacrificed his 2nd son, he received from the god an answer that he should live so long as he gave him 1 of his sons every 9th year. When he had sacrificed his 7th son, he still lived, but was so feeble that he could not walk and had to be carried in a chair. Then he offered up his 8th son, and lived 9 years more, lying in his bed. After that he sacrificed his 9th son and lived another 9 years, but so that he drank out of a horn like a weaned child. He now wished to sacrifice his only remaining son to Odin, but the Swedes would not allow him. So he died and was buried in a mound at Uppsala. The poet Theodulf told the king's history in verse. In Uppsala's town the cruel king slaughtered his sons at Odin's shrine, slaughtered his sons with cruel knife, to get from Odin length of life. He lived until he had to turn his toothless mouth to the deer's horn. And he who shed his children's blood sucked through the ox's horn his food. At length fell death as tracked him down, slowly but sure, in Uppsala's town. Tradition of King Athamas and his children. In ancient Greece there seems to have been at least one kingly house of great antiquity, which the eldest sons were always liable to be sacrificed in room of their royal sires. When Xerxes was marching through Thessaly at the head of his mighty host to attack the Spartans at Thermopylae, he came to the town of Alos. Here he was shown the sanctuary of Lephistian Zeus, about which his guides told him a strange tale. It ran somewhat as follows. Once upon a time the king of the country, by name Athamas, married a wife Nephele, who had by her a son called Phrixus and a daughter named Hel. Afterwards he took to himself a second wife called Ino, by whom he had 2 sons, Lyricus and Melicertes. But his second wife was jealous of her stepchildren, Phrixus and Helle, and plotted their death. She went about very cunningly to compass her bad end. First of all, she persuaded the women of the country to roast and seed corn secretly before it was committed to the ground. So next year no crops came up, and the people died of famine. Then the king sent messengers to the oracle at Delphi to inquire the cause of the dearth. But the wicked stepmother bribed the messenger to give out as the answer of the god that the dearth would never cease till the children of Athamas by his first wife had been sacrificed to Zeus. When Athamas heard that, he sent for his children, who were with the sheep. But a ram with a fleece of gold opened his lips, and speaking with the voice of a man, warned the children of their danger. So they mounted the ram and fled with him over land and sea. As they flew over the sea, the girl slipped from the animal's back, and falling into water was drowned. But her brother Phrixus was brought safe to the land of Colchis, where reigned a child of the sun. Phrixus married the king's daughter, and she bore him a son, Cytisaurus. But there he sacrificed a ram with a golden fleece to Zeus, the god of flight. But some will have it that he sacrificed the animal to Lephistian Zeus. The golden fleece itself he gave to his wife's father, who nailed it to an oak tree, guarded by a sleepless dragon in a sacred grove of Ares. Meanwhile at home, an oracle had commanded that King Athamas himself should be sacrificed as an expiatory offering for the whole country. So the people decked him with garlands like a victim and led him to the altar, where they were just about to sacrifice him when he was rescued either by his grandson Cytisaurus, who arrived in the nick of time from Colchis, or by Hercules, who brought tidings that the king's son Phrixus was yet alive. Thus Athamas was saved, but afterwards he went mad, and mistaking his son Lycoris for a wild beast, shot him dead. Next he attempted the life of his remaining son Melicertes, but the child was rescued by his mother Ino, who ran and threw herself and him from a high rock into the sea. Mother and son were changed into marine divinities, and the son received special homage in the Isle of Teleidos, where babes were sacrificed to him. Thus, bereft of wife and children, the unhappy Athamas quitted his country, and on inquiring of the oracle where he should dwell, was told to take up his abode wherever he should be entertained by wild beasts. He fell in with a pack of wolves, devouring sheep, and when they saw him, they fled and left him the bleeding remnants of their prey. In this way the oracle was fulfilled. Male descendants of King Athamas liable to be sacrificed. But because King Athamas had not been sacrificed as a sin offering for the whole country, it was divinely decreed that the eldest male scion of his family in each generation should be sacrificed without fail. If ever he set foot in the town hall where the offerings were made to Lephistian Zeus by one of the house of Athamas, many of the family, Xerxes was informed, had fled to foreign lands to escape this doom. But some of them had returned long afterwards, and been caught by the sentinels in the act of entering the town hall, were wreathed as victims, led forth in procession and sacrificed. These instances appear to have been notorious, if not frequent, for the writer of a dialogue attributed to Plato, after speaking of the immolation of human victims by the Carthaginians, adds that such practices were not unknown among the Greeks, and refers with horror to the sacrifices offered on Mount Lycaeus and by the descendants of Athamas. Family of royal descent liable to be sacrificed at Orchomenus. The suspicion that this barbarous custom by no means fell into disuse, even in latter days, is strengthened by a case of human sacrifice which occurred in Plutarch's time at Orchomenus, a very ancient city of Boeotia, distant only a few miles across the plain from the historian's birthplace. Here dwelt a family of which the men went by the name of Basileus, or Suti, and the women by the name of Oliac or Destructive. Every year at the festival of the Agrinonia, the priest of Dionysus persuaded these women with a drawn sword, and if he overtook one of them he had the right to slay her. In Plutarch's lifetime the right was actually exercised by a priest, Zoilus. Now in the family thus liable to furnish at least one human victim every year was of royal descent, for they traced their lineage to Menjas, the famous old king of Orchomenus, the monarch of fabulous wealth, whose stately treasury, as it is called, still stands in ruins at the point where the long rocky hill of Orchomenus melts into the vast expanse of the Copaic plain. Tradition ran that the king's 3 daughters long despised the other women of the country for yielding to the Bacchic frenzy, and sat at home in the king's house scornfully playing the distaff and the loom, while the rest, wreathed with flowers, their dishevelled locks streaming to the wind, roamed in ecstasy the barren mountains that rise above Orchomenus, making the solitude of their hills to echo to the wild music of cymbals and tambourines. But in time the divine fury infected even the royal damsels in their quiet chamber. They were seized with a fierce longing to partake of human flesh, and cast lots among themselves which should give up her child to finish a cannibal feast. The lot fell on Leucippe, and she surrendered her son Hippasus, who was torn limb from limb by the three. From these misguided women sprang the Oliae and the Pisolies, of whom the men were said to be so called because they wore sad-coloured raiment in token of their mourning and grief. Thessalian and Boeotian kings seem to have sacrificed their sons to Lephistian Zeus instead of themselves. Now this practice of taking human victims from a family of royal descent at Orchomenus is all the more significant because Athamas himself is said to have reigned in the land of Orchomenus even before the time of Minyas, and because over against the city there rises Mount Lephistius, on which, as at Alas in Thessaly, there was a sanctuary of Lephistian Zeus, where, according to tradition, Athamas proposed to sacrifice his two children, Phrixus and Helle. On the whole, comparing the traditions about Athamas with the custom that had obtained with regard to his descendants in historical times, we may fairly infer that in Thessaly, and probably in Boeotia, there reigned of old a dynasty of which the kings were liable to be sacrificed for the good of the country to the god called Lephistian Zeus, but that they contrived to shift the fatal responsibility to their offspring, of whom the eldest son was regularly destined to the altar. As time went on, the cruel custom was so far mitigated that a ram was accepted as a vicarious sacrifice in room of the royal victim, provided always that the prince abstained from setting foot in the town hall where the sacrifice were offered to Lephistian Zeus by one of his kinsmen. But he were rash enough to enter the place of doom, to thrust himself wilfully, as it were, on the notice of the god who had good-naturedly winked at the substitution of a ram. The ancient obligation, which had been suffered to lie in abeyance, recovered all its force, and there was no help for it, but he must die. The tradition which associated the sacrifice of the king or his children with a great dearth points clearly to the belief, so common among primitive folk, that the king is responsible for the weather and the crops, and that he may justly pay with his life for the inclemency of the one or the failure of the other. Athamas and his line, in short, appear to have united divine or magical with royal functions, and this view is strongly supported by the claims to divinity which Salmoneus, the brother of Athamas, is said to have set up. We have seen that this presumptuous mortal professed to be no other than Zeus himself, and to wield the thunder and lightning of which he made a trumpery imitated by the help of tinkling kettles and blazing torches. If we may judge from analogy, his mock thunder and lightning were no mere scenic exhibition designed to deceive and impress the beholders. They were enchantments practiced by the royal magician for the purpose of bringing about the celestial phenomena which they feebly mimicked. Sacrifice of king's sons among the Semites. Among the Semites of Western Asia, the king, in a time of national danger, sometimes gave up his son to die as a sacrifice for the people. Thus Philo of Byblos, in his work on the Jews, says, "It was an ancient custom in a crisis of great danger that the ruler of a city or nation should give his beloved son to die for the whole people, as a ransom offered to their avenging demons. And the children thus offered were slain with mystic rites. So Kronos, whom the Phoenicians call Israel, being king of the land and having an only begotten son called Jeod, for the Phoenician tongue Jeod signifies only begotten, dressed him in royal robes and sacrificed him upon an altar in a time of war, when the country was in great danger from the enemy. When the king of Moab was besieged by the Israelites and hard beset, he took his eldest son, who should have reigned in his stead, and offered him for a burnt offering on the wall." Sacrifice of children to Baal among the Semites. But amongst the Semites, the practice of sacrificing their children was not confined to kings. In times of great calamity, such as pestilence, drought, or defeat in war, the Phoenicians used to sacrifice one of their dearest to Baal. Phoenician history, says an ancient writer, is full of such sacrifices. The writer of a dialogue ascribed to Plato observes that the Carthaginians immolated human beings as if it were right and lawful to do so, and some of them, he adds, even sacrificed their own sons to Baal. When Gelo, tyrant of Syracuse, defeated the Carthaginians in the great battle of Himera, he required as a condition of peace that they should sacrifice their children to Baal no longer. But the barbarous custom was too inveterate and too agreeable to Semitic modes of thought to be so easily eradicated, and the humane stipulation of the Greek despot probably remained a dead letter. At all events, the history of this remarkable people, who combined in so high a degree the spirit of commercial enterprise with a blind attachment to a stern and gloomy religion, is stained at latter times with instances of the same cruel superstition. When the Carthaginians were defeated and besieged by Agathocles, they ascribed the disaster to the wrath of Bough, for whereas in former times they had been wont to sacrifice to him their own offspring, they had latterly fallen into the habit of buying children and rearing them to be victims. So to appease the angry god, 200 children of the noblest families were picked out for sacrifice, and the tale of victims was swelled by not less than 300 more who volunteered to die for the fatherland. They were sacrificed by being placed, one by one, on the sloping hands of the brazen image, for which they rolled into a pit of fire. Childless people among the Carthaginians bought children from poor parents and slaughtered them, says Plutarch, as if they were lambs or chickens, and the mother had to stand by and see it done without a tear or a groan, for if she wept or moaned, she lost all the credit and the child was sacrificed nonetheless. But all the place in front of the image was filled with a tumultuous music of fifes and drums to drown the shrieks of the victims. Infants were publicly sacrificed by the Carthaginians down to the proconsulate Tiberius, who crucified the priests on the trees beside their temples. Yet the practice still went on secretly in the lifetime of Tertullian. Canaanite and Hebrew custom of burning children in honor of Baal or Moloch. Among the Canaanites, or aboriginal inhabitants of Palestine, whom the invading Israelites conquered but did not exterminate, the grisly custom of burning their children in honor of Baal or Moloch seems to have been regularly practiced. To the best representatives of the Hebrew people, the authors of their noble literature, such rites were abhorrent, and they warned their fellow countrymen against participating in them. When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not learn to do after the abominations of those nations. There shall not be found with thee any one that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, one that useth divination, one that practiseth augury, or an enhancer, or a sorcerer, or a charm, or a consulter with a familiar spirit, or a wizard, or a necromancer. For whoever doeth these things is an abomination unto the Lord, and because of these abominations the Lord thy God doth drive them out from before thee. Again we read, And thou shalt not give any of thy seed to pass through the fire to Moloch. Whatever effect these warnings may have had in the earlier days of Israelitish history, there is abundant evidence that in later times the Hebrews lapsed, or rather perhaps relapsed, into the congenial mire of superstition from which the higher spirits of the nation struggled, too often in vain, to rescue them. The psalmist laments that his erring countrymen mingled themselves with the nations and learned their works, and they served their idols, which became a snare unto them. Yea, they sacrificed their sons and their daughters unto demons, and shed innocent blood, even the blood of their sons and of their daughters, whom they sacrificed unto the idols of Canaan. And the land was polluted with blood. When the Hebrew annalist has recorded how Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, besieged Samaria for 3 years and took it and carried Israel away into captivity, he explains that this was a divine punishment inflicted on his people for having fallen in with the evil ways of the Canaanites. They had built high places in all their cities and set up pillars and sacred poles, Asherim, upon every high hill and under every green tree. And there they burnt incense after the manner of the heathen. And they forsook all the commandments of the Lord their God, and made them molten images, even 2 calves, and made an Asherah, and worshipped all the host of heaven, and served Baal. And they caused their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire, and used divination and enchantments. Sacrifices of children in Tophet. At Jerusalem in these days, there was a regularly appointed place where parents burned their children, both boys and girls, in honor of Baal or Moloch. It was in the valley of Hinnom, just outside the walls of the city, and bore the name, infamous ever since, of Tophet. The practice is referred to again and again with sorrowful indignation by the prophets. The kings of Judah set an example to their people by burning their own children at the usual place. Thus of Ahaz, who reigned 16 years at Jerusalem, we are told that he burnt incense in the valley of Hinnom, and burnt his children in the fire. Again, King Manasseh, whose long reign covered 55 years, made his children to pass through the fire in the valley of Hinnom. Afterwards, in the reign of the good King Josiah, the idolatrous excess of the people were represented. At last, for a time, and among other measures of reform, Tophet was defiled by the king's orders, that no man might make his son or his daughter pass through the fire to Moloch. Whether the place was ever used again for the same dark purpose as before does not appear. Long afterwards, under the sway of a milder faith, there was little in the valley to recall the tragic scenes which it had so often witnessed. Jerome described it as a pleasant and shady spot, watered by the rills of Siloam and laid out in delightful gardens. Did the Hebrews borrow the custom from the Canaanites? It would be interesting, though it might be fruitless, to inquire how far the Hebrew prophets and psalmists were right in their opinion that the Israelites learned these and other gloomy superstitions only through contact with the old inhabitants of the land, that the primitive purity of faith and morals which they brought with them from the free air of the desert was tainted and polluted by the grossness and corruption of the heathen in the fat land of Canaan. When we remember, however, that the Israelites were of the same Semitic stock as the population they conquered and professed to despise, and the practice of human sacrifice is tested for many branches of the Semitic race, we shall perhaps incline to surmise that the chosen people may have brought with them into Palestine the seeds which afterwards sprang up and bore such ghastly fruit in the valley of Hinnom. Custom of the Sepharvites. It is at least significant of the prevalence of such customs among the Semites that no sooner were the native child-burning Israelites carried off by King Shalmaneser to Assyria, that their place was taken by colonists who practiced precisely the same rites in honor of deities who probably differed in little but name from those revered by the idolatrous Hebrews. The Sepharvites, we are told, burnt their children in the fire to Adramelech and Anamelech, the gods of Seraphim. The pious Jewish historian who saw in Israel's exile God's punishment for sin has suggested no explanation for that mystery in the divine economy which suffered the Sepharvites to continue on the same spot the very same abominations for which the erring Hebrews had just been so signally chastised. Only the firstborn children were burned. We have still to ask which of their children the Semites picked out for sacrifice. For that choice was made, and some principle of selection followed, may be taken for granted. A people who burned all their children indiscriminately would soon extinguish themselves, and such an excess of piety is probably rare, if not unknown. In point of fact, it seems, at least among the Hebrews, to have been only the firstborn child that was doomed to the flames. The prophet Micah asks in the following passage, "Wherewith shall I come before the Lord, and bow myself before the high God? Shall I come before him with burnt offerings, with calves of a year old? Will the Lord be pleased with thousands of rams, or with 10,000s of rivers of oil? Shall I give my firstborn for my transgression, the fruit of my body for the sin of my soul?" These were the questions which pious and doubting hearts were putting to themselves in the days of the prophet. The prophet's own answer is not doubtful. "He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God." It is a noble answer, and one which only elect spirits in that, or perhaps in any age, have given. In Israel the vulgar answer was given on bloody altars and in the smoke and flames of Tophet, and the form which the prophet's question is cast, "Shall I give my firstborn for my transgression?" shows plainly on which of the children the duty of atoning for the sins their father was supposed to fall. A passage in Ezekiel points no less clearly to the same conclusion. The prophet represents God in saying, "I gave them statutes that were not good, and judgments wherein they should not live. And I polluted them in their own gifts, in that they caused to pass through the fire, or that openeth the womb, that I might make them desolate." That the writer was here thinking especially of the sacrifice of children is proved by his own words a little later on. "When ye offer your gifts, when ye make your sons to pass through the fire, do ye pollute yourselves with all your idols unto this day?" Further, that by the words, "to pass through the fire, or that openeth the womb," he referred only to the firstborn, can easily be shown by the language of Scripture in the reference to that law of the consecration of firstlings which Ezekiel undoubtedly had in his mind when he wrote this passage. Thus we find that law enunciated in the following terms. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Sanctify unto me all the firstborn, whatsoever openeth the womb among the children of Israel, both of man and of beast, it is mine. Again it is written, Thou shalt set apart unto the Lord all that openeth the womb, and every firstling which thou hast that cometh of a beast, the male shall be the Lord's. Once more, all that openeth the womb is mine, and all thy cattle that is male, the firstlings of ox and sheep. This ancient Hebrew custom of the consecration of God of all male firstlings, whether of man or beast, was merely the application to the animal kingdom of the law that all firstfruits whatsoever belong to the deity must be made over to him or his representatives. The general law is as stated by the Hebrew legislator, Thou shalt not delay to offer of the abundance of thy fruits and of thy liquors. The firstborn of thy sons shalt thou give unto me. Likewise shalt thou do with thine oxen and with thy sheep. 7 days it shall be with its dam, and the 8th day thou shalt give it me. Hebrews sacrifice of firstlings, redemption of the firstlings of men and asses. Thus the God of the Hebrews plainly regarded the firstborn of men and the firstlings of animals as his own, and required that they should be made over to him. But how? Here a distinction was drawn between sheep, oxen, and goats on the one hand, and men and asses on the other. The firstlings of the former were always sacrificed, the firstlings of the latter were generally redeemed. The firstling of an ox, or the firstling of a sheep, or the firstling of a goat, thou shalt not redeem. They are holy. Thou shalt sprinkle their blood upon the altar, and shalt burn their fat for an offering made by fire for a sweet savour unto the Lord. The flesh went to the Levites, who consumed it, no doubt, instead of the deity whom they represented. On the other hand, the ass was not sacrificed by the Israelites, probably because they did not eat the animal themselves, and hence concluded that God did not do so either. In the matter of diet, the taste of gods generally presents a striking resemblance to that of their worshippers. Still, the firstling ass, like all other firstlings, was sacrificed to the deity, and since it was not sacrificed to him, he had to receive an equivalent for it. In other words, the ass had to be redeemed, and the price of the redemption was a lamb which was burnt as a vicarious sacrifice instead of the ass. On the hypothesis, apparently, that roast lamb is likely to be more palatable to the Supreme Being than roast donkey. If the ass was not redeemed, it had to be killed by having its neck broken. The firstlings of the other animals and of men were redeemed for 5 shekels a head, which were paid to the Levites. Sacrifice of firstborn children, perhaps regarded as an act of heroic virtue. We can now readily understand why so many of the Hebrews, at least in the latter days of their history, sacrificed their firstborn children, and why tender-hearted parents, whose affection for their offspring exceeded their devotion to the deity, may often have been visited with compunction, and even tormented with feelings of bitter self-reproach and shame at their carnal weakness in suffering the beloved son to live, when they saw others, with heroic piety which they could not emulate, calmly resigning their dear ones to the fire, through which, as they firmly believed, they passed to God, to reap perhaps in endless bliss in heaven the reward of their sharp but transient sufferings on earth. For infancy, they had been bred up in the belief that the firstborn was sacrificed to God, and though they knew that he had waived his right to them in consideration of the receipt of 5 shekels a head, they could hardly view this as anything but an act of gracious condescension, of generous liberality on the part of the divinity who had stooped to accept so trifling a sum instead of the life which really belonged to him. Surely, they might argue, God would be better pleased if he were to give him not the money, but the life, not the poor paltry shekels, but what we value most, our first and best loved child. If we hold that life so dear, will not he also? It is his. Why should we not give him his own? It was in answer to so anxious questions such as these, and the quite truly conscientious scruples of this sort, that the prophet Micah declared that what God required of his true worshippers was not sacrifice but justice and mercy and humility. It is the answer of morality to religion, of the growing consciousness that man's duty is not to propitiate with vain oblations those mysterious powers of the universe of which he can know little or nothing, but to be just and merciful in his dealings with his fellows, and to humbly trust, though he cannot know, that by acting thus he will best please the higher powers, whatever they may be. Tradition of the origin of the Passover. But while morality renders itself on the side of the prophet, it may be questioned whether history and precedent were not on the side of his adversaries. If the firstborn of men and cattle were alike sacred to God, then the firstborn of cattle were regularly sacrificed, while the firstborn of men were ransomed by a money payment. Has not this last provision the appearance of being a latter mitigation of an older and harsher custom which doomed firstborn children, like firstling lambs and calves and goats, to the altar or the fire? The suspicion is greatly strengthened by the remarkable tradition told to account for the sanctity of the firstborn. When Israel was in bondage in Egypt, so runs the tradition, God resolved to deliver them from captivity and to lead them to the promised land. But the Egyptians were loath to part with their bondmen and thwarted the divine purpose by refusing to let the Israelites go. Accordingly, God afflicted these cruel taskmasters with one plague after another, but all in vain, until at last he made up his mind to resort to a strong measure, which would surely have the desired effect. At dead of night he would pass through the land, killing all the firstborn of the Egyptians, both man and beast. Not one of them would be left alive in the morning. But the Israelites were warned of what was about to happen, and told to keep indoors that night, and to put a mark on their houses, so that when he passed down the street on his errand of slaughter, God might know them at sight from the houses of the Egyptians, and not turn in and massacre the wrong children and animals. The mark was to be the blood of a lamb, smeared on the lintel of the side post of the door. In every house a lamb whose red blood was to be the badge of Israel that night, as the white scars were the badge of the Catholics on the night of St. Bartholomew, was to be killed at evening, eaten by the household with very peculiar rites. During the hours of darkness, while the butchery was proceeding, none of the flesh was to see the morning light. Whatever the family could not eat was to be burned with fire. All this was done. The massacre of Egyptian children and animals was successfully perpetrated and had the desired effect. And to commemorate this great triumph, God ordained that all the firstborn of man and beast among the Israelites should be sacred to him ever afterwards, in the manner already described. The edible animals to be sacrificed, and the uneatable, especially men and asses, to be ransomed by a substitute or by a pecuniary payment of so much a head. And a festival was to be celebrated every spring with rites exactly like those which were observed in the night of the great slaughter. The divine command was obeyed, and the festival thus instituted was the Passover. Originally, the firstborn children seem to have been regularly sacrificed, and the redemption was a later mitigation of the rule. The one thing that looms clear through the haze of this weird tradition is the memory of a great massacre of firstborn. This was the origin, we are told, of the sanctity of the firstborn and of the feast of the Passover. But when we are further told that the people whose firstborn was slaughtered on that occasion were not the Hebrews but their enemies, we are at once met by serious difficulties. Why, we may ask, should the Israelites kill the firstlings of their cattle forever because God once killed those of the Egyptians? And why should every Hebrew father have to pay God a ransom for his firstborn child because God once slew all the firstborn children of the Egyptians? In this form, the tradition offers no intelligible explanation of the custom. But it at once becomes clear and intelligible when we assume that in the original version of the story it was the Hebrew firstborn that was slain, that in fact the slaughter of the firstborn children was formerly, or the slaughter of the firstborn cattle always continued, to be not an isolated butchery but a regular custom, with which the growth of more humane sentiments was afterwards softened into the vicarious sacrifice of a lamb and the payment of a ransom for each child. Here the reader may be reminded of another Hebrew tradition in which the sacrifice of the firstborn child is indicated still more clearly. Abraham, we are informed, was commanded by God to offer up his firstborn son Isaac as a burnt sacrifice, and was on the point of obeying the divine command, when God, content with this proof of his faith and obedience, substituted for the human victim a ram, which Abraham accordingly sacrificed instead of his son. Putting the two traditions together and observing how exactly they dovetail into each other, and to the latter Hebrew practice of actually sacrificing the firstborn children by fire to Baal or Moloch, we can hardly resist the conclusion that, before the practice of redeeming them was introduced, the Hebrews, like the other branches of the Semitic race, regularly sacrificed their firstborn children by the fire or the knife. The Passover, if this view is right, was the occasion when the awful sacrifice was offered, and the tradition of its origin has preserved in its main outlines a vivid memory of the horrors of those fearful nights. They must have been like the nights called evil on the west coast of Africa, when the people kept indoors because the executioners were going about the streets, and the heads of the human victims were falling in the king's palace. But seen in the lurid light of superstition or of legend, they were no common mortals, no vulgar executioners who did the dreadful work at the first Passover. The angel of death was abroad that night. Into every house he entered, and a sound of lamentation followed him as he came forth with his dripping sword. The blood that bespattered the lintel and doorposts would at first be the blood of the firstborn child of the house, and when the blood of the lamb was afterwards substituted, we may suppose that it was intended not so much to appease as to cheat the ghastly visitant. Seeing the red drops in the doorway, he would say to himself, "That is the blood of their child. I need not turn in there. I have many yet to slay before the morning breaks grey in the east." And he would pass on in haste, and the trembling parents, as they clasped their little one to their breasts, might fancy that they heard his footfalls growing fainter and fainter down the street. In plain words, we may surmise that the slaughter was originally done by masked men, like the mumbo-jumbos and similar figures of West Africa, who went from house to house, and were believed by the uninitiated to be the deity or his divine messengers come in person and carry off the victims. When the leaders had decided to allow the sacrifice of animals instead of children, they would give the people a hint that if they only killed a lamb and smeared its blood on the doorposts, the bloodthirsty but nearsighted deity would never know the difference. Attempts to outwit a malignant spirit. The attempt to outwit a malignant and dangerous spirit is common, and might be illustrated by many examples. Some instances will be noticed in the latter part of this work. Here a single one may suffice. The Malays believe in a spectral huntsman who ranges the forest with a pack of ghostly dogs, and whose apparition bodes sickness or death. Certain birds which fly in flocks by night, uttering a loud and peculiar note, are supposed to follow in his train. Hence when Parak peasants hear the weird sound, they run out and make a clatter with a knife on a wooden platter, crying, "Great-grandfather, bring us their hearts." The spectral huntsman, hearing these words, will take the supplicants for followers of his own, asking to share his bag, so he will spare the household and pass on, and the tumult of the wild hunt will die away in the darkness and the distance. The custom of sacrificing all the firstborn, whether of animals or men, was probably a very ancient Semitic institution. If this be indeed the origin of the Passover, and of the sanctity of the firstborn among the Hebrews, the whole of the Semitic evidence on the subject is seen to fall into line at once. The children whom the Carthaginians, Phoenicians, Canaanites, Moabites, Sepharvites, and probably other branches of the Semitic race burned in the fire would be their firstborn only, though in general ancient writers have failed to indicate this limitation of the custom. For the Moabites, indeed, the limitation is clearly indicated, if not expressly stated, when we read that the king of Moab offered his eldest son, who should have reigned after him, as a burnt sacrifice on the wall. For the Phoenicians, it comes out less distinctly in the statement of Porphyry that the Phoenicians used to sacrifice one of their dearest to Baal, and in the legend recorded by Philo of Byblus that Cronus sacrificed his only begotten son. We may suppose that the custom of sacrificing the firstborn of men and animals was a very different Semitic institution, which many branches of the race kept up within historical times, but that the Hebrews, while only maintaining the custom in regard to domestic cattle, were led by their lofty morality to discard it in respect of children, and to replace it by a merciful law that firstborn children should be ransomed instead of sacrificed. Sacrifice of firstborn children among various races. The conclusion that the Hebrew custom of redeeming the firstborn is a modification of an older custom of sacrificing them has been mentioned by some very distinguished scholars, only to be rejected on the ground, apparently, of its extreme improbability. To me, the converging lines of evidence which point to the conclusion seem too numerous and too distinct to be thus slightly brushed aside. and the argument from improbability can easily be rebutted by pointing to other peoples who are known to have practiced or to be still practicing a custom of the same sort. In some tribes in New South Wales, the firstborn of every foreman was eaten by the tribe as part of a religious ceremony. Among the Aborigines on the lower portions of the Paroo and Warrego rivers, which join the Darling River in New South Wales, girls used to become wise when they were mere children and to be mothers at 14, and the old custom was to kill the firstborn child by strangulation. Again, among the tribes about Maryborough in Queensland, a girl's first child was almost always exposed and left to perish. In the tribes about Beltana in South Australia, girls were married at 14, and it was customary to destroy their firstborn. The natives of Rook, an island of the east coast of New Guinea, used to kill all their firstborn children. They prided themselves on their humanity in burying the murdered infants instead of eating them, as their barbarous neighbours did. They spared the second child but killed the third, and so on alternately with the rest of their offspring. Chinese history reports that in a state called Kaimo in the east of Yue, it was customary to devour the firstborn sons, and further that to the west of Kaochi or Tonkin there was a realm of man-eaters, where the firstborn son was, as a rule, chopped into pieces and eaten, and his younger brothers were nevertheless regarded to have fulfilled their fraternal duties towards him, and he proved to be appetizing food. They sent some of his flesh to their chieftains, who, exhilarated, gave the father a reward. In India, down at the beginning of the 19th century, the custom of sacrificing a firstborn child to the Ganges was common. Again, we are told that among the Hindus, the firstborn has always been a peculiarly sacred position, especially if born in answer to a vow to parents who have long been without offspring, in which case sacrifice of the child was common in India. The mayors used to sacrifice a firstborn son to Mata, the smallpox goddess. Sacrifice of firstborn children among the Bourans and other tribes to the south of Abyssinia. The Bourans, on the southern borders of Abyssinia, propitiate a sky spirit called Wak by sacrificing their children and cattle to him. Among them, when a man of any standing marries, he becomes a rabba, as it is called, and for a certain period after marriage, probably 4 to 8 years, he must leave any children that are born to him to die in the bush. No Boran cares to contemplate the fearful calamities with which Wak would visit him if he failed to discharge this duty. After he ceases to be a rabba, a man is circumcised and becomes a Guddha. The sky spirit has no claim to the children born after their father's circumcision, but they are sent away at a very early age to be reared by the Wata, a low caste of hunters. They remain with these people till they are grown up, and then return to their families. In this remarkable custom it would appear that the circumcision of the father is regarded as an atoning sacrifice which redeems the rest of his children from the spirit to whom they would otherwise belong. The obscure story told by the Israelites to explain the origin of circumcision seems also to suggest that the custom was supposed to save the life of the child by giving the deity a substitute for it. Again, the Kher, Bana, and Basharath, 3 tribes in the valley of the Omo River in the south of Abyssinia, are in the habit of strangling their firstborn children and throwing the bodies away. The Kher cast the bodies into the river Omo, where they are devoured by crocodiles. The other 2 tribes leave them in the forest to be eaten by the hyenas. The only explanation they give of the custom is that it was decreed by their ancestors. Captain C. H. Stigand inquired into the practice very carefully and was told that, for a certain number of years after marriage, children would be thrown away, and after that they would be kept. The number of the firstborn children who were strangled, and the period of years during which this was done, appears to be valuable, but I could not understand what regulated it. There was one point, however, about which they were certain, and that was that the firstborn of all, rich, poor, high and low, had to be strangled and thrown away. The chief of the Kher said, if I had a child now, it would have to be thrown away, laughing as it were a great joke. What amused him really was that I should be so interested in their custom. So far as Captain Stigam could ascertain, there is no idea of sacrificing children to the crocodiles by throwing them into the river. If a Kher man has a firstborn child to him while he is on a journey away from the river, he will throw the infant away in the forest. Firstborn male children put to death in Uganda. In Uganda, if the firstborn child of a chief or any important person is a son, the midwife strangles it and reports that the infant was stillborn. This is done to ensure the life of the father. If he has a son born first, he will soon die, and the child inherit all he has. Amongst the people of Sanjo in Eastern Africa, we are told that many families must offer up their firstborn sons as sacrifices, because once upon a time, when summer and winter were jumbled together in a bad season, and the fruits of the earth would not ripen, the soothsayers enjoyed it. At that time a great pillar of iron is said to have stood at the entrance of the capital, which in accordance with the advice of the soothsayers was broken down by order of the king, whereupon the seasons became regular again. To avert the recurrence of such a calamity, the wizards commanded the king to pour human blood once a year on the base of the broken shaft of the pillar, and also upon the throne. Since then, certain families have been obliged to deliver up their firstborn sons, who were sacrificed at an appointed time. Among some tribes of southeastern Africa, there's a rule that when a woman's husband has been killed in battle and she marries again, the first child she gives birth to after a second marriage must be put to death, whether she has it by her first or her second husband. Such a child is called the child of the Asagay, and if it were not killed, death or an accident would be sure to befall the second spouse, and the woman herself would be barren. The notion is that the woman must have had some share in the misfortune that overtook her first husband, and that the only way of removing the malign influence is to slay the child of the Asagay. Sacrifice of firstborn children in Europe and America. The heathen Russians often sacrifice their firstborn to the god Perun. It is said that on Mag-Slat, or Plain of Prostrations, near the present village of Bali-Maguran, in the county Kavan, there used to stand a great idol called Crom Crouch, covered with gold, to which the ancient Irish sacrificed the firstlings of every issue and the chief scions of every clan, in order to obtain plenty of corn, honey, and milk. Round about the golden image, which was spoken of as the king idol of Erin, stood 12 other idols of stone. Sacrifice of firstborn children to the sun. The Kootenai Indians of British Columbia worship the sun and sacrifice their firstborn children to him. When a woman is with child, she prays to the sun, saying, "I am the child. When it is born, I shall offer it to you. Have pity on us." Thus they expect to secure health and good fortune for their families. Among the Coast Salish Indians of the same region, the first child is often sacrificed to the sun in order to ensure the health and prosperity of the whole family. The Indians of Florida sacrifice their firstborn male children. Among the Indians of North Carolina, down to the early part of the 18th century, a remarkable ceremony was performed, which seems to be most naturally interpreted as a modification of an older custom of putting the king's son to death, perhaps as a substitute for his father. It is thus described by a writer of that period. They have a strange custom or ceremony amongst them to call to mind the persecutions and death of the kings, their ancestors slain by their enemies at certain seasons, and particularly when the savages have been at war with any nation and return from their country without bringing home some prisoners of war or the heads of their enemies. The king causes, as a perpetual remembrance of all his predecessors, to beat and wound the best beloved of all his children with the same weapons wherewith they have been killed in former times, to the end that by renewing the wound, their death shall be lamented afresh. The king and his nation being assembled on these occasions, a feast is prepared, and the Indian who is authorized to wound the king's son runs about the house like a distracted person, crying and making a most hideous noise all the time with a weapon in his hand, wherewith he wounds the king's son. This he performs 3 several times, during which interval he presents the king with victuals or kasena, and it is very strange to see the Indian that is thus struck never offers to stir till he is wounded the 3rd time, after which he falls down backwards, stretching out his arms and legs as if he had been ready to expire. Then the rest of the king's sons and daughters, together with the mother and vast numbers of women and girls, fall at his feet and lament and cry most bitterly. During this time the king and his retinue are feasting, yet with such profound silence for some hours, that not one word or even a whisper is to be heard amongst them. After this manner they continue till night, which ends in singing, dancing, and the greatest joy imaginable. In this account the description of the frantic manner assumed by the person whose duty it was to wound the king's son reminds us of the frenzy of King Athamas when he took or attempted the lives of his children. Sacrifice of children in Peru. The same feature is said to have characterized the sacrifice of children in Peru. When any person of note was sick, and the priest said he must die, they sacrificed his son, desiring the idol to be sacrificed with him and not to take away his father's life. The ceremonies used of these sacrifices were strange, for they behaved themselves like madmen. They believed that all calamities were occasioned by sin, and that sacrifices were the remedy. An early Spanish historian of the conquest of Peru, in describing the Indians of the Peruvian valleys between San Miguel and Caxamalca, records that they have disgusting sacrifices and temples of idols which they hold in great veneration. They offer them their most precious possessions. Every month they sacrifice their own children and smear with the blood of the victims the face of the idols and the doors of the temples. In Peruja, a province of Quito, it used to be customary to sacrifice the firstborn children to the gods. Their remains were dried, enclosed in vessels of metal or stone, and kept in the houses. The Zimanas and Coxanas, two Indian tribes in the upper of the Amazon, kill all their firstborn children. If the firstborn is a girl, the Lenguae Indians invariably put it to death. The Sacred Spring in ancient Italy. Among the ancient Italian peoples, especially of the Sabine stock, it was customary in seasons of great peril or public calamity, as when the crops had failed or a pestilence was raging, to vow that they would sacrifice to the gods every creature, whether man or beast, that should be born in the following spring. To the creatures thus devoted to sacrifice, the name of the sacred spring was applied. But since, says Festus, it seems cruel to slay innocent boys and girls, they were kept till they were grown up, then veiled and driven beyond the boundaries. Several Italian peoples, for example the Baseni, Samnites, and Hirpini, trace their origin to a sacred spring, that is, to the consecrated youth who had swarmed off from the parent stock in consequence of such a vow. When the Romans were engaged in a life and death struggle with Hannibal, after the great defeat at the Trasimene Lake, they vowed to offer a sacred spring if victory should attend their arms, and the Commonwealth should retrieve the shattered fortunes. But the vow extended only to all the offspring of sheep, goats, oxen, and swine that should be brought forth on Italian mountains, plains, and meadows the following spring. On a later occasion, when the Romans pledged themselves again by a similar vow, it was decided that by the sacred spring should be meant all the cattle born between the first day of March and the last day of April. Although in latter times the Italian peoples appear to have resorted to means of this sort only in special emergencies, there was a tradition that in former times the consecration of the firstborn to the gods had been an annual custom. Accordingly, it seems not impossible that originally the Italians may, like the Hebrews and perhaps the Semites in general, have been in the habit of dedicating all the firstborn, whether of man or beast, and sacrificing them at a great festival in spring. The custom of the sacred spring was not confined to the Italians, but was practiced by many other peoples, both Greeks and barbarians, in antiquity. Different motives may have led to the practice of killing the firstborn. Thus it would seem that a custom of putting to death all firstborn children has prevailed in many parts of the world. What was the motive which led people to practice a custom which to us seems at once so cruel and so foolish? It cannot have been the purely prudential consideration of adjusting the numbers of the tribe to the amount of the food supply, for in the first place, savages do not take such thought for the morrow, and in the second place, if they did, they would be likely to kill the latter-born children rather than the firstborn. The foregoing evidence suggests that the custom may have been practiced by different peoples from different motives. With the Semites, the Italians, and the near kinsmen, the Irish, the sacrifice, or at least the consecration of the firstborn, seems to have been viewed as a tribute paid to the gods, who were thus content to receive a part that they might justly have claimed the whole. In some cases, the death of the child appears to be differently regarded as a substitute for the death of the father, who obtains a new lease of life by the sacrifice of his offspring. This comes out clearly in the tradition of Un, king of Sweden, who sacrificed one of his sons every 9 years to Odin in order to prolong his own life. And in Peru also the son died that the father might live. A belief in the rebirth of souls may in some cases have operated to produce infanticide, especially of the firstborn. But in some cases it would seem that the child has been killed, not so much as a substitute for the father, as because it is supposed to endanger his life by absorbing his spiritual essence or vital energy. In fact, a belief in the transmigration or rebirth of souls has operated to produce a regular custom of infanticide, especially infanticide of the firstborn. At Bough, on the slave coast of West Africa, where the doctrine of reincarnation is firmly held, it has happened that a child has been put to death because the fetish doctors declared it to be the king's father come to life again. The king naturally could not submit to be pushed from the throne by his predecessor in this fashion, so he compelled his supposed parent to return the world of the dead, for which he had very inopportunely effected his escape. The Hindus believe that a man is reborn in his son, while at the same time he dies in his own person. The Hindus are of opinion that man is literally reborn in the person of his son. Thus, in the laws of Manu, we read that the husband, after conception by his wife, becomes an embryo and is born again of her. For that is the wifehood of a wife, that he is born again by her. Hence, after the birth of a son, the father is clearly in a very delicate position. Since he is his own son, can he himself, apart from his son, be said to exist? Does he not rather die in his own person as soon as he comes to life in the person of his son? This appears to be the opinion of the subtle Hindu, for in some sections of the Khatris, a mercantile caste of the Punjab, funeral rites are actually performed for the father in the 5th month of his wife's pregnancy. But apparently he is allowed, by a sort of legal fiction, to come to life again in his own person, for after the birth of his first son he is formally remarried to his wife, which may be regarded as a tacit admission that in the eye of the law at least he is alive. Painful dilemma of a father. Now, to people who thus conceive the relation of father and son, it is plain that fatherhood must appear a very dubious privilege. For if you die in begetting a son, can you be quite sure of coming to life again? His existence is at best a menace to yours. At the worst it may involve your extinction. The danger seems to lie especially in the birth of your first son. If only you can tide that over, you are, humanly speaking, safe. In fact, it comes to this: are you to live, or is he? It is a painful dilemma. Parental affection urges you to die that he may live. Self-love whispers, live and let him die. You are the flower of your age. You adorn the circle in which you move. You are useful, nay, indispensable to society. He is a mere babe. You never will be missed. Such a train of thought, preposterous, so it seems to us, might easily lead to a custom of killing the firstborn. The same notion of the rebirth of the father in the son would explain why in Polynesia infants succeeded to the chieftainship as soon as they were born, their fathers abdicating in their favour. Further, the same notion of the rebirth of the father in his eldest son would explain the remarkable rule of succession which prevailed in Polynesia, and particularly in Tahiti, where as soon as the king had a son born to him, he was obliged to abdicate the throne in favour of the infant. Whatever might be the king's age, his influence in the state, or the political situation of affairs, no sooner was the chief born than the monarch became a subject. The infant was at once proclaimed the sovereign of the people, the royal name was conferred to him, and his father was the first to do him homage, by saluting his feet and declaring him king. All matters, however, of importance when concerned either the internal welfare or the foreign relations of the country continued to be transacted by the father and his councillors. But every edict was issued in the name and on the behalf of the youthful monarch, and when the whole of the executive government might remain in the hands of the father, he only acted as regent for his son, and was regarded as such by the nation. The lands and other sources of revenue were appropriated to the maintenance of the infant ruler, his household and his attendants. The insignia of royal authority were transferred to him, and his father rendered him all those marks of humble respect which he had hitherto exacted from his subjects. The custom of succession was not confined to the family of the sovereign, it extended also to the nobles and the landed gentry. They too had to resign their rank, honours and possessions of the birth of his son. A man who but yesterday was a baron might not be approached by his inferiors till they had ceremoniously bared the whole of the upper part of their bodies, was today reduced to the rank of a mere commoner with none to do him reverence. If in the night time his wife had given birth to a son, and the child had been suffered to live, the father indeed still continued to administer the estate, but he did so for the benefit of the infant to whom it now belonged, and to whom all the marks of respect were at once transferred. Such a rule of succession might easily lead to a practice of infanticide. This singular usage becomes intelligible if the spirit of the father was supposed to quit him at birth of his first son and to reappear in the infant. Such a belief and such a practice would, it is obvious, supply a powerful motive to infanticide, since the father could not rear his firstborn son without thereby relinquishing the honours and possessions to which he had been accustomed. The sacrifice was a heavy one, and we need not wonder if many men refused to make it. Prevalence of infanticide in Polynesia. Certainly infanticide was practiced in Polynesia to an extraordinary extent. The first missionaries estimated that not less than 2/3 of the children were murdered by their parents, and this estimate has been confirmed by a careful inquirer. It would seem that before the introduction of Christianity, there was not a single mother in the islands who was not also a murderess, having imbrued her hands in the blood of her offspring. 3 native women, the eldest not more than 40 years of age, happened once to be in a room when the conversation turned on infanticide, and they confessed to having destroyed not less than 21 infants between them. It would doubtless be a gross mistake to lay the whole blame of these massacres on the doctrine of reincarnation, but we can hardly doubt that it instigated a great many. Once more we perceive the fatal consequence that may flow in practice from a theoretical error. In some places the father either abdicates when his son attains to manhood or is forcibly deposed by him. In some places the abdication of the father does not take place until the son grows up. This is the general practice in Fiji. In Rarotonga, as soon as the son reached manhood, he would fight and wrestle with his father for the mastery, and if he obtained it, he would take forcible possession of the farm and drive his parent in destitution from home. Among the Koranas of South Africa, the useful son of a chief is hardly allowed to walk, but has to idle away his time in the hut and to drink much milk in order that he may grow strong. When he has attained manhood, his father produces 2 short bullet-headed sticks and presents one to his son, while he keeps the other for himself. Armed with these weapons, the two often fight, and when the son succeeds in knocking his parent down, he is acknowledged chief of the kraal. But such customs probably do not imply the theory of rebirth. They may only be applications of the principle that might is right. Still, they would equally supply the father with a motive for killing the infant son, who, if suffered to live, would one day strip him of his rank and possessions. The custom of the deposition of the father by his son may perhaps be traced in Greek myth and legend. Perhaps customs of this sort have left traces of themselves in Greek myth and legend. Kronos, or Saturn, as the Romans called him, is said to have been the youngest son of the sky god Uranus, and to have mutilated his father and reigned in his stead as king of gods and men. Kronos and his children. Afterwards he was warned by an oracle that he himself should be deposed by his son. To prevent that catastrophe, Kronos swallowed his children, one after the other, as soon as they were born. Only the youngest of them, Zeus, was saved through a trick of his mother's. In time he fulfilled the oracle by banishing his father and sitting on his throne. But Zeus in his turn was told that his wife, Metis, would give birth to a son who would supplant him in the kingdom of heaven. Accordingly, to rid himself of his future rival, he resorted to a device like that which his father Cronus had employed for a similar purpose. Only instead of waiting till the child was born and then devouring it, he made assurance doubly sure by swallowing his wife with the unborn babe in her womb. Such barbarous myths became intelligible if we suppose that they took their rise among people who were accustomed to see grown-up sons supplanting their fathers by force, and fathers murdering and perhaps eating their infants in order to secure themselves against their future rivalry. We have met with instances of savage tribes who are said to devour their firstborn children. Legend of Oedipus, who slew his father and married his mother. The legend that Laius, king of Thebes, exposed his infant son Oedipus, who afterwards slew his father and sat on the throne, may well be a reminiscence of a state of things in which father and son regularly plotted against each other. Marriage with a widowed queen sometimes forms a legitimate title to the kingdom. The other feature of the story, to wit, the marriage of Oedipus with the widowed queen, his mother, fits in very well with the rule which prevailed in some countries that a valid title to the throne is conferred by marriage with the late king's widow. That custom probably arose, as I have endeavoured to show, in an age when the blood royal ran in the female line, and when the king was a man of another family, often a stranger and a foreigner, who reigned only in virtue of being the consort of a native princess, and whose sons never succeeded him on the throne. Marriage with a stepmother or a sister, a mode of securing the succession of the king's children, and so of transferring in the inheritance from the female to the male line. But in process of time, when fathers had ceased to regard the birth of a son as a menace to their life, or at least to their regal power, kings would naturally scheme to secure the succession for their own male offspring, and this new practice could be reconciled with the old one by marrying the king's son, either to his own sister, or, after his father's decease, to his stepmother. We have seen marriage with a stepmother actually enjoined for this very purpose by some of the Saxon kings. On this hypothesis we can understand why the custom of marriage with a full or a half-sister has prevailed in so many royal families. Brother and sister marriages in royal families. It was introduced, we may suppose, for the purpose of giving the king's son the right of succession hitherto enjoyed under a system of female kinship, either by the son of the king's sister or by the husband of the king's daughter. For under the new rule, the heir to the throne united both these characters, being at once the son of the king's sister, and through marriage with his own sister, the husband of the king's daughter. Thus the custom of brother and sister marriage in royal houses makes the transition from female to male descent to the ground. In this connection, it may be significant that Cronus and Zeus themselves married their full sisters Rhea and Hera, a tradition which naturally proved a stone of stumbling to generations who had forgotten the ancient rule of policy which dictated such incestuous unions, and who so far inverted the true relations of gods and men as to expect their deities to be edifying modes of the new virtues instead of warning examples of the old vices. They failed to understand that men create their gods in their own likeness, and that when the Creator is a savage, his creatures, the gods, are savages also. King's sons sacrificed instead of their fathers. With the preceding evidence before us, we may safely infer that a custom of allowing a king to kill his son as a substitute or vicarious sacrifice for himself would be in no way exceptional or surprising, at least in Semitic lands, where indeed religion seems at one time to have recommended or enjoined every man, as a duty that he owed to his God, to take the life of his eldest son. And it would be entirely in accordance with analogy, if long after the barbarous custom had been dropped by others, it continued to be observed by kings, who remain in many respects the representatives of a vanished world, solitary pinnacles that topple over the rising wastes of waters under which the past lies buried. We have seen that in Greece 2 families of royal descent remained liable to furnish human victims, from their number down to a time when the rest of their fellow countrymen and countrywomen ran hardly more risk of being sacrificed than passengers in Cheapside at present might have been hurried into St. Paul's or Bough Church and immolated on the altar. Substitution of condemned criminals. A final mitigation of the custom would be to substitute condemned criminals for innocent victims. Such a substitution is known to have taken place in the human sacrifices annually offered in Rhodes to Baal, and we have seen good grounds for believing that the criminal who perished on the cross or the gallows of Babylon died instead of the king in whose royal robes he had been allowed to masquerade for a few days. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Golden Bough, Part 3, The Dying God, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 7. Succession to the Soul. A custom of putting kings to death at short intervals might extinguish the families from which the kings were drawn, but this tendency would be no bar to the observance of the custom. To the view that in early times, and among barbarous races, kings have frequently been put to death at the end of a short reign, it may be objected that such a custom would tend to the extinction of the royal family. The objection may be met by observing, first, that the kingship is often not confined to one family, but may be shared in turn by several. Second, that the office is frequently not hereditary, but is open to men of any family, even to foreigners, who may fulfill the requisite conditions such as marrying a princess or vanquishing the king in battle. And third, that even if the custom did tend to the extinction of the dynasty, that is not a consideration which would prevent its observance among people less provident of the future and less heedful of human life than ourselves. Many races have indulged in practices which tend directly to their extinction. Many races, like many individuals, have indulged in practices which must in the end destroy them, not to mention such customs as collective suicide and the prohibition of marriage, both of which may be set down to religious mania. We have seen that the Polynesians killed 2/3 of their children. In some parts of East Africa, the proportion of infants massacred at birth is said to be the same. Only children born in certain presentations are allowed to live. The Jagas, a conquering tribe in Angola, are reported to have put to death all their children, without exception, in order that the women might not be cumbered with babies on the march. They recruited their number by adopting boys and girls of 13 and 14 years of age, whose parents they had killed and eaten. Among the Bough Indians of South America, the women used to murder all their children except the last, or the one they believed to be the last. If one of them had another child afterwards, she killed it. We need not wonder that this practice entirely destroyed a branch of the Bough nation, who had been for many years the most formidable enemies of the Spaniards. Among the Lengua Indians of the Grand Chaco, the missionaries discovered what they described as a carefully planned system of racial suicide by the practice of infanticide by abortion and other methods. Nor is infanticide the only mode in which a savage tribe commits suicide. A lavish use of the poison ordeal may be equally effective. Some time ago, a small tribe named Uwet came down from the hill country and settled on the left branch of the Calabar River in West Africa. When the missionaries first visited the place, they found the population considerable, distributed into 3 villages. Since then, the constant use of the poison ordeal has almost extinguished the tribe. On one occasion, the whole population took poison to prove their innocence. About half perished on the spot, and the remnant, we are told, still continuing their superstitious practice, must soon become extinct. With such examples before us, we need not hesitate to believe that many tribes have felt no scruple or delicacy in observing a custom which tends to wipe out a single family. To attribute such scruples to them is to commit the common, the perpetually repeated mistake of judging the savage by the standard of European civilization. If any of my readers set out with the notion that all races of men think and act in the same way as educated Englishmen, the evidence of superstitious belief and custom collected in the volumes of this work should suffice to disabuse him of so erroneous a prepossession. Transmission of the soul of the slain king to his successor. The explanation here given of the custom of killing divine persons assumes, or at least is rarely combined with, the idea that the soul of the slain divinity is transmitted to his successor. Of this transmission I have no direct proof, except in the case of the Shilluk, among whom the practice of killing the divine king prevails in a typical form, and with whom it is a fundamental article of faith that the soul of the divine founder of the dynasty is immanent in every one of his slain successors. But if this is the only actual example of such a belief which I can adduce, analogy seems to render it probable that a similar succession to the soul of the slain god has been supposed to take place in other instances, though direct evidence of it is wanting. For it has been already shown that the soul of the incarnate deity is often supposed to transmigrate at death into another incarnation. And if this takes place when the death is a natural one, there seems no reason why it should not take place when the death has been brought about by violence. Transmission of the souls of chiefs to their sons in Naas. Certainly the idea that the soul of a dying person may be transmitted to his successor is perfectly familiar to primitive peoples. In Nias, the elder son usually succeeds his father in the chieftainship, but if from any bodily or mental defect, the elder son is disqualified for ruling. The father determines in his lifetime which of his sons shall succeed him. In order, however, to establish his right of succession, it is necessary that the son upon whom his father's choice falls shall catch in his mouth or in a bag the last breath, and with it the soul of the dying chief. For whoever catches his last breath is chief equally with the appointed successor. Hence the other brothers, and sometimes also strangers, crowd round the dying man to catch his soul as it passes. The houses in Nias are raised above the ground on posts, and it has happened that when the dying man lay with his face on the floor, one of the candidates has bored a hole in the floor and sucked in the chief's last breath through a bamboo tube. When the chief has no son, his soul is caught in a bag which is fastened to an image made to represent the deceased. The soul is believed to pass into the image. Succession to the soul among the American Indians and other races. Among the Taquiles, or carrier Indians of Northwest America, when a corpse was buried, the priest pretended to catch the soul of the deceased in his hands, which he closed with many gesticulations. He then communicated the captured soul to the dead man's successor by throwing his hands towards and blowing upon him. The person to whom the soul was thus communicated took the name and rank of the deceased. On the death of a chief, the priest thus filled a responsible and influential position, for he might transmit the soul to whom he would, though doubtless he generally followed the regular line of succession. In Guatemala, when a great man lay at the point of death, they put a precious stone between his lips to receive the parting soul, and this was afterwards kept as a memorial by the nearest kinsman or most intimate friend. Algonquin women who wished to become mothers flocked to the side of a dying person in the hope of receiving and being impregnated by the passing soul. Among the Seminoles of Florida, when a woman died in childbirth, the infant was held over her face to receive her parting spirit. When infants died within a month or two of birth, the Huron Indians did not lay them in bark coffins on poles, as they did with other corpses, but buried them beside the paths, in order that they might secretly enter into the wombs of passing women, and be born again. The Tonquinese cover the face of a dying person with a handkerchief, and at the moment when he breathes his last, they fold up the handkerchief carefully, thinking that they have caught the soul in it. The Romans caught the breath of dying friends in their mouths, and so received into themselves the soul of the departed. The same custom is said to be still practiced in Lancashire. Succession to the soul in Africa. On the 7th day after the death of a king of Gingiro, the sorcerers bring to his successor, wrapped in a piece of silk, a worm which they say comes from the nose of the dead king, and they make the new king kill the worm by squeezing his head between his teeth. The ceremony seems to be intended to convey the spirit of the deceased monarch to his successor. The Danakil, or Afars of Eastern Africa, believe that the soul of a magician will be born again in the first male descendant of the man who was most active in attending on the dying magician in his last hours. Hence, when a magician is ill, he receives many attentions. Inspired representatives of dead kings in Africa. In Uganda, the spirit of the king, who had been the last to die, manifested itself from time to time in the person of a priest, who he prepared for the discharge of his exalted function by a peculiar ceremony. When the body of the king has been embalmed and had lain for 5 months in the tomb, which was a house built specially for it, the head was severed from the body and laid in an ant-hill. Having been stripped of flesh by the insects, the skull was washed in a particular river, the Nyabawuro, and filled with native beer. One of the late king's priests then drank the beer out of the skull, and thus became himself a vessel meant to receive the spirit of the deceased monarch. The skull was afterwards replaced in the tomb, but the lower jaw was separated from it and deposited in a jar, and this jar, being swathed in bark cloth and decorated with beads as to look like a man, henceforth represented the late king. A house was built for its reception in the shape of a beehive and divided into 2 rooms, an inner and an outer. Any person might enter the outer room, but in the inner room the spirit of the dead king was supposed to dwell. In front of the partition was set a throne covered with lion and leopard skins, and fenced off from the rest of the chamber by a rail of spears, shields, and knives, most of them made of copper and brass and beautifully worked. When the priest, who had fitted himself to receive the king's spirit, desired to converse with the people in the king's name, he went to the throne, and addressing the spirit in the inner room, informed him of the business in hand. Then he smoked 1 or 2 pipes of tobacco, and in a few minutes began to rave, which was a sign that the spirit had entered into him. In this condition he spoke with a voice and made known the wishes of the late king. When he had done so, the spirit left him and returned into the inner room, and he himself departed a mere man as before. Every year at the new moon of September, the king of Sofala in Eastern Africa used to perform obsequies for the kings, his predecessors, on the top of a high mountain, where they were buried. In the course of the lamentations for the dead, the soul of the king who had died last used to enter into a man who imitated the deceased monarch, both in voice and gesture. The living king conversed with this man as with his dead father, consulting him in regard to the affairs of the kingdom and receiving his oracular replies. These examples show that provision is often made for the ghostly succession of kings and chiefs. In the Hausa kingdom of Dora, in northern Nigeria, where the kings used regularly to be put to death on the first symptoms of failing health, the new king had to step over the corpse of his predecessor and to be bathed in the blood of a black ox, the skin of which then served as a shroud for the body of the late king. The ceremony may well have been intended to convey the spirit of the dead king to his successor. Certainly, we know that many primitive peoples attribute a magic virtue to the act of stepping over a person. Right of succession to the kingdom conferred by possession of personal relics of dead kings. Sometimes it would appear that the spiritual link between a king and the souls of his predecessors is formed by the possession of some part of their persons. In southern Celebes, as we have seen, the regalia often consist of corporeal portions of deceased rajas, which were transferred as sacred relics and confer the right to the throne. Similarly, among the Sakalavas of southern Madagascar, a vertebra of the neck, a nail, and a lock of hair of a deceased king are placed in a crocodile's tooth and carefully kept along with the similar relics of his predecessors in a house set apart for the purpose. A possession of these relics constitutes the right to the throne. A legitimate heir who should be deprived of them would lose all his authority over the people, and over the contrary, a usurper who should make himself master of the relics would be acknowledged king without dispute. It has sometimes happened that a relic of the reigning monarch has stolen the crocodile teeth with their precious contents, and then had himself proclaimed king. Accordingly, when the Hovas invaded the country, knowing the superstition of the natives, they paid less attention to the living king than to the relics of the dead, which they publicly exhibited under a strong guard on pretext of paying them the honours that were their due. In antiquity, when a king of the Panabian Libyans died, his people buried the body but cut off the head, and having covered it with gold, they dedicated it in a sanctuary. Among the Maasai of East Africa, when an important chief has been dead and buried for a year, his eldest son or other successor removes the skull of the deceased, while he, at the same time, offers a sacrifice and a libation with goat's blood, milk and honey. He then carefully secretes the skull, and possession of which is understood to confirm him in power and to impart him some of the wisdom of his predecessor. When the Alek or king of Abeokuta in West Africa dies, the principal men decapitate his body and placing the head in a large earthen vessel, deliver it to the new sovereign. It becomes his fetish, and he is bound to pay it honours. Similarly, when the Jaga or king of Kasange in Angola has departed this life, an official extracts a tooth from the deceased monarch and presents it to his successor, who deposits it along with the teeth of former kings in a box, which is the sole property of the crown, and without which no Jaga can legitimately exercise the regal power. Sometimes the king has to eat a portion of his predecessor. Sometimes, in order apparently that the new sovereign may inherit more surely the magical and other virtues of the royal line, he is required to eat a piece of his dead predecessor. Thus at Abeokuta, not only was the head of the late king presented to his successor, but the tongue was cut out and given him to eat. Hence when the natives wish to signify that the sovereign reigns, they say, "He has eaten the king." A custom of the same sort is still practised at Ibadan, a large town in the interior of Lagos, West Africa. When the king dies, his head is cut off and sent to his normal suzerain, the Alafin of Oyo, the paramount king of Yoruba land, but his heart is eaten by his successor. This ceremony was performed a few years ago at the ascension of a new king of Ibadan. Succession to the soul of the slain king or priest. Taking the whole of the preceding evidence into account, we may fairly suppose that when the divine king or priest is put to death, his spirit is believed to pass into his successor. In point of fact, we have seen that among the Shilluk of the White Nile, who regularly kill the divine kings, every king on his ascension has to perform a ceremony which appears designed to convey to him the same sacred and worshipful spirit, which animated all his predecessors, one after the other, on the throne. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Golden Bough, Part 3, The Dying God, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 8. The Killing of the Tree Spirit. Part 1. The Whitsuntide Mummers. The single combat of the King of the Wood and Nemai was probably a mitigation of an older custom of putting him to death at the end of a fixed period. It remains to ask what light the custom of killing the divine king or priest sheds upon the special subject of our inquiry. In the first part of this work we saw reason to suppose that the King of the Wood at Nemai was regarded as an incarnation of a tree spirit, or of the spirit of vegetation, and that as such he would be endowed, in the belief of his worshippers, with a magical power of making the trees to bear fruit, the crops to grow, and so on. His life must therefore have been held very precarious by his worshippers, and was probably hedged in by a system of elaborate precautions or taboos like those by which, in so many places, the life of the man-god has been guarded against the malignant influence of demons and sorcerers. But we have seen that the very value attached to the life of the man-god necessitates his violent death as the only means of preserving it from the inevitable decay of age. The same reasoning would apply to the King of the Wood. He too had to be killed in order that the divine spirit incarnate in him might be transferred in its integrity to his successor. The rule that he held office till the stronger should slay him might be supposed to secure both the preservation of his divine life in full vigour and its transference to a suitable successor as soon as that vigour began to be impaired. For so long as he could maintain his position by the strong hand, it might be inferred that his natural force was not abated, whereas his defeat and death at the hands of another proved that his strength was beginning to fail, and it was time his divine life should be lodged in a less dilapidated tabernacle. This explanation that the rule of the King of the Wood had to be slain by his successor at least renders that rule perfectly intelligible. It is strongly supported by the theory and practice of the Shilluk, who put the divine king to death at the first signs of failing health, lest his decrepitude should entail a corresponding failure of vital energy on the corn, the cattle, and men. Moreover, it is countenanced by the analogy of the Chitome, upon whose life the existence of the world was supposed to hang, and who was therefore slain by his successor as soon as he showed signs of breaking up. Again, the terms of which, in latter times, the kings of Calicut held office are identical with those attached to the office of King of the Wood, except that whereas the former might be assailed by a candidate at any time, the King of Calicut might only be attacked once every 12 years. But as a leave granted to the King of Calicut to reign so long as he could defend himself against all comers was a mitigation of the old rule which set a fixed term to his life. So we may conjecture that the similar permission granted to the King of the Wood was a mitigation of an older custom of putting him to death at the end of a definite period. In both cases the new rule gave to the god-man at least a chance for his life, which under the old rule was denied him, and people probably reconciled themselves to the change by reflecting that so long as the god-man could maintain himself by the sword against all assaults, there was no reason to apprehend how the fatal decay had set in. Custom of killing the human representatives of the tree spirit. The conjecture that the King of the Wood was formally put to death at the expiry of a fixed term, without being allowed a chance for his life, will be confirmed if evidence can be adduced of a custom of periodically killing his counterparts, human representatives of the tree spirit, in Northern Europe. Now, in point of fact, such a custom has left unmistakable traces of itself in the rural festivals of the peasantry, to take examples. Bavarian customs of beheading the representatives of the tree spirit in Whitsuntide. At Niederborung, in Lower Bavaria, the Whitsuntide representative of the tree spirit, the Pfingstel, as he was called, was clad from top to toe in leaves and flowers. On his head he wore a high pointed cap, the ends of which rested on his shoulders, only 2 holes being left in it for his eyes. The cap was covered with water flowers and surmounted with a nosegay of peonies. The sleeves of his coat were also made of water plants, and the rest of his body was enveloped in alder and hazel leaves. On each side of him marched a boy holding up one of the Finstel's arms. These 2 boys carried drawn swords, and so did most of the others who formed the procession. They stopped at every house where they hoped to receive a present, and the people in hiding soused the leaf-clad boy with water. All rejoiced when he was well drenched. Finally waded into the brook up to his middle, whereupon one of the boys, standing on the bridge, pretended to cut off his head. At Wormlingen, in Swabia, a score of young fellows dressed themselves on Whit Monday in white shirts and white trousers, and red scarves round their waists and swords hanging from the scarves. They ride on horseback into the wood, led by 2 trumpeters blowing their trumpets. In the wood they cut down leafy oak branches, in which they enveloped from head to foot him who was the last of their number to ride out of the village. His legs, however, are encased separately, so that he may be able to mount his horse again. Further, they give him a long artificial neck, an artificial head, and a false face on top of it. Then the May tree is cut, generally an aspen or beech about 10 feet high, and being decked with coloured handkerchiefs and ribbons, is entrusted to a special May-bearer. The cavalcade then returns with music and song to the village. Among the personages who figure in the procession are a Moorish king with a sooty face and a crown on his head, a doctor, iron beard, a corporal, and an executioner. They halt on the village green, and each of the characters makes a speech in rhyme. The executioner announces that the leaf-clad man has been condemned to death, and cuts off his false head. Then the riders face to the May tree, which has been set up a little way off. The first man succeeds in wrenching it from the ground as he gallops past, keeps it with all his decorations. The ceremony is observed every 2nd or 3rd year. Killing the wild man in Saxony and Bohemia. In Saxony and Thuringen, there is a Whitsuntide ceremony called chasing the wild man out of the bush, or fetching the wild man out of the wood. A young fellow is enveloped in leaves or moss and called the wild man. He hides in the wood, and the other lads of the village go out to seek him. They find him, lead him captive out of the wood, and fire at him with blank muskets. He falls like dead to the ground, but a lad dressed as a doctor bleeds him, and he comes back to life again. At this they rejoice, and binding him fast on a wagon, they take him to the village, where they tell the people how they have caught the wild man. At every house they receive a gift. In the Erzberg, the following custom was annually observed at Schroventide, about the beginning of the 17th century. 2 men disguised as wild men, the one in brushwood and moss, the other in straw, were led about the streets, and last taken to the marketplace, where they were chased up and down, shot and stabbed. Before falling they reeled about with strange gestures and spurted blood on the people from bladders which they carried. When they were down, the huntsman placed them on boards and carried them to the alehouse, the miners marching beside them and winding blasts on their mining tools as if they had taken a noble head of game. A very similar Schroventide custom is still observed near Schlackenau in Bohemia. A man dressed up as a wild man is chased through several streets till he comes to a narrow lane across which a cord is stretched. He stumbles over the cord, and falling to the ground is overtaken and caught by his pursuers. The executioner runs up and stabs with his sword a bladder filled with blood which the wild man wears round his body, so the wild man dies, while a stream of blood reddens the ground. Next day a straw man, made up to look like the wild man, is placed on a litter, and accompanied by a great crowd is taken to a pool into which it is thrown by the executioner. The ceremony is called burying the carnival. Beheading the king on Whit Monday in Bohemia. In Simic, Bohemia, the custom of beheading the king is observed on Whit Monday. A troop of young people disguise themselves. Each is girded with a girdle of bark and carries a wooden sword and a trumpet of willow bark. The king wears a robe of tree bark, adorned with flowers. On his head is a crown of bark decked with flowers and branches. His feet are wound about with ferns, a mask hides his face, and for a sceptre he has a hawthorn switch in his hand. A lad leads him through the village by a rope fastened to his foot, while the rest dance about, blow their trumpets and whistle. In every farmhouse the king is chased round the room, and one of the troop, amid much noise and outcry, strikes with his sword a blow on the king's robe of bark till it rings again. Then a gratuity is demanded. The ceremony of decapitation, which is here somewhat slurred over, is carried out with a greater semblance of reality in other parts of Bohemia. Thus, in some villages of the Koninkratz district on Whit Monday, the girls assemble under one lime tree, and the young men under another, all dressed in their best and tricked out with ribbons. The young men twine a garland for the queen, and the girls another for the king. When they have chosen the king and queen, they all go in procession, 2 and 2, into the alehouse, from the balcony of which the crier proclaims the names of the king and queen. Both of them are invested with the insignia of their office, and are crowned with the garlands while their music plays up. Then someone gets on a bench and accuses the king of various offences, such as ill-treating the cattle. The king appeals to witnesses, and a trial ensues, at the close of which the judge, who carries a white wand as his badge of office, pronounces a verdict of guilty or not guilty. If the verdict is guilty, the judge breaks his wand, the king kneels on a white cloth, all heads are bared, and a soldier sets 3 or 4 hats, one above the other, on his majesty's head. The judge then proclaims the word guilty thrice in a loud voice, and orders the crier to behead the king. The crier obeys by striking off the king's hats with a wooden sword. Beheading the king on Whit Monday in Bohemia. But perhaps for our purpose, the most instructive of these mimic executions is the following Bohemian one, which has been in part described already. In some places of the Pilsen district, Bohemia, on Whit Monday, the king is dressed in bark, ornamented with flowers and ribbons. He wears a crown of gilt paper and rides a horse, which is also decked with flowers. And headed by a judge, an executioner, and other characters, and followed by a train of soldiers, all mounted, he rides to the village square, where a hut or arbor of green boughs has been erected under the May trees, which are firs freshly cut, peeled to the top, and dressed with flowers and ribbons. After the dames and maidens of the village have been criticized and a frog beheaded, in the way already described, the cavalcade rides to a place previously determined upon, in a straight, broad street. Here they draw up in 2 lines, and the king takes to flight. He is given a short start and rides off at full speed, pursued by the whole troop. If they fail to catch him, he remains king for another year, and his companions must pay his score at the alehouse in the evening. But if they overtake and catch him, he is scourged with hazel rods and beaten with the wooden swords and compelled to dismount. Then the executioner asks, "Shall I behead this king?" The answer is given, "Behead him." The executioner brandishes his axe, and with the words, 1, 2, 3, "Let the king headless be," he strikes off the king's crown. Amid the loud cries of the bystanders, the king sinks to the ground. Then he is laid on a bier and carried to the nearest farmhouse. The leaf-clad mummers in these customs represent the tree spirit or spirit of vegetation. In most of the personages who are thus slain in mimicry, it is impossible not to recognize representatives of the tree spirit or spirit of vegetation, as he is supposed to manifest himself in spring. The bark, leaves, and flowers in which the actors are dressed, and the season of the year in which they appear, show that they belong to the same class as the grass king, king of the May, Jack in the Green, and other representatives of the vernal spirit of vegetation, which we examine in the first part of this work. As if to remove any possible doubt on this head, we find that in 2 cases, these slain men are brought into direct connection with May trees, which are the impersonal, as a May king, grass king, and so forth, are the personal representatives of the tree spirit. The drenching of the fistil with water and his wading up to the middle of the brook are, therefore no doubt rain charms like those which have been already described. The tree's spirit is killed in order to preserve its decay and ensure its survival in a vigorous successor. If these personages represent, as they certainly do, the spirit of vegetation in spring, the question arises, why kill them? What is the object of slaying the spirit of vegetation at any time, and above all in spring, when his service is so most wanted? The only possible answer to this question seems to be given in the explanation already proposed of the custom of killing the divine king or priest. The divine life incarnate in a material and mortal body is liable to be tainted and corrupted by the weakness of the frail medium in which it is for a time enshrined. And if it is to be saved from the increasing enfeeblement which it must necessarily share with its human incarnation as he advances in years, it must be detached from him before, or at least as soon as he exhibits signs of decay, in order to be transferred to a vigorous successor. This is done by killing the old representative of the god, and conveying the divine spirit from him to a new incarnation. The killing of the god, that is, of his human incarnation, is therefore merely a necessary step in his revival or resurrection in a better form. Far from being an extinction of the divine spirit, it is only the beginning of a purer and stronger manifestation of it. If this explanation holds good of the custom of killing divine kings and priests in general, it is still more obviously applicable to the custom of annually killing the representative of the tree's spirit or spirit of vegetation in spring. For the decay of plant life in winter is readily interpreted by primitive man as an enfeeblement of the spirit of vegetation. The spirit has, he thinks, grown old and weak, and must therefore be renovated by being slain, and brought to life in a younger and fresher form. Thus the killing of the representative of the tree's spirit in spring is regarded as a means to promote and quicken the growth of vegetation. For the killing of the tree's spirit is associated always, we must suppose, implicitly, and sometimes explicitly also, with the revival or resurrection of him in a more youthful and vigorous form. So in the Saxon and Thuringian custom, after the wild man has been shot, he is brought to life again by a doctor, and the Wormlinden ceremony, there figures a Dr. Ironbeard, who probably once played a similar part, certainly another spring ceremony, which will be described presently. Dr. Ironbeard pretends to restore a dead man to life. But of this revival or resurrection of the god, we shall have more to say anon. Resemblances between these North European customs and the rites of Nemai. The points of similarity between these North European personages and the subject of our inquiry, the King of the Wood or priest of Nemai, are sufficiently striking. In these northern maskers we see kings, who dress of bark and leaves, along with the hut of green boughs and the fir trees under which they hold their court, proclaim them unmistakably as, like their Italian counterpart, kings of the wood. Like him they die a violent death, but like him they may escape from it for a time by their bodily strength and agility. For in several of these northern customs, the flight and pursuit of the king is a prominent part of the ceremony, and in one case at least, if the king can outrun his pursuers, he retains his life and his office for another year. In this last case, the king in fact holds office on condition of running for his life once a year, just as the king of Calicut at latter times held office on condition of defending his life against all comers once every 12 years, and just as the priest of Nemai held office on condition of defending himself against any assault at any time. In every one of these instances, the life of the god-man is prolonged on condition of his showing, in a severe physical contest of fight or flight, that his bodily strength is not decayed, and that therefore the violent death which sooner or later is inevitable may for the present be postponed. With regard to flight, it is noticeable that flight figured conspicuously both in the legend and the practice of the King of the Wood. He had to be a runaway slave in memory of the flight of Orestes, the traditional founder of the worship. Hence the kings of the wood are described by an ancient writer as both strong of hand and fleet of foot. Perhaps if we knew the ritual of the Arician grove fully, we might find that the king was allowed a chance for his life by flight, like his Bohemian brother. I have already conjectured that the annual flight of the priestly king at Rome, Regia Fugium, was at first a flight of the same kind. In other words, that he was originally one of those divine kings who are either put to death after a fixed period or allowed to prove by the strong hand or the fleet foot that their divinity is vigorous and unimpaired. One more point of resemblance may be noted between the Italian King of the Wood and his northern counterparts. In Saxony and Thuringen, the representative of the tree spirit, after being killed, is brought to life again by a doctor. This is exactly what legend affirmed to have happened to the first king of the wood in Nemi, Hippolytus or Virbius, who, after he had been killed by his horses, was restored to life by the physician Aesculapius. Such a legend tallies well with the theory that the slaying of the king of the wood was only a step to his revival or resurrection of his successor. Part 2. Mock Human Sacrifices. The mock killing of the leaf-clad mummers is probably a substitute for an old custom of killing them in earnest. In the preceding discussion, it has been assumed that the mock killing of the wild man and of the king in North European folk custom is a modern substitute for an ancient custom of killing them in earnest. Those who best know the tenacity of life possessed by folk custom and its tendency, with the growth of civilization, to dwindle from solemn ritual into mere pageant and pastime, will be least likely to question the truth of this assumption. That human sacrifices were commonly offered by the ancestors of the civilized races of North Europe, Celts, Teutons, and Slavs, is certain. It is not, therefore, surprising that the modern peasant should do in mimicry what his forefathers did in reality. Substitution of mock human sacrifices for real ones. We know as a matter of fact that in other parts of the world mock human sacrifices have been substituted for real ones. Thus in Minhasa, a district of Celebes, human victims used to be regularly sacrificed at certain festivals, but through Dutch influence the custom was abolished and a sham sacrifice substituted for it. The victim was seated in a chair, and all the usual preparations were made for sacrificing him. But at the critical moment, when the chief priest had heaved up his flashing swords, for he wielded two of them, to deal the fatal stroke, his assistants sprang forward, their hands wrapped in cloths, to grasp and arrest the descending blades. The precaution was necessary, for the priest was wound up in such a pitch of excitement that if left alone he might have consummated the sacrifice. Afterwards an effigy, made out of the stem of a banana tree, was substituted for the human victim, and the blood, which might not be wanting, was supplied by fowls. Near the native town of Luba, in western Busoga, a district of Central Africa, there is a sacred tree of the species known as Parinarium. Its glossy white trunk shoots up to a height of 100 feet before it sends out branches. The tree is surrounded by small fetish huts and curious arcades. Once, when the dry season is drawing up to an end and the new crops were not yet ripe, the Bazoga suffered from hunger. So they came to the sacred tree in canoes, of which the prows were decked with wreaths of yellow acacia blossom and other flowers. Landing on the shore, they stripped themselves their clothing and wrapped ropes made of green creepers and leaves around their arms and necks. At the foot of the tree they danced to an accompaniment of song. Then a little girl, about 10 years old, was brought and laid at the base of the tree as if she were to be sacrificed. Every detail of the sacrifice was gone through in mimicry. A slight cut was made in the child's neck, and she was then caught up and thrown into the lake, where a man stood ready to save her from drowning. By native custom, the girl on whom this ceremony had been performed was dedicated to a life of perpetual virginity. Captain Burke was informed by an old chief that the Indians of Arizona used to offer human sacrifices at the Feast of Fire when the days are shortest. The victim had his throat cut, his breast opened, and his heart taken out by one of the priests. This custom was abolished by the Mexicans, but for a long time afterwards a modern form of it was secretly observed as follows. The victim, generally a young man, had his throat cut, and blood was allowed to flow freely, but the medicine men sprinkled medicine on the gash, which soon healed up, and the man recovered. Mock human sacrifices. So in the ritual of Artemis at Helle in Attica, a man's throat was cut and the blood allowed to gush out, but he was not killed. At the funeral of a chief in Naeus, slaves are sacrificed. A little of their hair is cut off, and then they are beheaded. The victims are generally purchased for the purpose, and their number is proportionate to the wealth and power of the deceased. But if the number required is excessively great or cannot be procured, some of the chief's own slaves undergo a sham sacrifice. They are told, and believe, that they are about to be decapitated. Their heads are placed on a log, and their necks struck with the back of a sword. The fright drives some of them crazy. When a Hindu has killed or ill-treated an ape, a bird of prey of a certain kind, or a cobra capella in the presence of the worshippers of Vishnu, he must expiate his offence by a pretended sacrifice and resurrection of a human being. An incision is made in the victim's arm. The blood flows, he grows faint, falls, and feigns to die. Afterwards he is brought to life by being sprinkled with blood drawn from the thigh of a worshipper of Vishnu. The crowd of spectators is fully convinced of the reality of this simulated death and resurrection. The Malayans, a caste of southern India, act as devil dancers for the purpose of exorcising demons who have taken possession of people. One of their ceremonies, known as Akchaveli, has several forms, all of which seem to be their survivals, or at least imitations of human sacrifice. One of these consists of a mock living burial of the principal performer, who is placed in a pit, which is covered with planks, on the top of which a sacrifice is performed, with a fire kindled with jackwood, Autocarpus integrifolia, and a plant called erina. In another variety, the Malayan cuts his left forearm, and smears his face with the blood thus drawn. In Samoa, where every family had its god incarnate in one or more species of animals, any disrespect shown to the worshipable animal, either by members of the kin or by a stranger in their presence, had to be atoned for by pretending to bake one of the family in a cold oven as a burnt sacrifice, to appease the wrath of the offended god. For example, if a stranger staying in a household whose god was incarnate, and cuttlefish were to catch and cook one of these creatures, or a member of the family had been present where a cuttlefish was eaten, the family would meet in solemn conclave, and choose a man or woman to go and lie down in a cold oven, where he would be covered over with leaves, just as if he were really being baked. While this mock sacrifice was being carried out, the family prayed, "O bald-headed cuttlefish, forgive what has been done. It was all the work of a stranger. If they had not thus abased themselves before the divine cuttlefish, he would undoubtedly have come and been the death of somebody by making a cuttlefish to grow in his inside." Mock human sacrifices carried out in effigy. Sometimes, as in Minahasa, the pretended sacrifice is carried out, not on a living person, but on an effigy. At the City of the Sun in ancient Egypt, 3 men used to be sacrificed every day, after the priest had stripped and examined them, like calves, to see whether they were without blemish and fit for the altar. But King Amasis ordered waxen images to be substituted for the human victims. An Indian law book, the Kalika Puran, prescribes that when the sacrifice of lions, tigers, or human beings is required, an image of a lion, tiger, or man shall be made with butter, paste, or barley meal, and sacrificed instead. Some of the Gonds of India formerly offered human sacrifices. They now sacrifice straw men, which are found to answer the purpose just as well. Colonel Dalton was told that in some of their villages the Bhagats only make an image of a man in wood, put clothes and ornaments on it, and present it before the altar of Mahadeo. The person who officiates as priest on the occasion says, "O Mahadeo, we sacrifice this man to you according to ancient customs. Give us rain in due season and a plentiful harvest." Then with one stroke of the axe, the head of the image is struck off, and the body is removed and buried. Formerly, when a Siamese army was about to take the field, a condemned criminal representing the enemy was put to death, but a humane king caused a puppet to be substituted for the man. The effigy is felled by the blow of an axe, and if it drops at the first stroke, the omen is favourable. In the East Indian island of Siau, or Siau, one of the Sangui group, a child stolen from a neighbouring island used to be sacrificed every year to the spirit of a volcano, in order that there might be no eruption. The victim was slowly tortured to death in the temple by a priestess, who cut off the child's ears, nose, fingers, and so on, then consummated the sacrifice by splitting open the breast. The spectacle was witnessed by hundreds of people, and feasting and cockfighting went on for 9 days afterwards. In course of time, the annual human victim was replaced by a wooden puppet, which was cut to pieces in the same manner. The Kayans of Borneo used to kill slaves at the death of the chief and nail them to the tomb, in order that they might accompany the chief on his long journey to the other world and paddle the canoe in which he must travel. This is no longer done, but instead they put up a wooden figure of a man at the head and another of a woman at the foot of the chief's coffin, as it lies in state before the funeral. and a small wooden image of a man is usually fixed on the top of the tomb to row the canoe before the dead chief. In ancient times, human sacrifices used to be offered at the graves of Mikados and Princess of Japan, the personal attendants of the deceased king being buried alive within the precincts of the tomb. But a humane emperor ordered that clay images should thenceforth be substituted for live men and women. One of these images is now in the British Museum. The Tupunkos of Central Celebes, who are reported still to carry home as trophies the heads of their slain enemies, resort to the following cure for certain kinds of sickness. The heathen priestess cuts the likeness of a human head out of the sheath of a sago leaf and sets it up on 3 sticks in the courtyard of the house. The patient, arraying in his or her best clothes, is then brought down into the court and remains there while women dance and sing round the artificial head, and men perform sham fights with shield, spear and bow, just as they did, or perhaps still do, when they have brought back a human head from a raid. After that, the sick man is taken back to the house, and improvement in his health is confidently expected. In this ceremony, the sham head is doubtless a substitute for a real one. Mimic sacrifices of fingers. With these mock sacrifices of human lives, we may compare mimic sacrifices of other kinds. In southern India, as in many parts of the world, it used to be customary to sacrifice joints of the fingers on certain occasions. Thus among the Maurasas, when a grandchild was born in the family, the wife of the eldest son of the grandfather must have at least 2 joints of the 3rd and 4th fingers of her right hand amputated at a temple of Bhairava. The amputation was performed by the village carpenter with a chisel. Nowadays, a custom having been forbidden by the English government, the sacrifice is performed in mimicry. Some people stick gold or silver pieces with flour paste to the ends of their fingers and then cut or pull them off. Others tie flowers around the fingers they used to be amputated and go through a pantomime of cutting the fingers by putting a chisel on the joint and then taking it away. Others again twist gold wires in the shape of rings round their fingers. These a carpenter removes and appropriates. Mimic rite of circumcision. In New or Savage Island, in the South Pacific, the following custom continued till lately to be observed. When a boy was a few weeks old, the men assembled and a feast was made. On the village square, an awning was rigged up, and the child was laid on the ground under it. An old man then approached it and performed the operation of circumcision on the infant in dumb show with his forefinger. No child was regarded as a full-born member of the tribe till he had been subjected to this rite. The natives say that real circumcision was never performed in their island, but as it was commonly practiced in Fiji, Tonga, and Samoa, we may assume that its imitation in Niue was a substitute introduced at some time or other for the actual operation. Similarly, when an adult Hindu joins the sect of the Darya or Mahadev Mahavirians in Mysore, a mock rite of circumcision is performed on him instead of the real operation. A betel leaf is wrapped round the male member of the neophyte, and the loose end of the leaf is slipped off instead of the prepuce. Part 3. Burying the Carnival. It has been customary to kill animal gods and corn gods as well as tree spirits. Thus far, I have offered an explanation of the rule which required that the priest of Nemai should be slain by a successor. The explanation claims to be no more than probable. Our scanty knowledge of the custom and of its history forbids it to be more. But its probability will be augmented in proportion to the extent to which the motives and modes of thought which it assumes can be proved to have operated in primitive society. Hitherto, the god with whose death and resurrection we have been chiefly concerned has been the tree god. But if I can show that the custom of killing the god and the belief in his resurrection originated, or at least existed, in the hunting and pastoral stage of society when the slain god was an animal, and that it survived into the agricultural stage when the slain god was a corn, or a human being representing the corn, the probability of my explanation will have been considerably increased. This I shall attempt to do in the sequel, and in the course of the discussion I hope to clear up some obscurities which still remain, and to answer some objections which may have suggested themselves to the reader. Customs of burying the carnival and carrying out death. We start from the point at which we left off. The spring customs of European peasantry. Besides the ceremonies already described here, are two kindred sets of observances in which the simulated death of a divine or supernatural being is a conspicuous feature. In one of them, the being whose death is dramatically represented is a personification of the carnival. In the other, it is Death himself. The other ceremony falls naturally at the end of the carnival, either on the last day of that merry season, namely Shrove Tuesday, or on the first day of Lent, namely Ash Wednesday. The date of this ceremony, the carrying or divining out of death, as it is commonly called, is not so uniformly fixed. Generally it is the fourth Sunday in Lent, which hence goes by the name of Dead Sunday, but in some places the celebration falls a week earlier, in others, as among the Czechs of Bohemia, a week later, while in certain German villages of Moravia it is held on the first Sunday after Easter. Perhaps, as has been suggested, the date may originally have been variable, depending on the appearance of the first swallow or some other herald of the spring. Some writers regard the ceremony as Slavonic in its origin. Grimm thought it was a festival of the new year with the old Slavs, who began their year in March. We shall first take examples of the mimic death of the carnival, which always falls before the other in the calendar. Effigy of the carnival burnt at Frosinone in Latium. At Frosinone, in Latium, about halfway between Rome and Naples, the dull monotony of life in a provincial Italian town is agreeably broken on the last day of the carnival by the ancient festival known as the Radica. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the town band, playing lively tunes and following a great crowd, proceeds to the Piazza del Plebiscito, where is the sub-prefecture, as well as the rest of the government buildings. Here in the middle of the square, the eyes of the expectant multitude are greeted by the sight of an immense car decked with many coloured festoons and drawn by 4 horses. Mounted on the car is a huge chair, on which sits enthroned the majestic figure of the carnival, a man of stucco, about 9 feet high, with a rubicund and smiling countenance. Enormous boots, a tin helmet like those which grace the heads of officers of the Italian Marine, and a coat of many colours embellished with strange devices adorn the outward man of this stately personage. His left hand rests on the arm of the chair, while with his right he gracefully salutes the crowd, being moved to this act of civility by a string which is pulled by a man who modestly shrinks from publicity under the mercy seat. And now the crowd, surging excitedly round the car, gives vent to its feelings in wild cries of joy, gentle and simple, being mixed up together, and all dancing furiously, the Sazzarello. A special feature of the festival is that everyone must carry in his hand what is called a radica root, by which is meant a huge leaf of the aloe, or rather the agave. Anyone who ventured into the crowd without such a leaf would be unceremoniously hustled out of it, unless indeed he bore as a substitute a large cabbage at the end of a long stick, or a bunch of grass curiously plaited. When the multitude, after a short turn, has escorted the slow-moving car to the gate of the sub-prefecture, they halt, and the car, jolting over the uneven ground, rumbles into the courtyard. A hush now falls on the crowd, their subdued voices sounding, according to the description of one who has heard them, like the murmur of a troubled sea. All eyes are turned anxiously to the door, for which the sub-prefect himself and the other representatives of the majesty of the law are expected to issue and pay their homage to the hero of the hour. A few moments of suspense, and then a storm of cheers and hand-clapping salutes the appearance of the dignitaries, as they file out, and ascending the staircase take their place in the procession. The hymn of the carnival is now thundered out, after which, amid a deafening roar, although leaves and cabbages are whirled aloft and descend impartially on the heads of the just and the unjust, who lend fresh zest to the proceedings by engaging in a free fight. When the preliminaries have been concluded to the satisfaction of all concerned, the procession gets under way. The rear is brought up by a cart laden with barrels of wine, and policemen, the latter engaged in the congenial task of serving out wine to all who ask for it, while a most internecine struggle, accompanied by a copious discharge of yells, blows, and blasphemy, goes on among the surging crowd at the cart's tail in their anxiety, not to miss the glorious opportunity of intoxicating themselves at the public expense. Finally, after the procession has paraded the principal streets in this majestic manner, the effigy of Carnival is taken to the middle of a public square, stripped of his finery, laid on a pile of wood, and buried amid the cries of the multitude, who, thundering out once more the song of the Carnival, fling their so-called roots on the pyre and give themselves up without restraint to the pleasures of the dance. Burying the Carnival in the Abruzzi. In the Abruzzi, a pasteboard figure of the Carnival is carried by 4 grave diggers with pipes in their mouths and bottles of wine slung at their shoulder belts. In front walks the wife of the Carnival, dressed in mourning and dissolved in tears. From time to time the company halts, and while the wife addresses the sympathizing public, the grave diggers refresh the inner man with a pull at the bottle. In the open square, the mimic corpse is laid on a pyre, and to the roll of drums, the shrill screams of the women, and the gruffer cries of the men, a light is set to it. While the figure burns, chestnuts are thrown about among the crowd. Sometimes the carnival is represented by a straw man at the top of a pole, which is borne through the town by a troop of mummers in the course of the afternoon. When evening comes on, 4 of the mummers hold out a quilt or sheet by the corners, and the figure of the carnival is made to tumble into it. The procession is then resumed, the performers weeping crocodile tears and emphasizing the poignancy of their grief by the help of saucepans and dinner bells. Sometimes again, in the Abruzzi, the dead carnival is personified by a living man who lies in a coffin, and tended by another who acts the priest and dispenses holy water in great profusion from the bathing tub. In Malta, the death of the carnival is to be mourned by women on the last day of the merry festival. Clad from head to foot in black mantles, they carried through the streets of the city the linen effigy of a corpse, stuffed with straw or hay and decked with leaves and oranges. As they carried it, they chanted dirges, stopping after every verse to howl like professional mourners. The custom came to an end about the year 1737. Burial of the Carnival at Lerida in Spain. At Lerida in Catalonia, the funeral of the Carnival was witnessed by an English traveller in 1877. On the last Sunday of the Carnival, a grand procession of infantry, cavalry and maskers of many sorts, some on horseback and some in carriages, escorted the grand car of His Grace, Bough, as the effigy was called, in triumph through the principal streets. For 3 days the revelry ran high, and then at midnight, on the last day of the Carnival, the same procession again wound through the streets, but under a different aspect and for a different end. The triumphal car was exchanged for a hearse, in which reposed the effigy of His Grace. A troop of masquers, who in the first procession had played the part of students of folly, with many a merry quip and jest, now robed as priests and bishops, paced slowly along holding aloft huge lighted tapers and singing a dirge. All the mummers wore a crepe, and all the horsemen carried blazing flambeaux. Down the high street, between the lofty many-storied and balconied houses, where every window, every balcony, every housetop was crammed with a dense mass of spectators, all dressed and masked in fantastic gorgeousness, the procession took its melancholy way. Over the scene flashed and played the shifting cross-lights and shadows from the moving torches, red and blue. Bengal lights flared up and died out again, and above the trampling of the horses and the measured tread of the marching multitude rose the voices of the priests chanting the requiem, while the military band struck in with the solemn roll of the muffled drums. On reaching the principal square, the procession halted. A burlesque funeral oration was pronounced over the defunct Bough, and the lights were extinguished. Immediately the devil and his angels darted from the crowd, seized the body, and fled away with it, hotly pursued by the whole multitude, yelling, screaming, and cheering. Naturally, the fiends were overtaken and dispersed, and the sham corpse, rescued from their clutches, was laid in a grave that had been made ready for its reception. Thus the Carnival of 1877 at Lerida died and was buried. Funeral of the Carnival in France. A ceremony of the same sort is observed in Provence on Ash Wednesday. An effigy called Caramantran, whimsically attired, is drawn in a chariot or borne on a litter, accompanied by the populace in grotesque costumes, who carry gourds full of wine and drain them with all the marks, real or affected, of intoxication. At the head of the procession are some men disguised as judges and barristers, and a tall gaunt personage who masquerades as Lent. Behind them follow young people mounted on miserable hacks and attired as mourners who pretend to bewail the fate that is in store for Caramantran. In the principal square the procession halts, the tribunal is constituted, and Caramantran placed at the bar. After a formal trial he is sentenced to death amid the groans of the mob. The barrister who defended him embraces his client for the last time. The officers of justice do their duty. The condemned is set with his back to a wall and hurried into eternity under a shower of stones. The sea or a river receives his mangled remains. At Lusac in the department of Vienne, young people attired in long mourning robes and with woebegone countenances carry an effigy down to the river on Ash Wednesday and throw it into the river, crying, "Carnival's dead, Carnival's dead." Throughout nearly the whole of the Ardennes, it was, and still is customary on Ash Wednesday, to burn an effigy which is supposed to represent the carnival, while appropriate verses are sung round about the blazing figure. Very often an attempt is made to fashion the effigy in the likeness of the husband, who is reputed to be least faithful to his wife, of any in the village. As might perhaps have been anticipated, the distinction of being selected for portraiture under these painful circumstances has a slight tendency to breed domestic jars, especially when the portrait is burned in front of the house of the gay deceiver whom it represents, while a powerful chorus of caterwauls, groans, and other melodious sounds bears public testimony to the opinion which his friends and neighbours entertain of his private virtues. Execution of Shrove Tuesday in the Ardennes and Franche-Comté. In some villages of the Ardennes, a young man of flesh and blood, dressed up in hay and straw, used to have the part of Shrove Tuesday, Mardi Gras, as a personification of the carnival is often called in France, after the last day of the period which he personates. He was brought before a mock tribunal, and being condemned to death was placed with his back to a wall like a soldier at a military execution, and fired at with blank cartridges. At Vrigny-aux-Bois, one of these harmless buffoons named Thierry was accidentally killed by a wad that had been left in the musket of the firing party. When poor Shrove Tuesday dropped under the fire, the applause was loud and long. He did it so naturally, but when he did not get up again, they ran to him and found him a corpse. Since then, there have been no more of these mock executions in the Ardennes. In Franche-Comté, people used to make an effigy of Shrove Tuesday on Ash Wednesday, and carry it about the streets to the accompaniment of songs. When they brought it to the public square, where the offender was tried in front of the town hall, judges muffled in old red curtains and holding big books in their hands pronounced sentence of death. The mode of execution varied with the place. Sometimes it was burning, sometimes drowning, sometimes decapitation. In the last case, the effigy was provided with tubes of blood, which spouted gore at the critical moment, making a profound impression on the minds of children, some of whom wept bitterly at the sight. Many times the onlookers uttered piercing cries, and appeared to be plunged in the deepest grief. The proceedings generally wound up in the evening with a ball, which the unmarried people were obliged to provide for the public entertainment. Otherwise their slumbers were apt to be disturbed by the discordant notes of a cat's concert chanting under their windows. Burial of Shrove Tuesday in Normandy. In Normandy, on the evening of Ash Wednesday, it used to be the custom to hold a celebration called the Burial of Shrove Tuesday. A squalid effigy scantily clothed in rags, a battered old hat crushed down on his dirty face, his great round paunch stuffed with straw, representing the disreputable old rake who, after a long course of dissipation, was now about to suffer for his sins. Hoisted on the shoulders of a sturdy fellow, who pretended to stagger under the burden, this popular personification of the carnival promenaded the streets for the last time in a manner the reverse of triumphal. Preceded by a drummer and accompanied by a jeering rabble, among whom the urchins and all the ragtag and bobtail of the town mustered in great force, the figure was carried about by the flickering light of torches to the discordant din of shovels and tongs, pots and pans, horns and kettles, mingled with hootings, groans, and hisses. From time to time the procession halted, and a champion of morality accused the broken-down old sinner of all the excesses he had committed, and for which he was now about to be burned alive. The culprit, having nothing to urge in his own defence, was thrown on a heap of straw, a torch was put to it, and a great blaze shot up, to the delight of the children, who frisked round it, screaming out some old popular verses about the death of the carnival. Sometimes the effigy was rolled down the slope of a hill before being burnt. Burning Shrove Tuesday at St. Lo. At St. Lo, the ragged effigy of Shrove Tuesday was followed by his widow, a big burly lout dressed as a woman with a crape veil, who emitted sounds of lamentation and woe in a stentorian voice. After being carried about the streets on a litter attended by a crowd of muskers, the figure was thrown into the river Vire. The final scene has been graphically described by Madame Octave Feuillet as she witnessed it in her childhood some 50 years ago. My parents invited friends to see, from the top of the tower of Jean Couillard, the funeral procession passing. It was there that, quaffing lemonade, the only refreshment allowed because of the fast, we witnessed at nightfall a spectacle of which I shall always preserve a lively recollection. At our feet flowed the Vire under its old stone bridge. On the middle of the bridge lay the figure of Shrove Tuesday on a litter of leaves, surrounded by scores of muskers dancing, singing, and carrying torches. Some of them, in their motley costumes, ran along the parapet like fiends. The rest, worn out with their revels, sat on the posts and dozed. Soon the dancing stopped, and some of the troop, seizing a torch, set fire to the effigy, after which they flung it into the river with redoubled shouts and clamour. The man of straw, soaked with resin, floated away burning down the stream of the Vire, lighting up with its funeral fires the woods on the bank of the battlements of the old castle in which Louis XI and Francis I had slept. When the last glimmer of the blazing phantom had vanished like a falling star at the end of the valley, every one withdrew, crowd and muskers alike, and we quitted the ramparts with our guests. As we returned home, my father sang gaily the old popular song. Shrove Tuesday is dead and his wife has got his shabby pocket handkerchief and his cracked old pot. Sing high, sing low, Shrove Tuesday will come back no more. He will come back, we cried warmly, clapping our hands. And he did come back next year, and I think I should see him still if, after the lapse of half a century, I returned to the land of my birth. Burial of Shrove Tuesday or the Carnival in Brittany. Out of Brittany, the burial of Shrove Tuesday, or the Carnival, is sometimes performed in a ceremonious manner. 4 young fellows carry a straw man or one of their companions, and are followed by a funeral procession. A show is made of depositing their pretended corpse in the grave, after which the bystanders make believe to mourn, carrying out in melancholy tones, "Ah, my poor little Shrove Tuesday." The boy who played the part of Shrove Tuesday bears a name for the whole year. At Lesneven, in Old Brittany, it was formerly the custom on Ash Wednesday to burn a straw man, covered in rags, after he had been promenaded about the town. He was followed by a representative of Shrove Tuesday clothed with sardines and cod's tails. At Pontavon in Finestre, an effigy representing the carnival used to be thrown from the quay into the sea on the morning of Ash Wednesday. At La Rochelle, the porters and sailors carried about a man of straw representing Shrove Tuesday, then burned on Ash Wednesday and flung the ashes into the sea. In Saint-Tong and Ornias, which correspond roughly to the modern departments of Charente, children used to drown or burn a figure of the carnival on the morning of Ash Wednesday. The beginning of Lent in England was formerly marked by a custom which is now fallen into disuse. A figure made up of straw and cast-off clothes was drawn or carried through the streets amid much noise and merriment, after which it was either burnt, shot at, or thrown down a chimney. This image went by the name of Jack o' Lent, and was by some supposed to represent Judas Iscariot. Burying the Carnival in Germany and Austria. A Bohemian form of the custom of burying the carnival has been already described. The following Swabian form is obviously similar. In the neighbourhood of Tübingen, on Shrove Tuesday, a straw man called the Shroventide Bear is made up. He is dressed in a pair of old trousers, and a fresh black pudding or 2 squirts filled with blood are inserted in the neck. After a formal condemnation, he is beheaded, laid in a coffin, and on Ash Wednesday is buried in the churchyard. This is called burying the carnival. Amongst some of the Saxons of Transylvania, the carnival is hanged. Thus at Brallow on Ash Wednesday or Shrove Tuesday, 2 white and 2 chestnut horses draw a sledge, on which is placed a straw man swathed in a white cloth. Beside him is a cartwheel which is kept turning round. 2 lads disguised as old men follow the sledge lamenting. The rest of the village lads, mounted on horseback and decked with ribbons, accompany the procession, which is headed by 2 girls crowned with evergreen and drawn in a wagon or sledge. A trial is held under a tree, at which lads disguised as soldiers pronounce sentence of death. The two old men try to rescue the straw man and to fly with him, but to no purpose. He is caught by the two girls and handed over to the executioner, who hangs him on a tree. In vain the old men try to climb up the tree and take him down. They always tumble down, and last in despair they throw themselves on the ground and weep and howl over the hanged man. An official then makes a speech in which he declares that the carnival was condemned to death because he had done them harm by wearing out their shoes and making them tired and sleepy. At the burial of Carnival in the crane, a man dressed as a woman in black clothes is carried on a litter or bier by 4 men. He is lamented over by men disguised as women in black clothes, then thrown down before the village dung heap, drenched with water, buried in the dung heap and covered with straw. Similarly, in Schlossingen, near Schomberg, the carnival, Shortide, fool, was carried all about the village on a bier, preceded by a man dressed in white, and followed by a devil who was dressed in black and carried chains, which he clanked. One of the train collected gifts. After the procession, the fowl was buried under straw and dung. In Rottweil, the carnival fool is made drunk on Ash Wednesday and buried under straw amid loud lamentation. In Wormlingen, the fool is represented by a young fellow enveloped in straw, who is led about the village by a rope as a bear on Shrove Tuesday and the preceding day. He dances to the flute. Then on Ash Wednesday a straw man is made, placed on a trowel, carried out of the village to the sound of drums and mournful music, and buried in a field. In Altdorf and Wergarten, on Ash Wednesday, the fool, represented by a straw man, is carried about and then thrown into the water to the accompaniment of melancholy music. In other villages of Swabia, the part of fool is played by a live person, who is thrown into the water after being carried about in procession. At Bough in Westphalia, a straw man is made on Shrove Tuesday and thrown into the river amid rejoicings. This is called, as usual, burying the carnival. At Bürgerbrach, in Bavaria, it used to be customary, as a public pastime, to hold a sort of court of justice on Ash Wednesday. The accused was a straw man on whom was laid the burden of all the notorious transgressions that had been committed in the course of the year. 12 chosen maidens sat in judgment and pronounced sentence, and a single advocate pleaded the cause of the public scapegoat. Finally the effigy was burnt, and thus all the offences that had created a scandal in the community during the year were symbolically atoned for. We can hardly doubt that this custom of burying a straw man on Ash Wednesday for the sins of a whole year is only another form of the custom, observed on the same day in so many other places, of burying an effigy which is supposed to embody and to be responsible for the excesses committed during the license of the carnival. Burying the carnival in Greece. In Greece, a ceremony of the same sort was witnessed at Pylos by Mr. E. L. Tilton in 1895. On the evening of the first day of the Great Lent, which fell that year on the 25th of February, an effigy with a grotesque mask for a face was borne about the streets on a bier, preceded by a mock priest with long white beard. Other functionaries surrounded the bier and 2 torchbearers walked in advance. The procession moved slowly to melancholy music played by a pipe and drum. A final halt was made in the public square, where a circular space was kept clear of the surging crowd. Here a bonfire was kindled, and round it the priest led a wild dance to the same droning music. When the frenzy was at its height, the chief performer put tow on the effigy and set it to fire, and while it blazed and resumed his mad career, branching torches and tearing off his venerable beard to add fuel to the flames. Estonian custom on Shrove Tuesday. On the evening of Shrove Tuesday, the Estonians made a straw figure called Metsik, or wood spirit. One year it is dressed with a man's coat and hat, next year with a hood and petticoat. The figure is struck on a long pole, carried across the boundary of the village with loud cries of joy, and fastened at the top of a tree in the wood. The ceremony is believed to be a protection against all kinds of misfortune. Resurrection enacted in these ceremonies. Sometimes at these Shroventide or Lenten ceremonies, the resurrection of the pretended dead person is enacted. Thus, in some parts of Swabia, on Shrove Tuesday, Dr. Ironbeard professes to bleed a sick man who thereupon falls, as dead, to the ground, but the doctor at last restores him to life by blowing air into him through a tube. In the Harz Mountains, when a carnival is over, a man is laid on a baking trowel and carried with dirges to a grave, but in the grave a glass of brandy is buried instead of the man. A speech is delivered, and the people return to the village green or meeting place, where they smoke the long clay pipes which are distributed at funerals. On the morning of Shrove Tuesday in the following year, the brandy is dug up and the festival begins, by everyone tasting the spirit which, as the phrase goes, has come to life again. Part 4. Carrying out Death. Carrying out death in Bavaria. The ceremony of carrying out death presents much the same features as burying the carnival, except that the carrying out of death is generally followed by a ceremony, or at least accompanied by a profession, of bringing in summer, spring, or life. Thus in Middle Franken, a province of Bavaria, on the fourth Sunday of Lent, the village urchins used to make a straw effigy of death, which they carried about with burlesque pomp through the streets, and afterwards burned with loud cries beyond the bounds. The Frankish custom is thus described by a writer of the 16th century. At mid-Lent, the season when the church bids us rejoice, the young people of my native country make a straw image of death and fasten it to a pole carried with sheets to the neighbouring villages. By some they kindly receive, and after being refreshed with milk, peas, and dried pears, the usual food of that season, are sent home again. Others, however, treat them with anything but hospitality, for looking on them as harbingers of misfortune, to wit of death, they drive them from their boundaries with weapons and insults. In the villages near Erlangen, when the fourth Sunday in Lent came round, the peasant girls used to dress themselves in all their finery with flowers in their hair. Thus attired they repaired to the neighbouring town, carrying puppets which were adorned with leaves and covered with white clothes. These they took from house to house in pairs, stopping at every door, where they expected to receive something, and singing a few lines in which they announced that it was mid-Lent, and that they were about to throw death into the water. When they had collected some trifling gratitudes, they went to the river Regnitz, and flung the puppets representing death into the stream. This was done to ensure a fruitful and prosperous year. Further, it was considered a safeguard against pestilence and sudden death. At Nuremberg, girls of 7 to 18 years of age go through the streets bearing a little open coffin, in which is a doll hidden under a shroud. Others carry a breech branch, with an apple fastened to it for a head in an open box. They sing, "We carry death into the water, it is well," or "We carry death into the water, carry him in and out again." In other parts of Bavaria, the ceremony took place on the Saturday before the fifth Sunday in Lent, and the performers were boys or girls according to the sex of the last person who died in the village. The figure was thrown into water or buried in a secret place, for example under moss in the forest, that no one might find death again. Then early on Sunday morning the children went from house to house singing a song in which they announced the glad tidings that death was gone. In some parts of Bavaria down to 1780, it is believed that a fatal epidemic would ensue if the custom of carrying out death were not observed. Carrying out death in Thuringen. In some villages of Thuringen, on the fourth Sunday of Lent, the children used to carry a puppet of birchen twigs through the village, then threw it into a pool, while they sang, "We carry the old death out behind the herdsman's old house. We have got summer and Croden's powers destroyed." At Debschwitz or Dobschwitz, near Gera, the ceremony of driving out death is or was annually observed on the 1st of March. The young people make up a figure of straw or the like materials, dress it in old clothes, which they have begged from houses in the village, and carried it out and throw it into the river. On returning to the village, they break the good news to the people and receive eggs and other victuals as a reward. The ceremony is or was supposed to purify the village and to protect the inhabitants from sickness and plague. In other villages of Thuringen, in which the population was originally Slavonic, the carrying out of the puppet is accompanied with the singing of a song which begins, "Now we carry death out of the village and spring into the village." At the end of the 17th and beginning of the 18th century, the custom was observed in Thuringen as follows. The boys and girls made an effigy of straw or the like materials, but the shape of the figure varied from year to year. In one year it would represent an old man, in the next an old woman, in the third a young man, and the fourth a maiden, and the dress of the figure varied with the character it personated. There used to be a sharp contest as to where the effigy was to be made, for the people thought that the house from which it was carried forth would not be visited with death that year. Having been made, the puppet was fastened to a pole and carried by a girl who represented an old man, but by a boy who represented an old woman. Thus it was borne in procession, the young people holding sticks in their hands and singing that they were driving out death. When they came to water, they threw the effigy into it and ran hastily back, fearing they might jump up on their shoulders and wring their necks. They also took care not to touch it, lest it should dry them up. On their return, they beat the cattle with the sticks, believing that this would make the animals fat or fruitful. Afterwards they visited the house or houses from which they carry the image of death, which they received a dole of half-boiled peas. The custom of carrying out death was practised also in Saxony. At Leipzig, the bastards and public women used to make a straw effigy of death every year at mid-Lent. This they carried through all the streets with songs and showed it to the young married women. Finally they threw it into the river Parthe. By this ceremony they professed to make the young wives fruitful, to purify the city, and to protect the inhabitants for that year from plague and other epidemics. Carrying out death in Silesia. Ceremonies of the same sort are observed at mid-Lent in Silesia. Thus in many places the grown girls, with the help of the young men, dress up a straw figure with women's clothes and carry it out of the village towards the setting sun. At the boundary they strip it of its clothes, tear it in pieces and scatter the fragments about the fields. This is called burying death. As they carry the image out, they sing that they are about to bury death under an oak, that he may depart from the people. Sometimes the song runs that they are burying death over hill and dale to return no more. In the Polish neighbourhood of Gross Strelitz, the puppet is called goik. It is carried on horseback and thrown into the nearest water. The people think that the ceremony protects them from sickness of every sort in the coming year. In the districts of Holau and Gorau, the image of death used to be thrown over the boundary of the next village, but as the neighbours feared to receive the ill-omened figure, they were on the lookout to repel it, and hard knocks were often exchanged between the two parties. In some Polish parts of Upper Silesia, the effigy, representing an old woman, goes by the name of Marzana, the goddess of death. It is made in the house where the last death occurred, and is carried on a pole to the boundary of the village, where it is thrown into a pond or burnt. At Polkwitz, the custom of carrying out death fell into abeyance, but an outbreak of fatal sickness which followed the intermission of the ceremony induced the people to resume it. Some of the Moravians of Silesia make 3 puppets on this occasion. One represents a man, another a bride, and the third a bridesmaid. The first is carried by the boys, the last 2 by the girls. Formerly these effigies were torn to pieces at a brook, now they are brought home again. In this last custom 2 of the figures are clearly conceived as bride and bridegroom. Carrying out death in Bohemia. In Bohemia, the children go out with a straw man representing death to the end of the village, where they burn it, singing, "Now carry we death out of the village, the new summer into the village. Welcome, dear summer, green little corn." At Tabor in Bohemia, the figure of death is carried out of the town and flung from a high rock into the water, while they sing, "Death swims on the water, summer will soon be here. We carry death away for you, we brought the summer, and O thou, O holy Marketa, give us a good year, for wheat and for rye." In other parts of Bohemia they carry death to the end of the village, singing, "We carry death out of the village, and the new year into the village. Dear spring, we bid you welcome. Green grass, we bid you welcome." Behind the village they erect a pyre, which they burn the straw figure, reviling and scoffing at it the while. Then they return, singing, "We have carried away death, and brought life back. He has taken up his quarters in the village, therefore sing joyous songs." Carrying out death in Moravia. In some German villages of Moravia, as in Chesnitz and Seitendorf, the young folk assemble on the 3rd Sunday in Lent and fashion a straw man who is generally adorned with a fur cap and a pair of old leathern hose, if such are to be had. The effigy is then hoisted on a pole and carried by the lads and lasses out into the open fields. On the way they sing a song, in which it is said that they are carrying death away and bringing dear summer into the house, and with summer the May and the flowers. On reaching an appointed place, they dance in a circle round the effigy with loud shouts and screams, then suddenly rush at it and tear it to pieces with their hands. Lastly, the pieces are thrown together in a heap, the bowl is broken, and fire is set to the whole. While it burns, the troop dances merrily round it, rejoicing at the victory won by spring. When the fire has nearly died out, they go to the householders to beg for a present of eggs wherewith to hold a feast, taking care to give as a reason for the request that they have carried death out and away. The effigy of death feared and abhorred. The preceding evidence shows that the effigy of death is often regarded with fear and treated the marks of hatred and abhorrence. Thus the anxiety of the villagers to transfer the figure from their own to their neighbour's land, and the reluctance of the latter to receive the ominous guest, are proof enough of the dread which it inspires. Further in Lusatia and Silesia, the puppet is sometimes made to look in at the window of a house, and is believed that someone in the house will die within the year unless his life is redeemed by the payment of money. Again, after throwing the effigy away, the bearers sometimes run home, lest death should follow them, and if one of them falls in running, it is believed that he will die within the year. At Trudim, in Bohemia, the figure of death is made out of a cross, with a head of mast stuck at the top, and a shirt stretched out on it. On the 5th Sunday in Lent, the boys take this effigy to the nearest brook or pool, and standing in a line throw it into the water. Then they all plunge in after it, but as soon as it is caught, no one more may enter the water. The boy who did not enter the water or entered it last will die within the year, and is obliged to carry the death back to the village. The effigy is then burned. On the other hand, it is believed that no one will die within the year in the house out of which the figure of death has been carried, and the village out of which death has been driven is sometimes supposed to be protected against sickness and plague. In some villages of Austrian Silesia, on the Saturday before Dead Sunday, an effigy is made of old clothes, hay and straw, for the purpose of driving death out of the village. On Sunday, the people, armed with sticks and straps, are assembled before the house where the figure is lodged. 4 lads then draw the effigy by cords through the village and exultant shouts, while all the others beat it with their sticks and straps. On reaching a field which belongs to a neighbouring village, they lay down the figure, cudgel it soundly, and scatter the fragments over the field. The people believe that the village which death has thus been carried out will be safe from any infectious disease for the whole year. In Slavonia, the figure of death is cudgelled and then rent in two. In Poland, the effigy, made of hemp and straw, is slung into a pool or swamp with the words, "The devil take thee." End of section 12.